Hello.
Hello!
Everybody.
Welcome to the second last BBT event, joined by Kwark, Machine, and MasterRey.
Let's take a look at the rankings. So we're doing Trutacz first, you said?
Voddy and Trutacz will be first, yes.
Okay, so for Voddy it's not going to change too much. He's currently in 11th. And Striker's played all of his. Voddy, even if he goes 0 wins, 5 losses, is still not going to drop into 12th. He can potentially overtake Dragon though. He's played the same number as Dragon, he's only 2 behind Dragon. Who does Dragon have left? Dragon has Ziki left, so if Voddy does well against Trutacz and Dragon does poorly against Ziki, then Voddy can move up a place, but that's about it. Trutacz is in 4th, and he has got a set in hand compared to Dandy, hasn't he?
Trutacz was probably the most underestimated player in BBT.
Okay, well, Dandy has 2 sets left and is in 3rd. Trutacz has 1 set left and is in 4th, so Trutacz probably can't move up to 3rd. If Trutacz goes 5-0 today, which isn't unreasonable, he would have 35 wins. Dandy is on 29 and has Terra and Oyat. Okay, yeah, so this match matters. Trutacz could take 3rd with this match. And also, if he does badly, he could lose 4th to Oya. Because he's almost neck and neck with Oya. And they both have
also
one series left.
Terror, even. He could even drop down to 6th place because Terror is playing tomorrow as well.
Yeah, that's true. And Terra's got... if Terra does well against Dandy, Terra could get a few points off that.
So pretty much ranks 3 to 6 all decided today and tomorrow.
Well, yeah, they had to be decided to end by that. It ends tomorrow. But no, Trutacz gets
Still
at least
up for
3
grabs,
wins.
yeah.
Terra can't catch him. But he needs like 5 wins to overtake Dandy. So this match, everything to play for. Voddy can potentially move up a slot. Trutacz needs this to move up a slot. Could potentially move up 1, move down 2. This is replays, right?
Yeah, this was just pre-played.
Okay, then I'm going to switch over to West and I will watch the replay with you.
Sounds like a good idea. I'll do the same.
Should have a pretty fun event today. Bonyth and Dewalt are playing live after the first match. Bonyth has to put his baby girl to sleep. I won't follow that up with my usual joke. And then we got Dandy versus Oya last.
Yeah, that's also gonna be another very competitive match.
Yeah, I mean,
Dan-
they're right at the top. They're 3rd and 5th respectively, and they can both move up and down.
Yep.
I'll replace the remaining column with dollar figures during tomorrow's live stream event, so we can get an idea of how each player fared in terms of monetary compensation. Prize is over $5,000. I want to thank everyone for donating and subscribing. It's not too late. You can still do that if you want to pitch in a few dollars. All the money goes to the prize pool, and players are getting paid based on single game wins. Fun fact about our prize system: for every dollar that you donate, it actually spreads out cents to each single player's earnings simultaneously, if that makes sense. So your dollar doesn't go to Dragon's game win or Bonyth's. It actually evenly distributes the cents to all the earnings, which is kind of cool, I think.
It's, 0.3 of a cent per win or something.
Yeah, I should be asking our public accountant here.
I believe a dollar divided by 300 is 330 is 0.3 of a cent. Almost exactly.
That's really nice, actually, just being able to contribute to each and every single player that's part of these series. Like, it's it's a different way of going about it, but I mean it's very, very nice.
And also this makes it so that even if you're already like in the second half of the list, or you can't move up a rank or down a rank anymore, you're still playing your best every single game, because every single game counts money.
Yeah, I really like that as well, MasterRey. Just the incentive to really try your best, even if you're down in the series, you know, 0-4, because at least you could walk away with a little bit of money at the end of it all, and obviously the pride. But yeah, it's
all about the pride.
It's all about the pride. All about the pride.
Yeah, we got some positive feedback from the players. They had a chance to get some really good practice games against each other in this series. Each
Great
person had
competitive map pool as well.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. We showcased the talent of our foreign players, hopefully introduced people who weren't familiar with them, and get them more engaged with the foreign community.
I was saying this before the stream turned on, but casting this event and watching this event really has allowed me to like flesh out in my mind who all these players are and what their styles are, because they're not just generic players. Like Cross versus Ziki, they have very different playstyles. Kogut versus Voddy, very different playstyle. It's within the foreign community, there's an awful lot of personality and like their own individual adjustments that people put into their styles. And I feel like before this event, when you only ever see them every now and then, like twice a year playing some BSL games, you don't really capture that. You don't get the ability to view them side by side and see how each player likes to play each matchup. But now you can like be a fan of players. You can like how certain players do certain things. Like I love how Cross always in his ZVT always gets those links in right before the muta hit. Like 100% of his ZVTs, he will do that ling attack, and it always works.
Yeah.
And just it makes it just so much more hype to watch. You're watching Cross play ZVT, and you're like, "Yep, it's gonna happen. It's good. Oh, it happened."
Yeah, every single time. Yeah. Yeah, good call, Kwark. It's really has been unique and kind of like eye-opening for me too. You know, not just as a caster, as a fan, getting to watch some of these players and really get a better idea of their strengths and what they add to each matchup that really makes them different from, you know, other foreigners in the scene. Yeah.
If you guys had to pick your top 3 favorite players, and it's not just skill based, maybe it's personality based or what have you, what 3 players would you choose?
I mean, if you're saying personality added in there too, I think Bonyth's got a good mix of both. He's dad toss and he's also the foreign crusher. I'll pick Bonyth, and my inner bias for Zergs is gonna have to say Ziki. I just really love his muta control. Every single game I watch him play is quite exciting. So I'd go with those 2 right off the top of my head.
You gotta add one more to it. You gotta do it.
Okay. Then let's say I mean Dewalt. He's just I don't know. He's just a monster.
Bonyth, Dewalt, and Ziki. It's a cool list. MasterRey, Kwark, what about you guys?
Bonyth for sure, not just because he's like just so fucking good at the game, but also because there's no ego. There's no if you message him and say, hey, so like why'd you do this? Why not that? Like he'll talk about it with you. He's a very normal just like fan of the game and just enthusiast for StarCraft, who's also the best.
Yeah.
There's he's a cool guy to talk to. I've been on like Discord calls with him, just like talking about Viva Micro and laughing, joking. And at one point I tried to get him to like try to buy some of his time to just have a training session with him, and he was like, "You just pay what you want or nothing at all. I had fun." It's like he's the best, but he doesn't have any
Doesn't have that ego. Like
Yeah,
you're saying.
he doesn't. He acts like he's just out here having fun playing the game with everyone else because he is. He's just really good at it as well.
That's what I like about the foreign community is it interacts back with you. You can't really have that relationship with the pro gamer scene. I'm not saying abandon the pro gamers or don't follow that, but if there are people out there, and I think there are a good number of them, who just follow the pro gaming scene, they're really missing out on a wonderful relationship that you can establish with top tier foreign gamers and just the foreign community at large.
And you wanted a list of like Fee, and Oya's there too. Oya is he's very driven. He's very passionate about his StarCraft, and he has the ego in the sense that he knows he's good and he takes his losses hard, but not. He's never like mad about it or mad at anybody else. He's always wanted to listen to feedback, and he's always happy to practice. Like Oya gave me lots of PvP practice before my BSL games, even though he's a much better player than me. He's just completely down to spend that time with me and practice different builds on different maps. Just
You get one more, Kwark. It's gonna be a toss. Yeah, it's gonna be a toss.
So it's either going to be Terra or Voddy. Voddy, from the casting with him and like just talking about the game with him, he's clearly a very chill dude. He's enthusiastic about StarCraft. He just I haven't hung out that much with Voddy, but I'd like to.
He's one of my favorite characters.
And then Terra too. I play a lot with Terra, and he's always good fun.
All right, you got a top 4 list. MasterRey, your turn, and then we'll get into Voddy versus Trutacz, guys.
I do have to admit that I'm not that active watching streams and so on, so I'm not sure about the personality of most foreign players.
Fair enough.
So I just have to go by skill and maybe also discipline and activity. And I think with that, Bonyth and Dewalt, me being a TOS player, of course, Bonyth and Dewalt are definitely the top 2 because, yeah, I mean, I heard about Bonyth. I've seen it that he really doesn't have that ego, and about Dewalt, he has the little extra fact that he's living very close to Korea, so he has this connection to Korea. He's playing some best of 11, best of 21 against Koreans. So he has that little extra compared to other foreign TOS with him. So he's my second spot. And yeah, for third spot, I'm really not sure. I have no idea.
You have to pick one.
Yeah, I think I also have to go for Oya because he's one of the more newer players that just recently went to the very top. I remember like playing ladder against him like 1.5 years ago, and I could beat him. I have beaten him, and he was not placing very high in the top tournaments. But now it feels like he's a very different player. He improved so much over the last year, and it really shows that he's very dedicated and is really putting the work in, and I like that.
That was great. Thank you all. Are we ready for Trutacz versus Voddy, guys?
Absolutely.
I'm ready.
You want me to shut the fuck up and get into the games, viewers? Okay. Let's do it. What are our predictions, casters? Score-wise.
Trutacz is probably the better player, but Voddy's dangerous, and I like his TVZ. And again, Voddy does his Valkyrie air control TVZ, and his like biomech. He doesn't do bio or mech. He does like 2 racks into factories. It's cool. I'm going to give Voddy one of them. Let's go 1-4.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I gotta give. I think I'm gonna give Voddy just slightly more credit. I think it'll go 3-2 for Trutacz in this series. But Voddy has that very unique 1-1-1 kind of opener occasionally until Valkyries, or loves his mech play, which is is kind of unique in the foreign scene. So either way, there's going to be some different and very entertaining games.
Yeah, I hope that we see Voddy do his Valkyrie build on Polypod. That was really fun the last time I saw it. I can't see the game. Go ahead and start without me. I'll cast some Discord on the first game.
Game 1.
Yeah, same for me.
On Polypoid between Trutacz and Voddy. Get your predictions in, folks.
By the way, one last information before we start. Voddy's last TVZ in this tournament was in the beginning of March 5th. So he has not played the TVZ in a long time. So maybe that affects a little bit. I'm not sure how he's practicing, if he's just lettering or not. But if we go just by the results of this tournament, I think Trutacz should have the advantage. And I think I'm going like 4-1 as well.
Okay, so spawning at the top right as the pink Zerg, we have Trutacz.
And in the bottom left, 7 o'clock position, we have the green Terran Voddy. And already looking at cross position, I feel like this might favor Voddy, just because Voddy likes that defensive mech style where he takes a lot of bases, he sets up a lot of mines everywhere, he gets his Valkyries, and then he grinds you down.
Yeah, I actually agree a lot with that, Kwark. I think, cross positions here, and just based on knowing a little bit of Voddy's style, I think he's going to feel very happy here, being so far away from Trutacz early on. The only thing I want to say about Polypoid is I don't think it's the strong, like when you think Polypoid, usually I don't feel like you think mech right off the bat, just because that very quick mineral only third doesn't give mech the biggest boost early on. As a Terran player, being Voddy here, he'd most likely want to push to that 9 o'clock position right off the bat here if he were to open quicker mech, but still it can be done here.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, that really he's going to be gas limited, so even if he gets the quick mineral only, without access to mass marine, it's going to be a question of what he can actually do with that money.
Trutacz starting off with a very standard 12 hatch, 11 pool, 10 gas. This is kind of the meta for Zerg versus Terran at the moment. Typically this would indicate you're going into some type of 2-hatch muta play. And I think just based on their positions, this is about as good of an opener as he could have wanted. If he had done something like an overpool or an 11 pool here, just because of the distance, there wouldn't really be a ton of hope for Trutacz to get any pressure or damage on Voddy here soon. Oh, wow. Look at this from Voddy. We have a very quick command center, 15 command center.
Off of 1 marine, but he's safe and he knows it.
Yeah.
He saw the overlord at top left. His STV timing, the scout, was exactly when the overlord would be there, and he scouted the direction the overlord would go. And once he knows its cross position, he's already prepping that fast expansion. Once he sees the 12 hat at the natural, he's expecting to go straight down, because he knows there's no possibility of quick links.
Absolutely. And we do see that Vespene Geyser, the refinery going down inside Voddy's main. I think you're right. I think this, this could indicate a mech opener right off the bat here from Voddy.
Yeah, but it won't be like mech the way that you'd see it by like Medina or someone, just like that pure only factory mech. I think from Voddy, it's he likes that 2 factory with the quick Valkyries.
I mean, it's smart, especially against the current meta, which he's already scouted out inside Trutacz's main. Everything that Trutacz is doing that Voddy's been able to see would indicate this is going to just be a 2-hatch muta opener. And Valkyries are pretty good against muta.
So Trutacz isn't scouting at all. Do we think that's because Trutacz has a fantastic understanding of what Voddy's doing and doesn't care? Or do we think that's because do we think that's some kind of mistake? Because we know Voddy's style. We were able to call what Voddy was going to do completely blind, and we were right. So it's possible that Trutacz just knows, but it's also possible this could be he could be caught off guard by the quick factory.
Yeah, I think you're onto something. I really believe that Trutacz just knows at least Voddy's tendencies and has to expect this pretty early expansion into a vulture. Fortunately, you know, with the command center being so quick at the natural here, I think that he will be able to fend off any type of early vulture play pretty quickly.
Well, straight into Starport is what we're saying.
Yeah, you called it before the game even took place. That's kind of amazing here.
I've seen a lot of his TVs.
Yeah,
That's the beauty of this event, is that like the game starts, you see Voddy at bottom left, Trutacz top right, and you think, okay, if this was like a Terra game, that's really bad. But if this is a Voddy game, that's really good. It's, all these Terrans, they have personality to them now. We know what they're like, what they like to do. Another like cool Voddy thing that I noted was that he sent that second SCV to the mineral line as his first SCV died, and it went in and it confirmed there was no link flood, that was still pure drones. It definitely was a Spire. Voddy doesn't play blind. Voddy does these builds that are like very niche, they're very delicate, they could be hit with timing attacks at any point and they could lose. But he knows the timing attack isn't coming because Voddy never leaves it to chance.
No,
It's a cool thing that like, I've noticed about his style.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to think here for Trutacz. He definitely feels like he's playing a little blind. With just really scouting this bunker and the Marines at the natural, you know, it's kind of a jump to just assume Valkyrie right off the bat here.
And he's getting the +1 air attack. I don't know that you'd ever get +1 air attack into Valkyrie Rush.
I think you're absolutely right. There's almost no way you'd want to. Absolutely, you know, +1 air attack is great against bio openers, but you're gonna want that armor to eventually be able to deal with the Valkyrie splash.
Voddy on 1 Vax, he's building his first medic now, but the timing's not bad. Like the medic will be ready for when you Muta are attacking. And again, Voddy with the scout, he confirms the hatchery at 12 o'clock. He knows the key timings and what he needs to be looking for. He just always knows. He always finds what he needs to see.
Yeah,
We've got
scouting that hatchery at the 12.
So go ahead. Okay, Stim researching second Vax. Voddy is doing his Valkyrie into 2Vax bio, but we also see a machine shop. They're going to be tanks here. This is like the most Voddy thing I've ever seen.
This is 7 Muta coming in from Trutacz. I think they're going to have to back out the second this Valkyrie comes into play. And beautiful control, pulling back that Valkyrie after the first volley. I think Trutacz is just going to back off here. I don't think there's really an opening.
No, he's going for Evo, he's going for Queen's Nest, he's transitioning out of this. Now, he does have the Muta Scourge combo, and I've seen like the Muta flying, shielding the Scourge, picking off the Valkyries before. It's doable, and question is, can Trutacz do it? Because if he can, he could just destroy Voddy's air control completely.
Only 2 turrets in that main position. Oh, but actually it looks like Trutacz is going into the natural. Oh, big catch.
No Marine range, but Stim's done.
Quite a few Marines fall at that natural immediately, and somehow the
Nothing in
Scorch
the bunker.
Targeted down by the turrets. Yes, he will fall. That was just really unfortunate timing. The Marines popped out of that bunker the second Trutacz was moving into the natural. Yeah, that was just really unfortunate. I feel like if Voddy had an SCV right out front and maybe kept those Marines inside the bunker, spread at the natural, he was definitely in a position to hold that timing.
Ox, I'm going to need you to close out the prediction once the game's done on the stream, just so I can lose my points, because that's not going to let me. Oh, I forgot how much delay we have. Shit, we spoiled it. Fuck. Sorry, guys.
No worries. Man, what an incredible first game there. I mean, that timing was just so clean by Trutacz. Third and fourth hatchery kicked in. He had around his Zerglings there. He's clearly played against that Valkyrie opener before and knows, this can be a little flimsy until the Valkyrie's count builds up. That was just beautifully played there.
It also looked like the second Valkyrie was just not coming for a very long time. It felt like the first Valkyrie popped out, and then it was just one Valkyrie for over a minute before the second was even started. Maybe he could have had at least 3 Valkyries and maybe hold it then. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I've got the stream open. I'm going to watch it a second time. I get this live replay function. Okay. Oh, that is so. His first 4 Marines were wandering forwards as the Lings hit, and they didn't make it into the bunker.
Yes, in fact they popped out of that bunker. He was planning his own timing to kind of push out, and it just ended up being the exact wrong moment to move out.
Oh, that's unfortunate. He had a vulture just popped as well, but the vulture just died, caught up on the buildings and the units at the natural.
Yeah.
Another thing.
Go for it.
Yeah. Okay. Another thing about Voddy's strategy, if we pretend that he didn't die there and survive this attack, we have to mention that by going 2 groups of units, like mech and bio, he has not started any upgrades. So I think when this goes into the late mid game, early late game, he might be a little bit behind on the upgrades because he's going for both types of units there.
Yeah, when he does this build, he doesn't get bio upgrades. He goes 2 racks, like Marine Medic with Stim and range, but then he transitions to pure mech. And
yeah, but he didn't start his mech upgrades, so
yeah,
that could be a problem.
We have ourselves a new game. We have Trutacz using his pink that he seems to favour every game at 12 o'clock on Silphid, and Voddy as the white Terran at 4 o'clock on Silphid.
I feel like Silphid is just another very standard map for this matchup. There's a lot of neutral ground, I'll say, between both the main and natural, which can be very good for early muta harass, just picking off small groups of Marines, medics, or even preventing structures from going up. So it's kind of a key point on this map, I'll say, about this matchup. But other than that, everything seems very, very standard.
And Voddy with a potential BBS. That's going to be 1 rack, surely. This is it wouldn't make sense for this to be a BBS. He's sending that second one, so okay, maybe it is. But Trutacz, he's anticipating this. That's going to be unfortunate.
For it. Yeah, that drone is just beelining for that BBS position, and yep, he's going to scout it.
Yeah, he was going for the 12 hat, but he wasn't committed. He can drop a pool immediately.
Wow. This is just beautiful play here from Trutacz, and to know to look for that position here, that's it's very well played by him.
Oh, SCV's getting low. So is the
this
drone.
is very important, actually.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, no.
And Voddy does not have SCV to lose at this point. He's got 9 left. Only 8 of them are mining. In fact, less than that. 1 of them scouting.
As well. This is just a single Rax that's been scouted against early pool. I don't believe, Voddy is going to have a very tough time putting on any kind of pressure.
Yeah, I feel like in this situation you make 2 Marines, send them back to your main, build a bunker, and fly the Vax home. You just give up.
Actually, there we go. First Marine finally making its way towards Trutacz's natural, but we do already have a spawning pool complete. That same drone that killed the original first SCV, still sharking around, looking for a good shot here on these 2 SCVs building the bunker.
Yeah, Trutacz shouldn't. Voddy shouldn't let that bunker complete. He can't ever get anything into it. He was scouted too early. Oh, it's all going wrong.
Voddy.
He gets a drone, but it's not great.
Yeah, he did a very good job targeting the weak drone there. That was very well played by Voddy. Good control. But yes, this first Marine will not make it in the bunker. Ooh, GG is called. Wow.
GG.
Just looking at the prediction, prediction's still open on there, but obviously it's we know the answer. There was only actually 1 point on Voddy, so whoever bet on Voddy is getting 9,000 to 1 odds.
That's kind of silly.
Yeah, I mean, I should have bet on Voddy, but the prediction was still open when the game was over.
Oh boy. How do you think Trutacz knew to scout for that? I mean, I'll be honest. I play a lot of Sylphid, and that's kind of unique to see just the early proxied Varix there on that game, especially in a series like this. It was very well played there, though. Either way.
They're both IRK, which might have been a factor, but also just if you feel like you're the better player, then suddenly you start looking for these things. It's also entirely possible they played on ladder recently, because they're both playing on the BSL ladder and they both in the same time zone. So I think it's entirely possible that he's done this to Trutacz before.
Yeah, and I mean, Machine, you mentioned it. That space, this high ground between the natural and the main base, that is very strong for Mutalis, and maybe Voddy just wanted to finish the game early, don't want to get into this strong Muta play, or against the strong Muta play of Trutacz. But yeah, Trutacz, first game, he actually does not scout. Second game, he scouts in the middle. So what do you think about that, guys?
Yeah, that was pretty incredible. I gotta say, he didn't. You're absolutely right. He didn't scout when it was cross position, and then catching that barracks. I mean, just at the perfect timing right away in the middle. You know, that takes some experience.
Yeah, I didn't think about how he did like no scouting at all on game one, but that's true. Game one, he was absolutely certain what Voddy's build was. Game two, he was just as certain, but the opposite build. That's funny. Because yeah, he went 12-11-10 game one and never even sent out a drone scout.
Yeah, which is, I mean, I want to say very uncommon, especially on a 4-player map. There's so many advantages to getting that early drone out and getting some semblance of an idea of what your opponent opened. But yeah, I mean, not sending that drone out gives you a little bit more of an econ boost. So if you're absolutely certain somebody's going to be, you know, like Voddy will be opening 14cc, then, you know, it can give you a little advantage.
Question is, can he do it 3 times in a row? Where he this game, is Voddy going to flip the coin and it's going to come down Proxyvax, or is it going to come down Quick CC? Who can say?
I believe, even though it's a 2-player map, for some reason I feel like Eclipse is not a popular map for early 8 racks. I mean, you know, you see Terror do it still quite as often because I think he just does it everywhere. Same with Candy. But really, keeping that first Overlord alive isn't the most difficult thing to do on this map as a Zerg player. There are
there's a lot of terrain.
Exactly, there's a lot of like neutral terrain to run over, so it's not the scariest map to get 8 racks on.
It's if you have like a very specific build in mind, I think you can do a lot with like an early racks on this map, where you like plan to pick off the Overlord into bunker into like a quick factory or something. But I think you're entirely correct. On this map, it's you have to have it like very carefully mapped out, because if you don't kill the Overlord, it will go to shit, and there's a lot of terrain. But it looks like Trutacz is just doing the early scout this game.
This is
and
very
Voddy's going for the wall in.
He went for a extractor trick to get the 10th drone out very quickly, and then Overlord. And yeah, this is a very quick drone scout. I wonder if he's going to try to harass this wall at all. Maybe.
Yeah, one of the advantages of Wallen being so popular on this map is that you the drone scout kind of pays for itself, just because you can force an SCV out to come repair.
Yeah, this is very nice. You will see a very standard barracks timing going down at the natural here for Voddy. A wall off. I mean, normally my thoughts whenever I see a wall as a Zerg player is, well, there's no sense in making any quick Zerglings, because, I mean, you essentially will not be able to get any pressure done a lot of times, as long as Terran blocks, you know, with an SCV, uses their Marines properly.
We've forced 5 SCVs off the line.
Yeah.
Right now, there's 2 of them have gone back, but even so, like 5 SCVs off the middle line out of 13, that's a lot of SCVs not mining.
Yeah, absolutely. Trutacz is just so good with this drone control.
That's very annoying. Imagine what you could do with a probe.
Ooh, this is cute. He's blocking me. Yeah, exactly. Imagine me with the probe if he had a little bit of shields. That was cute. He's blocking the wall off from being constructed, but actually Voddy's still going for command center first anyway.
Well, Voddy has the SCV. Voddy's feeling completely safe here. He's not even building a second marine.
Yeah, very true.
Voddy doesn't like to play blind. While I have you here, Machine, the extractor trick was Zerg. I thought that was just to try and like make sure you get extra lava out on the builds where the hatchery is not using lava for so long that you miss out on a lava cycle. But Trutacz used it without doing that kind of build.
Yeah, that's honestly why I was a little thrown off myself. You're absolutely right. Most of the time you would do a larva trick for something like if you're opening 9 hatchery and you're just trying to not, lose out on any early larva. But what he allowed himself to do there, even though he did lose a little bit of money from that extractor being canceled, is he still had 9 drones in the main, which means he's essentially like most efficiently saturated at that. Whereas if he just left with one of his 9 drones early, which is what the timing of that scout was, he would not be mining that 9th mineral. So I'm kind of interested. I wonder if that pays for itself, and it kind of seems like it did.
Yeah, and Voddy just going into the factory as he likes to do, but he's been making marines constantly. So I suspect this is going to be another biomech. Because, I mean, he's just queued up another marine. This is, he's trying to get a solid marine army. This isn't just like a few to hold the wall. This is going to turn into a medics and a push at some point. But also the quick factory. I'm thinking maybe followed with a quick starport and straight toward Valks again. I
think you're absolutely right. It's clearly how Voddy likes to play this matchup. It's one of his strong suits. It's great, especially on this map with the wall off. There's not really a ton of scouting Trutacz can do here, and what this is also eventually going to allow Voddy to do is do more of a standard bio switch on any of these games, and it might even catch Trutacz off guard, just because the openings look so similar.
My fear for Voddy is that his opening wasn't as macro orientated as it was on Polypoid, and Polypoid, this build didn't work. Now his timings are late compared to Polypoid. Polypoid he did one marine CC into factory off still one marine. It was crazy abusive. He's not getting away with the same kind of speed on the opener this game, and so his Valkyrie timing isn't going to be as efficient as it was then, I think.
But then again, I don't think he will die to the same attack because of that wall in.
I 100% agree with you, MasterRey. The wall off in a lot of ways just makes it so much more of a robust, safer build on this map. The only disadvantage of walling off would be against an early lurker opener, which we obviously know Trutacz isn't doing, and definitely doesn't look to be planned to be doing yet in this game. So it could prove beneficial here.
So we're not worried about these marines because there's no medics, there's no stim. The range is a long way off. Because last game Polypoid we saw that the medic was like 90% done when the mutas hit. This game Academy's not done and the mutas are flying across the map.
Yeah, you're very right. I didn't recognize that Academy was so late, but this is going to be very difficult to hold until the first medic comes out. Probably, honestly, until the first couple medics come out.
Yeah.
Valkyrie.
This is if Trutacz doesn't pounce on it immediately, then the timing window will close though. There are turrets going down. Medic is being built. Yeah. But these marines are just pretend marines. They're like decoys. They don't actually have any kill capacity. They've got no stim, no range. There's no medics with them. It's a bluff.
Yeah, it really
well,
is.
The first medic is out now.
Yeah.
And the second Valkyrie is coming as well. And you also killed an Overlord this time, so that's nice.
Trutacz picking off a turret, the natural. That was kind of a nice little pick off, but we do have 2 Valkyries now. No third Valkyrie on the way quite yet, though. A little bit of a delay on that. I think that needs to move right away.
One difference we're seeing this game compared to Polypoid is Trutacz going straight into the air armor. This means the mute is going to have much more longevity compared to the Polypoid game. And the lack of range on these Marines is just making them appear so weak.
Or stim. But he is keeping the Valkyries alive. I think that's very key. Oh, one Valkyrie going down.
Like, Muta against Marines with no range. The Muta are just like rolling around wherever they want to go. They're just cruising in, killing a few Marines, and then they can back off. The Marines have no real ability to press the engagement. And I don't think he's even upgrading range. He's heading towards like vultures and mines right now, but range isn't done. It can't be done because the academy finished and then he got stim.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think it's just a mistake. There would be no reason.
Okay, there it is.
Range
He started it.
on the way.
Yeah. Like Marines against range, or rangeless Marines against Muta, the Muta never take any damage. The Marines can't punish.
Yeah, very true. I mean, Voddy's just trying to deal with this harass right now. It seems like he's really being thrown off. There's no reason to not have his natural gas at this point, especially opening, into mech. Just everything's just a little behind, and I think that's because of the pressure Trutacz has been adding. Ooh, does save 2 remaining Valkyries though, and those Muta are quite low. They cannot afford to pause here. Ooh.
Yeah, Fly Calf is at 99%, but the Muta have already taken a lot of damage.
I don't think Voddy can push out here. I think he's missed any kind of a window.
Well, we've not been looking at Trutouch's base, but Hive is done. This is he's got 3 gas. He's got
3 gas. He's got +1 armor. He's got a Hydralisk Den. I mean, he might go into Ultra here, but
he can go into anything he wants. I mean, he's got Crackling coming. He immediately starts his Ling upgrade. This is very quick Hive.
Yes, this is very quick Hive. I'm just kind of interested to see what he's going to use it. We do see, Ling Adrenal Gland on the way. No Defiler Mound or Ultra Cavern. It's a little surprising.
Well, the Lings don't have any attack upgrades, and the Carapace is about done. It's once the Ultralisk Cavern goes down, and these Marines are going to be completely worthless. The only thing that he's going to be able to hold with is his mech. So right now, Voddy doesn't have mech. He has a plan to one day get some mech, but it's... Okay, +1 Carapace just finished. Adrenal Gland's about to finish. I think the moment Adrenal Glands finishes, it's go time for Trutacz.
Exactly. This +1 armor means so much against 0/0 Marines. That's why these Marines are just, they're already worthless at this point, and he absolutely has no business moving on the map against this. He's just too far behind. Ooh, big Mind Connects though, do get some good splash on those Lings, but it's just
look at
not
those
enough.
Lings go, yeah.
Oh no.
That was an aggressive macro. I feel like Voddy was heading somewhere that was really powerful, but he couldn't get there safely. He needed Trutacz to leave him alone.
Exactly. I mean, once you hit that critical mass of Valkyries, it really can snowball for Terran. But Trutacz just putting on so much pressure that it felt like it made Voddy a little uncomfortable with his build.
Yeah, this is something I've seen in Voddy's other matchups too. He like on TVP, he'll do like a 1-fact Marine tank push into a very quick third, set up some mines in the bunker there, and if you play defensively against it, then by the time you realize what Voddy has, he's no longer vulnerable. He's set up his defenses. He's in a very strong position. But if you play with him a lot, and I'm assuming that Trutacz does play with him a lot, you know that he doesn't have anything. He just had the plan to one day get something. You can hit him at that timing. Because Trutacz got Voddy right in the middle of his build. Voddy's siege mode just finished. He went from 1 factory up to 4 factories. Just the 4 factories hadn't actually produced any units yet. It was that exact timing window where Voddy's 3rd base just came online. His factories just finished, but none of the things Voddy's invested in actually paid off.
Yeah, very, very true. I mean, the mines you could say maybe a little bit, but he really needed to build that tank count and Valkyrie count up before he could have stood a chance there.
Had he been given like another minute, I feel it's a much more difficult task for Trutacz to break through, but he just doesn't give him the minute. He knows he's playing against Voddy. He knows Voddy's greedy.
But then again, even if he waits a little bit, if he doesn't move out too early, if he gets some more crucial units, then also Trutacz will have even one more upgrade, and Voddy is still on 0-0, so he will be behind 2 or maybe even 3 upgrades if he waits even longer. There were 2 evolution chambers going for Trutacz, so I'm not sure how that build can work. It looks like it has to be a very sharp timing attack, and if that doesn't work, then in the late game the build has no chance anymore. That's how it feels like to me as a Protoss player. I mean, I have no idea about TVZ, but playing without upgrades, I don't think you can play the late game.
Oh, you're playing with tanks. I mean, as a Protoss player, you know what +1 armor does to tank damage. Fuck all.
But still, for the amount of, if I'm being honest, for the amount of Marines that Voddy made there, I don't see any disadvantage in getting a quick +1, at least just to fend off that initial wave of Muta, you know, Zerglings, and then transition into later mech. If like there was an opening even earlier in that game, when the initial Mutas came out, there was no medic on the field. You know, yes, there was a Valkyrie, but you put yourself in a position where you need to get a lot of work done with that initial, you know, 1, 2, 3 Valkyries defending. And I mean, it honestly almost feels like you're protecting the Marines with the Valkyries at that point instead of vice versa.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the ranged stimulus Marines with no medics, they're just pretending to be effective. They're hoping that the opponent thinks you're doing a normal build. Because a normal Terran at that point, the Marines actually, you can respect them a little bit. +1, if it isn't done, it's going to be close. There's going to be medics, they're going to have stim already, range is going to be mostly done. However, Voddy's just pretending. And having your Marine army be a bluff doesn't work if you play the same guy using the same build all the time.
Yeah.
He knows. He knows that he doesn't need to respect those Marines. And we saw that the Muta just didn't respect the Marines. They killed a bunch of Marines, they killed some turrets. Trutacz got a lot done because he wasn't respecting Voddy's army, because Voddy didn't have an army. Voddy had like a cardboard cutout of an army.
And we see another cancelled extractor trick in the main from Trutacz. This is, I guess, really kind of a signature of his.
Well, this map you can also do a BBS in the middle, like Silphid.
I see.
It's got some buildable terrain right there in the center.
Yeah, Demonio is all kind of a unique map for this matchup. I feel, you know, as I'm sure, you know, both you, MasterRey and Kwark, feel that this is a map that can be very difficult for Terran to take a third, even Protoss. So I don't know about opening mech on this map. If I'm Voddy, I feel like mech is more reserved for maps where there is a very easy to exploit third gas space. This could be difficult.
Do we think he's going to make an adaptation, or do we think it's just Voddy doing Voddy things?
I think it's going to be Voddy doing Voddy things. I think, you know, he seems obviously very comfortable with this Valkyrie opener. I think he might try to go.
Oh, I'm worried about that STV. 10 hit points. 10 hit points on the STV. Okay,
yeah, I
he's
mean,
repairing
look
it.
at all the lost mining. Yeah. This drone is just so annoying.
Okay, but the first Marine's being built. Trutacz need to pull the drone back now, or it's going to die. Oh, he knows. He's fine. First Marine's almost finished. Drone goes home. Trutacz is so good at this game.
He really is. Really, really is. He knows how to get a lot of value with just a small, you know, investment. That drone was just, you know, nothing. 50 minerals early on, but it's for so much lost mining time. He's scouted everything out with it. It's going to retreat and get to mine now. Just good stuff here from Trutacz.
Voddy throws down the gas.
Yeah, I think it's Voddy doing Voddy things. I think we're going to see another Valkyrie in this game.
I'm going to take this moment to establish for everybody what Voddy things are. Voddy going for like a combo biomech into Valkyrie. In this matchup is Voddy things. Voddy always scouting with amazing scout timings. At the moment the tech comes out and STV just runs in. That's a Voddy thing. Killing observers in TVP, Voddy thing. These are the Voddy things that we've noted over the event. Taking very quick expansions with no defense, that's a Voddy thing.
Once again, second SCV scout coming out here from Voddy. He's absolutely already clicked on that mineral field in the main.
Yeah, that's how he does it. And this first one's just going to run home, I expect. Oh, no, he's... See, I would have liked if
Over
the
the
first
dive.
one ran home and then while the Lynx were chasing, the second one just cruised on by.
That's got
Right.
20 HP. He still might be able to get out of there. I don't know though. Trutacz. Oh, did he just build something? Never mind.
Yeah, he's two SCVs in the base. And this is body. This is definitely body things. This this determination to scout at any cost. He's already in the base and he's still scouting.
I already see our first adjustment here from Voddy. We see that very quick academy going down inside the main after factory. I like this already.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking last game about how the late medics and the lack of moon range were hurting him, and I feel like maybe, given he had the armory, he could have also opted for speeding up the army and just pumping out like 2 Goliaths. That would have been workable too, but
Yeah.
he's identified that there's a gap in his build. He needs to close it because Trutacz is exploiting it.
We do see
So-
the starport going down. That's absolutely most likely going to mean a very quick Valkyrie once again out of Voddy.
So Trutacz's third gas on this map. What do we think? I think 9 o'clock. It's going to be easier to defend than any other, even though it's close.
You'd take 9 o'clock over 11 o'clock? Or 1 o'clock, rather?
I feel like if you're going for muta map control, having a base close to the opponent's main is kind of nice. But I don't play either side this matchup.
It could be nice, but I mean, if anything, the one thing Voddy's going for is air superiority with this build. I think that would allow him to maybe get snowballed later on. Let's say Voddy somehow does make it to that 6-7 Valkyrie count, and Trutacz is stuck on Mutatech. I mean, being at 9 o'clock probably wouldn't save him.
Yeah, Trutacz agrees with you, and I mean Trutacz is the master, so you're clearly right because Trutacz is
yeah.
says 1 o'clock's the right decision.
Awesome. I got something right. Alrighty.
Okay, yeah, this time Stim's already done. First medic is about to pop. It's second rack. This is. We're not going to see that first Valkyrie done when the muta hit, but the difference in the timing for the Marines and medics and the upgrades on them is a lot. Stim's finished, I believe.
We're also seeing a much quicker Hydralisk Den from Trutacz here, maybe opening up the ability to switch his tech earlier if you want to, if you'd like to anyway.
Oh, killing that missile turret gives him the opportunity to maybe harass the depots a little bit more.
Yeah, and without the Valkyrie, there's no like sustainable damage, just hitting the muta every time they try and punish.
Also, a lot of lost mining time from these SCVs, no turrets at the natural.
And I think what we're seeing is that this build just doesn't really work against Trutacz.
Yeah, there seems to just be a hole.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I think also if you play this build on ladder and the person doesn't know they're playing against Voddy, they don't know Voddy's style, they probably don't just go straight in at the front with the muta the way that Trutacz does. Because the build's only like 20 seconds off. It's not a big hole. It's if you like shark around the natural for a bit, maybe see a turret and back off, that kind of thing with the first like 5 muta. Because you end up with like 5 muta, then there's like 3 more coming a few seconds later, I think, normally is Zerg. If they don't dive straight in, then the gap closes. There's Valkyries, there's upgrades on the Marines, there's 2 medics. It's a different story. But I mean, if you know that the gap is going to exist in the timing, and you just go straight in, I don't see how Voddy defends, because we've seen it this 3 times now on 3 different maps where this build just it has an opening.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just so tough to do, especially against such a skilled Zerg, you know? I mean, like you're saying, your average Zerg probably would not be able to sniff out some type of a weakness, whether that's just recognizing too few of turrets at any specific place, main, natural, production, or, you know, not recognizing Marines don't have range when those first muta pop in, because really Marine range it's so key at defending early muta timings. If you don't have that range, it almost feels like using buildings to stay away from the Marines, and even just hitting splash off of buildings is so much more effective because you're not taking any shots whatsoever from those Marines. It can snowball very quickly.
Yeah, I'm watching the stream as well, and like when you say building to keep away from the Marines, I mean it's brutal. He's just above that like that depot and just picking off the turret, and the Marines aren't in range. They can't fire.
Yep,
It's
absolutely can't fire, and they're taking damage at the same time.
yeah. Also, with only one medic, the moment the first glaive hits a SCV, that medic is getting confused and it's running away. It's...
Maybe instead of investing the minerals into those Marines without range, he should just get like 3 instead of 1 turret at each place, because, well, that's pretty much the same mineral count spent. But then he's a little bit safer. Of course, that will delay his move out timing a little bit more, but at least he doesn't take damage early on. Maybe that would be an option. But I mean, Voddy is doing his things, and we'll see.
Well, he did do an adaptation in that game. He mixed it up a little bit. He tried to see if a faster academy and slower Valkyrie would give him the ability to hold with the Stim Marines, but they still couldn't have range. I think maybe a bunker could have been a adaptation, because I think he does want the fast Valkyrie. The problem is that the fast Valkyrie means that he doesn't have the effective Marines. The Marines don't have the sustainability and the range that they would normally have. So he needs to find a way to patch that, either with turrets, as you were saying, or with a bunker.
I actually really like your idea, Kwark. I think a bunker absolutely might have been able to hold that natural, both against the Zerglings and the Mutalisks as well. It is just a little greedy to not have a bunker in that type of a position, I believe.
Well, he had something like 10 Marines, so maybe if he's not getting the upgrade for the Marines till later, fewer Marines, more bunkers and turrets, just something to just give them what they're missing, which is the longevity and the range.
Yeah, that sustainability, for sure.
Okay, so we have Trutacz at the top right on Dewalt, and Voddy at the bottom right. So they're close positions, and Trutacz gets that first scout. Now, this feels like a body map.
I think that's maybe because it's not a good map for BBS or something like that. He obviously feels a lot more safe playing without that here. But yeah, it kind of does feel like a Voddy map, now that you mention it.
Yeah, it's a map where air control is going to be key. It's a map where you can take a very quick, fast expansion. It's if I were going to give Voddy a map, this might be the one, just because he should be able to lock down his 2 bases reasonably efficiently, get his Valkyries, and then get his push going.
And actually seeing that Overlord from Trutacz, I think he's going to be very happy with the positions for it too. Spawning vertical from each other, it should be much easier to attack with Valkyries from, the later this series goes, just because of how close their mains are from each other.
Yeah, where do we think Trutacz is going to take his third this game?
I think he wants another gas third, so it's probably not going to be that mineral only. I would actually guess top left. I think he's going to take either the main or the natural top left and try to defend from there.
So one thing about taking the main top left is that the creep spread doesn't happen automatically. You can't easily build Suckens at the ramp.
Very
true. The creep
true.
spread only happens automatically on the first base. I was thinking 12 o'clock, because at least 12 o'clock you have that very narrow opening. It's not high ground, but you can at least build some Suckens.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think actually 12 o'clock could be an option. I would say the longer the game goes, the top left main might be a little easier to defend and leads to a built-in fourth gas space, which is the only reason why I'd give that an advantage, as well as it being a little further away from Voddy's main for those Valkyries. But you're very right. It very much could also be just a 12 o'clock expansion.
And we're seeing Voddy with his scouting again. He's still got his 5, and he's preparing for the second one. His SCV's already scouting 12 o'clock. He's looking for a third hatchery. Now, we've seen Trutacz do the exact same opener every game except the one where he scouted the proxy vacs. He likes his third hat in the main, just for a quick 2-hat spy into 3-hat muter. Then he likes to take his 4th. So I'm expecting we're going to see the same thing again. And Lair finishes, and the SCV's in Trutacz's main. This is what I like to see from Voddy. I mean, it's textbook Voddy. It's just he's doing his Voddy thing. He knows the timing, and he just every game like 3:30 on the in-game timer, he just goes, "Okay, time to send my SCV to confirm the spire."
Confirms the spire, confirms the second gas at the natural from Trutacz. That kind of indicates like a later third hatchery most of the time, and earlier muta production. So that's actually another key little thing about that scout as well, which I really like from Voddy.
Okay, so we're back to our game 1 build. We have the late academy, we have the quick starport. Armory's about to go down, I'm expecting. Academy just started. This is the closest air distance he could get. If this didn't work on polypoid cross position, I'm worried. Yeah, okay, there goes the. It's got to be. Oh, that's not an army. That's a depot. Come on, buddy, show me an army.
Remember on game 1 he had no wall and the links streamed into his main during the attack?
Yeah, but
Here
game
he
1
has
still,
the wall.
the muta arrived before there was a medic. There was no stim, there was no range. I'm worried. I feel like the muta rush distance on this map is so much shorter that the issues with the build in previous games are just going to be exaggerated on this one.
Enhanced. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think you're right. There's finally an eBay on the way. Armory, but it's very late. I don't know. He will be able to start up the Valkyrie, but it'll be just one Valkyrie for sure.
Yeah, he's nailing his timings. These are the timings he's going for. They're the timings he used, like two of the last 4 games. The timings he used in game 1 and game 4. The problem is the timings don't work.
Very true.
It's
Muta are done. They are on their way to Voddy's main.
yeah. I mean, his Valkyrie
Medic
started.
tier.
He's got his Marines, but these Marines, they look really dangerous, but they're not. It's the cardboard cutout Marines. It's Voddy's
Okay.
going, look at my Marines. They're so dangerous. You can't attack this. And Trutacz doesn't give a shit. It's just like, yeah, I can. What are they going to do? You haven't even fired at me yet.
Going
They've
down.
got no
Yeah.
range.
They've got no range. They've only got 2 medic. Oh no.
Oh, no turrets here in the natural either, so this is a very bad situation for Voddy again.
Yeah, like the Marines are going to show up, but okay, one Marine shows up, the rest are busy. But like
First
it's
Valkyrie is out. We'll be able to push this off, but he's lost quite a few SCVs already.
yeah, and I mean Trutacz doesn't respect this, but he shouldn't respect this. That's the thing. There's still no range. These Marines, they're just pretending. So, if the Zerg was giving this build respect, then I feel like this could very easily transition to something scary. But right now, it's just not scary. Right now, there's nothing.
Range still hasn't started. It's definitely a mistake. You need to get range right away with a build like this.
But by the way, very fast lurkers this time. Lurk grab rate almost finished. Hydralisks are already on the way. We could see like 3 or 4 lurkers killing the wall of Voddy very soon.
It's a very nice adjustment here, especially, I mean, once again, no bunker at that wall off for Voddy. It's really just taking advantage of an opening again.
Yeah, these Marines are sticking together, but I don't know that it'd be the right decision to split them into 2 groups and try and defend both locations, because I don't feel like they could effectively defend either. And the Muta is still going to work. The Muta is just doing so much damage with the Scourge waiting it here. He knows that the only thing that Voddy can respond with is the Valkyries, and the Valkyries do not have really Marines defending them.
Still no range started for these Marines either. It looks like his Voddy trying to catch the Muta, but that GG is called.
Yeah, he's just not ready for the Mutalists, Ceres.
He should have adjusted that game 5 because A, Trutacz is to kill them the same way all the others, and B, the air distance is so much shorter that you can't get away with hitting the same timings you would on another map. I'm a little disappointed, honestly.
I mean, not to mention, Voddy did all the right steps in order to recognize that was coming, you know? Like, that SCV scout
on the
is
spire.
not easy to do. You hardly ever see an SCV scout get in order to confirm a spire. But he consistently did it. It's just, he would recognize the spire and, you know, didn't quite have either the turrets or the upgrades to really defend it.
Okay, so that is Voddy's last series of the event. He will be in 11th place. However, he has won 14 games. He's coming home with a fair chunk of cash. And Trutacz with the 5-0 is now on 35 points. He's ahead of Bonyth, but Bonyth if Bonyth gets one win against Dewalt, they will tie. And Trutacz could take second. That 5-0, it makes it possible. It's unlikely because Bonyth's really good at PvP, but he's in the running for second. He's possibly shutting Oya out now. Oya he shut out Oya out. Oya can't get 35 points, so Oya definitely can't catch up with Trutacz now. Dandy has 2 series in hand, so Dandy could potentially overtake Trutacz. But Trutacz with 35 wins out of 55 matches, that's pretty good.
That's great. That is very good. I mean, you kind of expect it from Trutacz. He's, such a legend in the scene, such a strong, Zerg player that so many other foreigners try to emulate. He had that's very respectable from him, but I gotta say at the same time, I'm not surprised.
For me, when I started playing StarCraft again like a year ago, so I missed the Trutacz BSL domination years, and I didn't see that much of him in the first few months I was playing StarCraft. So I underrated him, but I mean it's clear that he's if not the best foreign Zerg, then he's up there.
Yep, absolutely.
When I did my predictions, I put Zeke over him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like the Bonyth Dewalt thing. Zeke also such a great player, but just maybe gets a little more notoriety because his mutas are so flashy. They're just so good, It's kind of like Bonyth Reavers. He just makes these freaky, underrated situations work, just through pure skill. But yeah, he's just also a very fun Zerg to watch.
Yeah, I'm glad. One of the things that I'm thankful for this event is that I get to see all these players because I came back to StarCraft watching BSL. I think it was BSL 9, and that was the first StarCraft I'd seen in 10 years. I didn't know who Bonyth was, Dewalt was. So anybody who wasn't in BSL 9, I had no idea what was going on. But now I've seen so many fantastic players.
Yeah, it took me a little bit to catch up too. I didn't really get into Remastered until the 20th anniversary event, and then even then probably took a break for about 6 months and really started watching the foreign events and BSLs and things again. And I mean, Bonyth's just been such a dominant force, as well as Ziki, Eon Zerg, Oya. There's just so many great players that continued to kind of surprised me coming back into the scene.
Let's see if I can update the wiki. I think I've worked out how the syntax works.
But do you have the permissions to get it checked?
I'm a Team Liquid mod, I can do what I like.
Okay, nice.
Nice. Kwark just flexing over here.
Yeah. I'm not even going to show preview, I'm just going to submit changes, see what it looks like.
Alright guys, our next live match is between Bonyth and Dewalt. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. Thank the casters once again. Bonyth is putting his baby girl to sleep and getting ready for the live match. I want to thank Dewalt for staying awake past 2 a.m. his time. He's in Siberia. We really do appreciate these two gentlemen playing a live match for us. It's one of the biggest matches.
Match of the century. This is gonna be epic for sure.
It's cool how people say that, and it must have to do with the players, because a lot of people don't like mirror matches, let alone PvPs, I'm guessing.
People who don't like PvP are wrong. And I think it's probably quite common for players who don't play a race not to care about the mirror match. I think that's not unreasonable. I watch TVT and I don't give a fuck. It's but PvP, there is a lot of depth to it. There's a lot of nuance. There's a lot of opportunity for players to make really smart strategic decisions, to do really good reads on their opponents, to do great micro. I think that PvP is an underrated matchup.
I mean, more to just the matchup is these two individuals. You know, like you said, you got the Dewalt, who's the Siberian juggernaut. You got Bonyth, who's consistently like the BSL king from Poland. You got the number 1 and number 2 guys going up against each other head to head in a mirror matchup. It's, you know, this is going to be amazing.
Yeah, and we have seen these two players in a show match. When was it? It was end of January, and Bonyth took it 5-4. So that was a 9-game show match, very close. Do you know if they have played afterwards against each other?
Well, BSL final comes to mind. So not BSL final, but BSL quarterfinal.
Yeah, okay. And
Bonyth took that one in, right? Very dominating form. There was one game on Demonio Azul where Dewalt had the build order counter, and Bonyth just demolished him with. He like beat more Dragoons and 2 Reavers with fewer Dragoons, 1 Reaver and a Shuttle. And you look at it and it's like, I don't even know how that. What just happened? You right before the fight starts, you're like, okay, so yeah, Bonyth has just been build order countered. He's doing this attack, but the attack's going to fail, and then he's going to be 1 base against 2. He's going to lose, and then he just kills all the Dragoons with the Reaver.
Bonyth doing Bonyth things. That's definitely Bonyth things. Like, his Reaver stands out, you know, compared with any other foreigner. You know, I can't even necessarily say that I think he'd be the favorite against Dewalt right now, but I could tell you he's got the better Reaver control in this PvP. You know?
Yeah, it's he makes it look easy too. Like Bonyth, how do you? I'm finding I'm losing a lot in PvP. Like, what's the trick? And he goes, oh yeah, just if the scabs don't hit anything, then it's easy, and you just got to make sure your scabs kill like 2 Dragoons per scab. It's like, okay, but how? How do I do that, Bonyth?
Exactly. I mean, it's just his positioning. Like, his positioning, bar none, with his units, and like knowing where the opponent could have which units is really just at another level. You see it with his carrier control too. There's a reason why his carrier control stands out late game PvT.
Okay, so for viewers present, future, who don't know who Dewalt and Bonyth are, can we sort of give a recap of their standing within the foreign scene and maybe some of the results in recent tournaments, including against each other?
I think Dewalt's the best non-Korean player there's ever been. I mean, you could say that like at certain points there were really good foreigners, but you have to go back to, I don't know, like Legionnaire, that kind of era, to get somebody who was comparably close to the Koreans. Like Elki. Okay, if you go back far enough, there were people, but I feel like he's closer to the Korean level than Draco or Noni or Idra ever were.
What about Bonyth? Just not to leave him out of your analysis, just to contextualize both of these players. He's a close
Bonyth,
second to you?
He's
like the foreigner killer. I don't
He's
know.
my number 1 because I use tournament standings as a metric for determining who's the best. So Bonyth, for people who don't know, he's won 4 BSL championships in a row, and those are the hardest and most international ones. And he won Russian Cyber Games 2019 first place. Russian Games 2020 he won 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken. Dewalt has won 1st place in Russian Cyber Games 2020. I think that is his major achievement. Am I missing something, guys?
I think if we imagine a world in which Bonyth doesn't exist, Dewalt is like the absolute king of the foreign scene, bar none. He's like he's just on a different level. The only thing that makes Dewalt not like the foreign bourgeois is that Bonyth exists.
Do you guys think that Dewalt's PVZ and PVT is better than Bonyth's PVZ and PVT?
I think the results show it. If we look at this event, Dewalt against Voddy 5-0, Dewalt against Dandy 5-0, Dewalt against Koss 5-0, Dewalt against Zeki 5-0, Dewalt against Dragon, oh he lost a game, Dewalt against Kogut 5-0, Dewalt against Oya, that's a PvP 3-2, Dewalt against Trutacz 5-0, Dewalt against Striker 4-1. It's
Machine, MasterRey, what do you guys think?
I'd agree. I think the matchup that really they seem to separate in would be the PvZ. You don't see Dewalt drop series to other like very top foreign Zergs as much as you do with Bonyth, who
That's his
will
weakest
lose a
matchup, you're
series
saying?
to Trutacz. Yes, I would say yes, it's his weakest matchup, whereas Dewalt still very much thrives in that matchup.
MasterRey, what do you think?
Yeah, I think we have like the battle of the currently skill-wise probably best player in Dewalt against the currently most successful player in tournament results in Bonyth. So this will be a super nice game. And I've looked up the head-to-head results, the big matches they had in the past 1 or 2 years. So BSL 10, it was Bonyth defeating Dewalt 4-2. BSL 11, we saw Bonyth defeating Dewalt 3-0, so we have 4-2 and 3-0 for Bonyth. And then the battle for IR show match, Bonyth also defeated Dewalt 5-4. So all the 3 big matches these 2 players had against each other, Bonyth took it every single time. So
yeah, Bonyth PvP is on a different level. I had the opportunity.
Nice.
I had the opportunity to do a lot of practice with Bonyth my last BSL one as well, and one of the things that we were just trying to get down was like the various different Dragoon Zealot timings on BSL maps and like which attacks work against which attacks. And the problem is that when we reverse the position, he would still win. Like I would do the timing attack to him and he'd hold it, and then he'd do the timing attack to me and just kill me. And it's this is even when it's a build order win, I didn't win. That's his micro. It's
So here's an interesting question for me. Maybe you guys can help me understand. Say in a hypothetical situation, Dewalt's PvZ and PvT is better than Bonyth's. I don't believe that, but say that's true. But Dewalt loses PvP against Bonyth. How do you determine who's the better player?
You don't, because it's not a. It doesn't work that way. There are different metrics.
But
If you have 2 cars and one of them accelerates faster, so it's going faster on a quarter mile, but the other one has a higher top speed, which is the faster car. It depends on how you measure. It's
with a league though, or an event like this, I think you always got to measure it on the head-to-head. It should be the metric that matters, you know.
So even if, when you say head-to-head, you mean against each other?
Oh yeah.
So even if Dewalt has a higher standing than Bonyth, which goes against the grain of what our series is about. It's really about having the highest win rate ratio. But like in your case, you would say if Bonyth beats Dewalt in a hypothetical situation, he is actually considered the best of the best, even if Dewalt has the highest win rate ratio.
No, actually, after thinking that through, I kind of disagree with that a little bit. But
I think some people might actually say that's the truth.
I'll tell you, Bonyth will feel like he's the better player after the event if he beats Dewalt. But yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one to call.
Not all matches are equal. There's like just logging on and playing a ladder and how good you are, and then there's tournament. Because one other thing about Bonyth is that he will turn out for tournaments. Like since BSL, he's not been playing so much just because he's got other commitments in his life. He doesn't need to. But when he was playing BSL, it was a different Bonyth we were seeing. The amount of practice he was putting in, the amount of the way he was modifying his play to not be so reliant on just a few of his habits. Instead, he was playing a much cleaner game. So I think also, if you just threw both of them in a room and said play each other, Dewalt probably has a better chance than if you say, okay, each who has like 3 weeks to practice, then you're playing for $10,000. The Bonyth you're going to see in that game is going to be completely different.
How big is the rivalry between these 2 guys, you think?
I couldn't say. I mean, I don't feel like Bonyth is the kind of person who has rivals.
Yeah, I
Bonyth is
kind of
just
feel the
chilling.
same.
He's having fun.
Yeah, he's just doing Bonyth things, and I mean, even same with Dewalt at the moment. You know, I don't think they'd really consider each other rivals. I mean, we obviously expect to see some pretty incredible games here, but yeah, they're just. I think they both know that they're expecting a pretty tough match against each other, and definitely, respect the hell out of each other. So that's just my thoughts.
MasterRey, what do you think? They hate each other's guts? They want that number 1 spot?
No, for sure. They don't hate each other, but also for sure they want that number 1 spot. They are both very, how do you say that? I don't know the English word. Sorry. Like they really want to win, but they don't dislike the other person. I think if one of them just plays a better game, executes the strategies a little bit better, and the other player recognizes that, I think he's not mad that he lost. He just thinks, okay, the better player won, and that's fine. But I think they both really just want to do their best and win it that way. I don't think they hate each other.
And just to point this out, Dewalt belongs to a team called IRK, and Bonyth belongs to a team called Seoul. And these are the 2 best teams in StarCraft Remastered. Is that right? So there's that also, that clan war aspect of it.
Oh yeah, you want to do it for your team. Yeah, they're easily, I'd say, the 2 top foreign teams at the moment, and have been for quite some time. So, yeah, there's definitely some respect on the line here to be given. But yeah, they're I'm sure they're rivals in that sense as well. But I kind of, to what MasterRey was saying, they both just personally want to play their own best games just for themselves. I think they'd be satisfied, win or lose, as long as they're able to, execute their builds cleanly and give everybody a good show.
My suspicion has been Dewalt's name is thrown around a lot, and he is top 2, at least in my book. I can't put one ahead the other, but my sense is that maybe Bonyth feels like, what do I have to do to convince you guys all that I'm the best? How many titles do I have to obtain
He
besides
can get 2700
4
MMR. If he wants to go get 2700 MMR against Koreans, then
let's also congratulate Dewalt. He got 2700 MMR. Big shout out to Rustbrain, who represents Esport Fund, major sponsor of everything Brood War related, also sponsors Flash. Rustbrain offered $1,000 to any BSL contestant who obtains 2700 MMR during the latter qualification stage of BSL, and Dewalt recently obtained, I think, 2722. Is that the highest that any foreigner has achieved?
Yeah, it's highest I can think of. Yeah.
I mean, who would have bested that ever?
He's also in Siberia, and would you say he actually matches up against Koreans more often than
Yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
other Europeans?
Yeah.
Or is that a controversial claim?
No, it's not going to be controversial. That's how the ladder works, and also time zone plays a well. It's Dewalt plays at a time zone that's more likely to hit Koreans. If you're playing like Euro evening, you're never going to hit Koreans because the Koreans you're hitting are going to be it's going to be like 4 a.m. It's even if if you're playing NA time zone, like I do, you're hitting like Koreans at like 9 a.m., 10 a.m. You're not seeing that many of them. It's the time zone makes a big deal, and also just the distance makes a big deal.
Someone in the chat says, I think they need each other because they motivate each other. So it's good that they're both sort of at the top, and that's a nice point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I bet Bonyth has contributed quite a lot to Dewalt's own improvement. Having someone to go head to head with to, kind of prove the haters wrong, and maybe say, no, you know what, I'm the new foreign hope. I'm sure there's absolutely some drive and motivation back and forth between these two players. But yeah, I mean, competition breeds, skill, especially skill on the level of these two guys.
I'm quite excited to see which build we see from Bonyth because he's got some very cool timings. Like I'm going to go ahead and spoil some of these matches ahead of time. Either on Silphid or Demonio Azul, the standard like PvP build is 1 gate Robo, 3 gate Observer. Because it's a flat map, you get a shit ton of Dragoons out, you get the Observer because you have to have one. And then that will just overwhelm like certain 2 gate Reaver expand timings. However, if you go a second gateway on 22, you can actually do a timing push where you have 1 more Dragoon at their natural than they have. So you beat 3 gate Goon with 2 gate Goon. Because you force a fight where you have 1 more Dragoon than they have, and then it snowballs from there. And then you get on top of the gateways and kill the Dragoons as they come out. And it's such a weird thing, because they have 3 gateways done and producing Goons when you attack. But their first cycle hasn't hit. They've got like 6 Dragoons from 1 gateway, plus 3 building, and you have 7 Dragoons. But like Bonyth will do that.
Very thin timing. Like that's a small hole.
But he'll do that to you. That's the thing, and he'll do that and he'll win the game, and it's such a Bonyth thing to do. That's like a 15-second window where if you have perfect micro, you can kill the counter build. And he'll just nail it.
And it works because the other player, the 3-gate player, is getting that robotics to get the Observer against the DTs. So he's on 1 gate for a long time in the beginning, so he doesn't have the same production until those 3 gates finish, but they don't matter because they take hits before that. So my prediction will be that Dewalt maybe actually goes 3 gates and skips the robotics altogether, because he knows Bonyth is very open to that 2 gates timing build.
I'd be impressed if he does. I mean, Bonyth builds are kind of predictable is the thing, but also like 1 gate Robo, 3 gate Obs is the correct way to play a flat map. So if Dewalt starts playing incorrectly because of Bonyth, I don't know. I feel like I'd like it, but it's not the most Dewalt thing to do.
All right, guys, Bonyth is in the house. Dewalt is in the house. We're going to get right into it. Here's the promo video. Let's hype it up.
Terror series, which was a really weird series, then that means that Dewalt has dropped 4 games in 45. Just for like perspective, he's playing the top foreigners and he's got a higher than 90% win rate against them. That Terror series was something was off that series.
Yeah, that was a very unexpected result. Terror coming in and defeating Dewalt 5-0 very convincingly. You know, we all have those days. I can tell you I do.
Well, also 5-0 doesn't reflect it completely. There were some close games in there. There were.
Yes.
And he also just kept trying DTs, and the DTs didn't seem to work. I feel like Dewalt Terror, there's one of them's always going to be not on their time zone when they're playing, just because they're on opposite sides of the world. The lag is always going to be as bad as it can be, because it's South America plus it's just opposite sides of the world.
Yeah, very true. Unfortunately, it kind of changes the game too, for especially both players being such control-intensive players, it'd be cool to see what happens if they met up at a LAN.
Here we go, guys. Bonyth versus Dewalt, 5 whole games. Are you ready?
Let's get
I'm
into
ready.
it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go.
Okay, we have Bonyth as the grey Protoss at the top left on Polypoid versus Dewalt as the blue Protoss bottom right. And the first thing I'm going to note is cross position. Now, the 2-gate that Bonyth sometimes like to use is very bad cross position.
Yeah, I was
It's-
thinking the same thing.
It's not what he's going to want to do, but and he doesn't always do it on Polypoid for that reason. But sometimes he does it on Polypoid for the like it's so bad it's good reason, which is could backfire in this situation.
Yeah, it absolutely could. I mean, that travel distance between main to main here, I mean, that's really why you can't put any kind of serious pressure on with a 2-gate. I don't know. I wonder if they both could end up just going 1-gate as well. I think that could be likely.
Yeah, 1-gate standard PvP, going 1-gate safety zealot core into Robo. 2-gate or 1-gate is like the first real question that you have. So 2-gate, 1-gate Robo, 2nd gate, or a 1-gate Robo expand is the first real question. And Bonyth going for the earlier scout. Now, he doesn't need to be scouting this early. Dewalt is, strictly speaking, correct here if you talk about how the pros do it. Bonyth is scouting early. He might get the probe in whereas Dewalt doesn't, but it doesn't make a huge difference in this matchup to scout this early because the opening builds are just so safe.
We maybe see a 2nd gateway going down.
Yeah, there we do. Okay.
On it. So in this case, it would be a little more pertinent to scout because he's obviously going to need to know which base to pressure. But yeah, this could end up backfiring as you mentioned.
Yeah, I do this opening on Polypoid on Lad at the moment, and I go 2-gate. I normally scout on 12, but the earlier scout is actually going to help him because it's going to let him bail out of his build more quickly. I'm hoping he's going to bail out from the build. It's because
bail out, you just cancel zealot production a little quicker, and then
yeah, you
start
just cancel
gas?
zealot. You put down your gas immediately, and you cancel zealot production.
Got it,
It's
got it.
bad because your Robo is going to be late in theirs, your Dragoon is going to be late in theirs, you forfeit map control. But you're still mining the same amount of minerals, you can still play it. The
What
issue
about
he's going to... So go ahead.
What about the 3 zealots into expansion with cannons play? That could work on cross position, especially because if Dewalt wants to punish the expansion and arrive with goons before the cannons are up, it might not work out for Dewalt because it's a longer distance, so the cannons will finish. Could that
So
be a
normally
play?
I'd say Proxy Robo beats it, but Dewalt isn't going to see it early enough. If Dewalt had scouted on like 13, then I would say that build isn't going to work. Dewalt with no scouting information, it's a different story. I think you've actually made a that's a smart option that Bonyth could use.
Yeah, that does seem like it could kind of work.
And
Cannons seem
Bonyth
a
saw
little
the scout probe
flimsy.
timing as well. Bonyth saw that probe leave, which means he knows that it's not he's not going to get scouted super early. But he is just sticking with the 3 zealots. And Dewalt, we saw him go up to 16 out of 17. Dewalt is building the safety zealot. With the safety zealot, he should be completely fine. The Dragoon will come out and it will intercept the zealots coming in, get a lot of damage down. The zealot and Dragoon will meet up on the ramp and just keep the zealots out, and then the second Dragoon will be done so fast because it's cross map that Bonyth will get nothing done.
So Bonyth just kind of sitting on that ramp with those zealots. Oh, he actually is.
You
gonna
send
go
them out
down.
together because otherwise the first one takes some free damage against the Dragoon. The
Oh,
Dragoon's
okay.
always ready before the zealots get there, so you want to send them together because that makes the damage that the Dragoon does less impactful.
I mean, the saving grace with this late scout from Dewalt is, I mean, hopefully
missed
Bonyth can kind of catch him off guard and might be able to target a few probes.
Now, look at
down.
that Dragoon. Dewalt knows. Dewalt knows that this Dragoon has to be out of the map to get that damage done as they run in. I mean, he knows what Bonyth's doing. Even before he scouts it, the Dragoon was already on the move because he's playing Bonyth, and this is what Bonyth likes to do on this map.
Do you think the pylons are giving that away, almost like he's too invested?
I think Dewalt would have always done this. Now, we're having some latency issues clearly here because he's taking a lot of damage on that Dragoon. The Zealot not being here is an issue too. He could have actually held this vamp forever with the Zealot, but he doesn't have it here. Now Bonyth's just trying to get what he can done. But he's killing no probes. And that is an issue for him because... oh, shit, he got a Dragoon.
With that probe.
Oh, almost a second. Oh my god.
Okay, that never should have happened, ever. That is really unexpected that he kills 2 Dragoons. And probe... Okay, he does not kill a probe.
Oh. That one.
I think he got one. And also the pylon...
I thought that was Bonyth's probe tonight. Sorry, Bonyth's probe went home. Okay, yeah, he did get one.
Yeah, and also the pylon in the main stayed up for a very long time because the Dragoons died, so the pylon stays up longer.
Well,
so
killing the
overall,
Dragoons
very successful.
Yeah, that was hugely successful. Killing the Dragoons is by itself enough damage because the Dragoons are like 300 minerals apiece. Or so, the 250 are 100 between them against 300 minerals on the Zealot. So that by itself is enough damage. It's surprising to me that the Zealot wasn't pulled because with the first Dragoon seeing them that far out, with the second Dragoon almost finished, he could have had first Dragoon harassing them, second Dragoon and Zealot side by side on the ramp. That's
because
like,
the Zealot was attacking the mana pylons. There were 2 mana pylons.
He should have abandoned the mana pylons because he's down 2 Dragoons because of it.
Yeah,
so now we see Bonyth doing the doing a Citadel follow-up, and Dewalt is doing the Robo at the ramp. The Robo at the ramp is the correct follow-up play here. He can get his Observer out in time. He can take a slow Reaver expand. And I feel like Dewalt has a strong read here because he did not get his range. He stopped Dragoon production. He pulled his probes off gas during that attack, which means he's low on gas. And low on gas means that he's in this weird position where he has to choose how he's going to allocate it. And he's allocated every bit of gas he has to that observatory. That's a really weird choice unless you have a strong read, and he has that read.
Yeah, it's a surprising read for me. I'm not sure what he saw, especially losing those 2 Dragoons early. You think this would be where you might want to, most players would want to take a risk, if anything, but he's opted, for just that quick robo, and it seems to make sense here.
Yeah, it's risky in a way in that if the opponent isn't going quick DT, it's bad, but it's because with no Dragoon range, you have no map control. There's a reason that Dewalt's just sitting inside his base and the Bonyth isn't, and it's because they each have 2 Gate Goon, but one of them has no Dragoon range. But he's got that read. Like I said, for some reason Dewalt is certain that this is going to be DT expand, and he's not wrong.
But I think if you really know that it's DT, you're not actually making that many units anymore, and you're just getting some units to defend the DT and get an expansion. Okay, but he's doing that now, so he's going for a quick expansion as well, before even seeing the DT, so that's indeed a nice read.
Yeah, for some reason I was thinking Dewalt was going to pressure with a early Reaver and then the 2-gate pressure, but it looks like he is going to expand.
And Bonyth sees that Observer blur. That's good. Because he can basically confirm Dewalt's opening with this. I'm surprised he's sticking with the cannons. I guess maybe it's not worth refunding them, but he, with his Dragoons moving under the blur, I'm sure he saw it. Because one of the things you do in PvP when you're trying to work out their build is you just watch for the blur.
Well, what can you hope to get done with these DTs, knowing that your opponent went Observer?
Not much. He's just going to throw some light pressure on. Now, Dewalt I don't think has range, but he does have that Reaver. So he should be able to do something if the Reaver's in position.
Whoa,
if the Observer's in position. Yeah, I mean, Bonyth is just killing some units with me. Oh, Reaver,
the Reaver's not shooting! No! The Reaver! It's not shooting!
Where are the Scarabs? Did it not have any Scarabs?
They didn't have any Scarabs, I don't think.
I wish Arx had clicked on it. I might have to watch that replay, because that was like the worst map error ever, where the Reaver is just confused by the direction. Oh, there's a shadow building. Oh, this is a disaster for Dewalt. He's got no Dragoon range. He's up against Bonyth micro Dragoons, and his Reaver died. This is like game-ending damage. Look at the supply difference. Dewalt was that up in supply before this started. This was 4 Dragoons and 2 DTs against like 5 Dragoons and a Reaver. And somehow Bonyth is getting away with killing a bunch of probes and also 2 Dragoons. And the range difference is really good for the micro, but the range difference can't explain that. That was the Reaver was something was going on there. So Dewalt's going all in on a DT drop by the look of it. He's got a shuttle. He's got archives coming quickly. And do we have a robo coming from Bonyth?
I don't see one actually.
If you built a robo, yeah, it's going to say if you built a robo, it would be at his natural because that's where the cannons are. Every Protoss player out there who's done like a DT expand into a robo has lost because they built their robo in their main and then the DT got dropped in the main. The robo is always where the cannons are because that's the one place where you won't lose it. But it looks like Bonyth's going to be completely fine. He's got his +1 starter. He's going to 5 gates. He's got more economy. He's got Storm done. He's got... I mean, I could spend the rest of this game listing Bonyth's advantages, but it won't go that long. Bonyth will close this out before I'm done listing the ways in which he's going to close it out.
How
this is
important
fantastic.
+1 PvP?
So because Dragoons are so buggy and they get in each other's way a lot, then it actually matters more than you'd think, just because even though it's only a 10% damage increase, you have so few Dragoons ever attacking at any given time that it's...
I see.
Okay, I love that Dark Archon choice. He knows that when the big fight happens, Bonyth's going to have rushed some High Templar, he's going to have some high energy High Templar out there. This is a blind counter, but it's correct. He's not going for the DT drop. I would have gone for the DT drop here, but it wouldn't have worked, is the thing. This is Dewalt playing better than me. I thought DT drop, but this is a much smarter decision.
Huh. I can't say I've seen this too often PvP.
It's because you don't often end up in this situation. At high-level PvP, the DT expand isn't that common. However, this is a good counterplay to it because you know they're defending with High Templar. You know that you have Reavers and they have Storm. And Dark Archon with feedback is just so effective.
Somehow Dewalt only down by 7 supply. That's kind of surprising given what's happened so far this game.
Yeah, there's a lot of advantages we're not seeing though. Like the quick +1, the Storm, presumably Zealot legs. There's a lot of expensive Protoss tech that Bonyth has unlocked during this time that Dewalt hasn't. Dewalt is on Reaver, and Reavers are good, but he's kind of behind in the tech in that regard. Reaver is like a early mid-game tech. Bonyth is in the late mid-game.
The rest of the minerals or the resources overall for Bonyth go straight into mass gateways and mass units, while Dewalt still has to get all the tech, so he will grow much slower in supplies through the mid-game.
If he can get feedback on these, his observer should be further out. He's not going to see these coming in, I think. If he gets feedback on the High Templar, this fight goes very badly for Bonyth. There's 2 Reavers there. Come on, Ox, show us. Oh, okay, he takes Storms only on one of them. That observer was too far back. He should have seen that coming in and gotten both of them. Even so, with the Reavers there and no Storms, Bonyth has to pull back.
Nice hold there from Dewalt. I wasn't sure, but I thought maybe the game could have been ended there.
With 2 Reavers that far back, it's really difficult to end PvP when you break into a natural. It's like TVT in that regard. You don't actually have a good way to bring your damage against their dealing units. You get ahead by like pressuring and expanding, which is exactly what Bonyth's doing. He's just taking a mineral only behind this.
We're finally in third base territory PvP. I feel like you know, it's few and far between how often you get to see third bases in a PvP.
And Dewalt looking to end it. We are on what, 3, 4, 5, 8 gates. So
Bonyth made a Dark Archon of his own.
Did he now?
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
I did not see that. You're right, he did.
Yeah, that's very unique. This is a pretty cool game, actually.
I don't know what that's for, because Dewalt doesn't have anything with energy. So the only thing it could really be for is Maelstrom or Mind Control, and I don't see why he'd be doing either of those.
Maybe to mind control that shuttle with the Reaver in it, but that does end up falling from Dewalt.
Dewalt taking 6 o'clock, interesting. So what this means is that he recognizes that taking Bonyth's high ground is going to be an absolute nightmare, which in PvP, like Mass Dragoon fights, busting up into high ground is fucking awful. So he's not going to try and end it now. He's going to try and take his own expansion for recovery. However, his has gas. Now, the mineral-only expansion in PvP just gets you Zealots. Nothing but Zealots. You're already building as many gas units as you can, so every extra mineral you get doesn't get you an extra Dragoon. Doesn't get you an extra High Templar.
Could it, like, lead into a quicker 4th?
It gets you map control, kind of, but it depends on the opponent's unit comp. if the opponent recognizes that you've gone for the mineral only, what they should do is take a gas, or if they can't take a gas, increase their Reaver count, make Archons, and choose their fights more carefully. Because mass speed lock with a huge flank is devastating. Mass speed lock running into a choke is worthless. So I love what he's done here with those pylons at 6 o'clock. We're taking the 6 o'clock base. Bonyth's supply is going to go through the roof as these minerals kick in, but they're going to be Zealots, and Zealots against Splash are not good units. I'm liking Dewalt's comp. As I said, Bonyth's jumped up 20 supply. Like in the few seconds since I said Bonyth's supply was going to jump, it jumped 20 supply. But Dewalt's comp is good against this.
It really is.
He needs to split those Reavers though. If the Reavers get covered in storms, that's going to go very badly. Or if that's a mind control in the Dark On.
Feedback on the Dark Archon. That's so funny. Oh my gosh.
Does he get one High Templar? Does he get another one? The Reavers are
Looks like
not
it's too
split
far
up.
back. 2 more Templar coming in here though. There will be some storms.
Yeah, this is what we were worried about with the Reavers, that they were going to be too close together and both were going to get stormed. And it's happened exactly that way, but the high ground kicked in now. I mean, Dewalt's done it. He's held that very successfully. That was the fight he was looking for.
That was absolutely the fight he was looking for.
Reavers are all dead, so Bonyth's next wave of speed locks could take map control for him, but that fight was awful for Bonyth.
We see Dewalt up 40 supply now. I honestly think that feedback on Bonyth's Dark Archon was a very big play. I mean, that really set up him being able to tear into those Templar lines, not lose his own Templars, or get his Reavers mind controlled. That was pretty neat.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch this replay because I think Bonyth might have gone for mind control there, which would be a very like. I mean, I know what he's trying to do, but I don't know that's ever going to work. Because I look at that and I think, okay, well, what does the Dark Archon kill? And the only thing it kills is mind controls the Reaver or Shadow with 2 Reavers in it. If it could hit that, that would have ended the game in Bonyth's favor immediately. But that's an ambitious play.
I think the Dark Archon for Bonyth was for feedbacking Devolt's Dark Archon, so the High Templars of Bonyth can storm.
Yeah, that's also a possibility. Yeah,
I think that's why he did it.
Because Maelstrom doesn't work on Goons, Shuttles, Reavers, Probes. Maelstrom only works on Zealots in this matchup. But now Bonyth's up a gas. His unit comp is just going to get so much better. He's got the double forge running. That's because he's on free gas, and it's going to be Archons plus gas units against like Mass Zealot. If you look, I mean, look at Bonyth's gateways. We're seeing it now. That's Bonyth's mineral only, but the mineral only isn't. The minerals are nice, but they don't want to. Oh, he's got some Dark Archons there, so he's got some High Templar there. Only one storm.
I'm a little surprised Dewalt backed out there.
I don't think he knows how far ahead he is. But also he doesn't need that fight, is the other thing. He's Dewalt is on 2 forge, I think Bonyth's on 1 forge. Dewalt has that much quicker third gas. Dewalt was already ahead on map control. Dewalt's going to play this out. He's just going to take his time, I think. Can we see Bonyth's forge count, Ox? Yeah, just the 1. That is also going to be something that will amplify the non-impact of the Zealot, because of the units that armor is good against in this matchup, Zealots is basically the entire list.
I see.
Dragoons do like 20 damage, so -1 doesn't do much. Reavers do like 100 damage. Zealots do 2 times 8, so 1 armor there is actually huge. We're seeing a Reaver drop at 9 o'clock that we're missing.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I was going to say, is there any reason why we don't see Reaver with the army?
That Zealot on the ramp is really cool, because he's just walling the ramp. The dude can't get in. You just do this forever.
Oh, that's so cute. He's just buying this Reaver
stylish.
all the time.
Yeah, he's going to finish off the cannons. Second, okay, he's overstayed his welcome here. But
it looks like he feels comfortable enough to just move up this ramp.
yeah, that pylon wall is doing a lot of work, but I mean, he's still going to kill the cannons. He's still going to delay the mining on that base. And that mining on that base, that is Bonyth's gas. The unit comp is so bad for Bonyth. Look at these Zealots.
Huge storm.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice storm.
Big storms there from Dewalt. He's just pulled Bonyth.
Where are the Archons though? Okay, this is bad for Dewalt. Where's the his army got really out of formation. His Reaver died, his Archon was like ran off by itself, and then the Zealot just got onto the goons. Okay, here come the Archons. but like Bonyth's Zealots are getting way more done than they should be. Because Dewalt's Archons are not showing up for work.
Yeah, he seemed to get a little split at the bottom of that 9 o'clock ramp, actually, I think is what happened. Units were still kind of engaging those pylons and didn't pull back to meet the army in time.
Yeah, because we saw that Bonyth was basically pure Zealot there. And, I mean, the Storms did a lot of work, but the Archons and Vivas should have been there as well. Here comes another wave of Zealot. Dewalt with the armor, though. I think Dewalt's just going to clean this up, honestly. Look at the supply. Dewalt's macro's going to be able to take it from here. And Bonyth never got that fourth base, that third gas up and running. This is a gas-intensive matchup. It's not like quite as bad as DBZ, but it's... If you're forced to go Mass Zealot, and your opponent knows you're forced to go Mass Zealot, it can go badly for you.
Yeah, it absolutely can. So many like gas-heavy units are just favorable PvP. Having Storms, Archons, Reaver, you know, they're all very expensive, gas-intensive.
Yeah. It's one of the things that's very different also at like S rank compared to like B rank. Because B rank, Mass Zealot's beautiful. You just run over them.
Yeah,
but if S rank, if your opponent knows you're going Mass Zealot, then there will be Reavers, there will be Archons.
Bonyth's somehow holding the space though. Pretty impressed. But Dewalt obviously still has that 5th coming online here shortly. Looks to be taking bottom left. He's just taking his advantages in the macro. He can kind of afford to throw some units away at this point.
And again, these Zealots, their effectiveness is just going down because the Zealots, they are the things that you get the armor to counter, and Dewalt has the armor. It's Bonyth is going Zealots because he has to, but Dewalt's got +2 armor coming.
And I'm surprised we don't see more Archons actually out of Bonyth here. He seems to be very just Dragoon heavy. Is that intentional?
It's because he's only just getting his 3rd gas online. He would like Archons, but he'd like Archons, but at the same time he has to be getting Observers, Upgrades, Dragoon. There's only so much you can do. He's got to spend those minerals, and Dragoon's a good way to spend them. And your unit comp in PvP really does depend a lot on where you take your 3rd. Had Bonyth taken his 3rd at like 12 o'clock, this would be quite a different game, I think.
See Reaver's moving into 9 o'clock. He scouted that out and then just backed up with the Dragoons a little bit. I was kind of surprised by that.
I'm surprised by how much Dewalt's getting done with a slow shuttle. Because Dewalt is like a player who you associate with the robo units, the Viva harass, the micro, but he's doing this whole game with a slow shuttle and it's working. And Dewalt's had enough by the look of it. He just sees it the high ground. Yeah, straight up onto the high ground. He says, okay, you know what? If we're going to take a fight, we're going to take it this way.
All of those probes getting stormed. He's in a very good position. Some of the units are split.
Yeah, Dewalt's going to hold this. But Bonyth's going to hold this, but Dewalt's going to get his army out alive, and he's going to kill the Nexus. He's killed so many probes. PvP's so difficult to close out. You do this. You get into a situation where you're like, okay, well, I can't kill your army, but I can make it so that my next army could also not kill your army, but do even more damage.
Yeah, he's just taking those econ advantages. He's just kind of stabbing them real quick and then backing off.
Yeah, it's weird because anytime there's your opponent's buildings are nearby, your army just gets so out of formation PvP. Like if you're attacking near a Nexus, your Zealots will just all run at the Nexus. If there's a pylon nearby, your Dragoons are all about that pylon.
Yeah.
Protoss units are stupid.
Frustrating. Yeah, I always notice that. That's why like even just building a pylon at your natural PvP can be considered a wall. It's crazy.
Okay, and so Bonyth is just going all in here, and this might actually break the Minerloni, but it's not going to matter too much because Dewalt's going to have gateways online. He's got these other bases with cannons.
He's already moved probes, didn't lose any probes at all.
Bonyth's basically mined out. Dewalt might think he's in a lot of danger here, but he's not really. This is like a weird situation. There's nothing behind this for Bonyth. He's on one base, and it's about to mine out.
Bonyth also didn't kill the Nexus. GG is called.
Game 1 goes to Dewalt.
Wow.
That was an interesting game. That was very back and forth. Like after that first Viva went as badly as it did, I was thinking Bonyth was gonna have a huge advantage because Bonyth's opener wasn't ideal. He went free Zealot cross map into DT against Observer, but the free Zealot killed 2 Dragoons and a probe, which should never ever happen. And
Exactly. That's how I felt about it too. Is like, honestly, I feel like the start of that game could not have gone better for Bonyth, and Dewalt still managed to really pull himself out of a very hairy situation. In a future game where Bonyth isn't able to get a couple Dragoon kills early, or catch a Reaver without Scarabs, I think it could prove to be a little scarier.
yeah, I mean those two DTs managed to overrun Dewalt's natural too, which again never should have happened.
No, he had an Observer right over the top of it.
Yeah.
He was ready. Couldn't have been more ready.
Yeah.
But
if I had to
with that-
pinpoint a situation here where the game really got out of hands for Bonyth, where Bonyth really threw his advantage away and got really behind, it was this big attack with 150 supply against the high ground of Dewalt.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think this really shows you why you don't want to attack into a high ground against a big army that is completely in position with Reavers, with like a lot of goons, with some cannons even. That really cost him the game here, I think.
Well, he went in with something like 5 storms, and he was hoping to kill both the Reavers with it, and he lost like 2 storms immediately to a feedback. Another High Templar got 1 storm off, then got feedbacked, and then the last one did cast the 2 storms on the Reavers, but
not to mention
by
the
that point,
other
the
Archon
Reavers-
got feedbacked. Dark Archon got
Yeah.
feedbacked immediately. That was kind of cute.
Yeah.
because
He may...
Bonyth had a plan to take the high ground. He was going to kill the Reavers with storm and then just overrun it, but the plan didn't work. Dewalt blocked it. That Darkon was a lot of value.
Yeah, I think Bonyth's plan was actually to feedback the Dark Archon of Dewalt so that he can then storm the Reavers as soon as possible. But since, well, his own Dark Archon got feedbacked, he lost those initial High Templars, and the Reavers got a lot of damage in the whole fight, and only were stormed in the end of the fight. And that was just a fight that went so poorly for Bonyth, and I think that cost him the game here.
Okay, guys, game 2. Bonyth versus Dewalt.
So I'm going to be right back for just a few seconds, so please announce them for me.
Sure thing. All right. Spawning at the 12 o'clock position of Sylphid as the White Protoss, we have IRK's Dewalt.
And in the bottom left position on Sylphid, we have our blue Protoss. It is Bonyth.
MasterRey, what do you think of Sylphid for PvP? Is anything stand out to you on this map for this matchup in particular?
Yeah, 100%. So Sylphid is one of the few flat maps. So you don't have a ramp, you don't have a high ground here. So this is one of the maps where this 3-gate build is very common. Usually with the robotics before that. I mean, if you're playing some B-rank ladder games, for sure most Protoss just go 3-gate without robotics and hope that you're not going to tease. But on this high level, you definitely go for robotics for the observer, but then you still go into 3-gate. So just a lot of goons early on is very common here, or sometimes you also see the zealot rushes.
That's because there's no ramp to hold, right? So it's really, I mean, just usually whoever has the bigger Dragoon numbers is really the one who has map control at that particular time, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. You cannot go for like 1-gate robotics here that easily because you just don't have enough units against the 3-gate, and you probably die to it early on.
Yeah, except the 1-gate to Robo 3-gate Dragoon. But I'm thinking that we're going to see Bonyth do obviously 1-gate core. Then after his second pylon, I think we're going to see Dragoon range, and then a 22-second gate. Like second gate before third pylon. I think that it's a build I was talking about before the game started, but I think he's going to aim for that time attack on the 3-gate goon, because Dewalt should go the 3-gate goon. That's like the
That's
standard
yeah.
build.
Because Bonyth will know that small window exists for a few seconds where he'll have a small Dragoon advantage, and it's probably not a very common build, I'm guessing, PvP.
Bonyth's basically the only person who does it frequently, because it's a really delicate timing, but Bonyth he knows the timing intimately, and he did it against Oya in their series. He did it in BSL against somebody. He did it against me an awful lot when we were practicing. It's cool timing.
But I think Dewalt should know. So I really hope Dewalt knows about it and actually adjusts here.
Yeah, I agree that Dewalt, if he's prepped for this match at all, he should have watched those games and he should have been familiar with how Bonyth likes to do it. So when the second Dragoon pops and forces out the probe, we're going to see Dewalt, so we're going to see Bonyth make a choice, or both players make a choice. But oh, is that a probe for second gateway? Nope, pylon. Okay. Not rushing the. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong player. That was Dewalt who placed the pylon. What's Bonyth going to do then?
Also
pylon.
Just an adjustment, I guess.
Yeah, one of them went pylon Dragoon, the other one went Dragoon pylon, but they both went the same thing. It's just going to cause a slight supply block for Bonyth. You see that Dewalt's on 26 out of 33.
Between Bonyth and Dewalt, does either player's Dragoon micro PvP stand out to you? For a map like
Bonyth
this?
is, I mean, the micro king, but it's... I would be surprised if we see Dewalt significantly out-microed. And Bonyth just going straight for the free gate, no robo.
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting... So Bonyth is just rolling the dice. He goes, you forced me out of your base. If Dewalt immediately went to Citadel the moment the probe left, Dewalt would insta-win. However, it's... he hasn't, and so Bonyth is in a good position, but 2-gate robo is potentially fine. It's going to depend how they take the fight. If Dewalt gets caught out of position as natural before the Reaver's done, then Dewalt could die. However, 2-gate robo can hold this. You want to get the Observer first because you need the Observer. Then you get the Reaver, and you need to not trade any Dragoons, is the thing. Because if you...
I was going to say, go for it.
Okay, if you have like 6 Dragoons and a Reaver against 8 Dragoons, that's great. If you have if you take like 3 Dragoons out of each side, then the Reaver's much, much worse. The Reaver depends so heavily on buffer. So trading Dragoon for Dragoon, even if each of you loses 2 of them, in this situation is really, really bad for the player going robo. So he needs to make sure that he doesn't take any fights. It's one of the things in this situation that's suspicious for you as a Protoss player is if your opponent's trying to offer you fights. If they're trying to trade Dragoons with you, you go, wait a second, why are you doing this? What's going on that makes you think this is a good idea? That's how you guess it's a free-gate goon.
Could Dewalt not just back up into his main here and more
yeah,
easily
but you get contained. It's ugly. There's no support bay. This looks like 2-gate goon obs. This loses to Bonyth if there's no support bay. Like, the support bay should have been happening right before the observatory finished. Oh, he's in trouble.
Good positioning and targeting from Dewalt, though, picking off the Dragoon immediately.
Focusing those Dragoons too. Oh, you look at that. He knew the Dragoon had 1 hit left, so he just targeted 1 Dragoon while the rest target the new Dragoon. And Dewalt is out microing him, but he's doing the trading. This is what I was talking about, where you don't want to trade. Dewalt's micro is superior, but you sit there as Dewalt and say, wait a second, what's going on that makes you think it's a good idea for both of us to reset our Dragoon counts? And the answer is 3-gate versus 2-gate.
Do you think Dewalt could put a 3rd gateway down? Oh,
yeah, he places the robo, he's placed a battery and he's backing up. He knows. He's read this. But is it fast enough? Oh, that probe is doing so much work.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Backing off into the main. I think he really is just waiting for this battery at this point.
Yeah, he needs it so badly.
Probes are being pulled. 2 more Dragoons pop out of the gateways, and suddenly he's got this surrounded.
Yeah, but Bonyth's still getting really good value, and Bonyth is expanding behind it. Bonyth now knows it's the robo, so Bonyth is feeling completely safe. There's no risk of DTs. Bonyth's gamble paid off.
We will have a quicker robo and Reaver here from Dewalt, though. Could there be a possible opening of a counter timing?
It's going to have to be. He's going to have to go for 2 Reaver, shuttle, and just try and take a fight, but it's going to be tricky. He's always going to have considerably fewer Dragoons, and he's going to be behind on economy. Like, Bonyth can go up to like 5-gate here if he wants to.
He only has 1 fewer Dragoon at the moment, but yeah, with the 3 gateways, he won't really be able to catch up. I mean, he's just got to get some damage done with
okay,
this.
Dewalt's just going to take a slower natural. I like this a lot. So he's behind, but he's accepting his disadvantage rather than going all in. It's not ideal for you, obviously, but going all in this position is going to be a difficult game. Also, I want to gush about how good that Goon Zealot micro was in that fight, because if you watch what they're doing, the Zealots want to fight each other, but both Zealots and both players were fighting Dragoons, and then most of the Dragoons want to stand their ground. You don't want to move. You don't want to study your Dragoon because it's inefficient. The only Dragoon that wants to be moving is the one that has a Zealot on it. There were like 4 different moving pieces that were all moving simultaneously perfectly for both players. Oh, that Reaver hit was very nice. He targeted that one onto the Dragoon in the middle. Bonyth poking it, but realizing he can't get anything done.
Yeah, that was quite a bit of splash. It's, I mean, just better to back up and let those shields recharge, I guess.
Yeah,
But yeah, that was beautiful control. And Dewalt not over-moving his Dragoons either, making sure that certain ones were always within range to fire, because at this level, they're just trying to hit that attack cooldown perfectly.
Yeah, and they're trying to make sure nothing hits that Zealot, but also that the Zealot does no damage. So yeah, just dancing the one Zealot, so one Dragoon the Zealot's after, while keeping your Zealot on their Dragoons, while keeping your Dragoons not on the Zealot. And then first Dragoon in, he just 2-shots it. Second Dragoon in, he does 2 shots. It's because he's lost a Dragoon. It has 1 hit point left. All but one Dragoon switch onto the third Dragoon. One Dragoon finishes off the second. It's just
Dewalt moving up front with these Reavers. Not sure about this.
he's got the pylon too. I think he'll be fine.
Oh, okay. Apparently he agrees.
Jumping on Reavers is really difficult when the person's controlling them because they will manually target their Scarabs. So the 2 Scarabs hit into the middle like 4 Dragoons, and all 4 Dragoons will just die. There's a big difference between like micro Reavers and unmicro Reavers, and at this level, the things that would be a mistake at a lower level, suddenly you can't exploit them anymore.
Only 2 on gas to the main for Dewalt. Is that intentional?
I doubt it, honestly.
Yeah.
I think, given that he did the pro pull earlier, I think it could be a mistake that was a legacy of that.
He also has not taken the gas in the natural, so that should definitely be a mistake here. You don't want to have 2 probes mining total on 2 bases.
I don't like this attack. He's got the Reavers, but he's got the economic disadvantage, and he knows he's going to be behind on gateways. He knows that there's a potential here that he can just get a flank. He can just be flanked. If like the enemy of Reavers is a good arc, and Bonyth has a good arc.
Yeah, he's very spread here. Ooh. Dewalt trying to pick off that observer of Bonyth.
Yeah,
in here with the
the vision advantage is huge in Reaver versus Reaver fights. Dewalt also, does he have the shuttle speed? He does, yeah. Shuttle speed is also going to be a big deal here.
Is that I don't think that's a quick shuttle, right, from Dewalt?
No, I'm wrong. So yeah, my bad.
He was trying to sneak it around.
This is brave. With a no speed shuttle and with a potentially having your escape cut off from Dragoons. This is a ballsy move, but it looks like Bonyth is going to miss it. Oh, that's huge.
Big probe
But
kill
will he
there.
get the shuttle out? I want to see
Yeah, he will,
Dragoons
because the
moving
Dragoons don't
up.
react. Those Dragoons could have moved north. Okay, but now Dewalt's army is has no shuttle with it. There's no Reavers. Dewalt doesn't take the fight. Great. He could get contained. If he runs all the way into his natural, though, he's going to be in real trouble. He needs to get that Zealot out of the way. That Zealot is going to get those goons killed.
Yeah, I think some of these Dragoons might end up falling here from Dewalt.
Yeah, he can't reunite his army. He can't run home is the thing, because if he runs home, he's going to get contained, and then he's going to have to deal with Reavers shooting clump Dragoons. He needs to find a place where he can get himself an arc. But it's so difficult. I like how he's splitting his army, but this is an ugly position he's put himself in. Yeah, this is very ugly.
Out on the ramp.
Oh, loses a lot
Yeah.
of Dragoons for free. Kills 1 Reaver, but I don't think it's enough.
No. He had to move his army like this, but it's such a difficult position.
He is coming in with that flanking force finally, but he's
It's
missed
not
out on a lot of damage.
enough.
Just a little bit too late. It was not really synced up here.
Yeah.
And I think he can't defend this.
It's an ugly position. You can't just run your army home. If you run your army home, it's all stuck in the nat. You're going to get on top of each other. Your Reavers can't fire, and then the Bonyth will just micro you down with his shuttle. But then the alternative is you have to split your army up in like different places and somehow find a piece of your army that you can reunite with your Reavers in the shuttle.
I mean, that's the risk when you split those Reavers off like that.
Yeah.
You really can get caught off guard, and you have to be very delicate with backing up and reuniting everything. So good call, but Bonyth takes that game.
No. Especially
He,
with slow shuttles, that's a really risky move, and he paid for it.
I mean, hats off to Bonyth for knowing that he needed, to take advantage of that timing as well. So many Protosses would have said, "Oh, I just lost 10 probes or whatever at my natural. Time to sit. Time to take my third base." But him kind of recognizing that slow shuttle is potentially caught out of position was a very good call.
Yeah, it's absolutely. Bonyth has that killer instinct. He will, if he senses there's a weakness, he will just go straight for it. And as you say, Reavers were out of position, and it was a situation in which Dewalt could not get his army together in a good formation easily. He can't take the fight without the Reavers. He can't reunite with the Reavers unless he runs home, and if he runs home, he's going to be contained, and his goons are going to be completely ineffective. There's a no-win situation.
I mean, I think it would have been actually possible for Dewalt to back out of that situation, but everything needed to be a little more jointed.
It's when your army gets to like this size, moving out of your natural with dragoons is just so painful. Is the thing, because I'm going to paint a scene for you. So Bonyth has his shuttles with 2 Reavers just outside Dewalt's natural, just firing shots at Dewalt's army. If Dewalt wants to push out, he needs to somehow move 3 control groups of units into Dragoon Reaver, and the Dragoons are all tripping up over each other, and they can't do anything. And he takes massive scarab hits on the way out, and you're moving your Dragoons out into an arc. It goes terribly. If he doesn't move out, the Reavers just keep shooting at him all day, because with Reaver Shuttle you can just shoot at Dragoons, and the Dragoons can't do anything back. It's
Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying. The way Dragoons move around is so clunky. It's so difficult. It's kind of part of what makes PvP so volatile, and what these guys do just as impressive. They get stuck on each other all the time. They get stuck on every ramp, every bridge. They're really a pain in the neck to use to be able to even control, to move. So it's kind of can be frustrating.
Yeah, as a good player, part of playing PvP is just moving in a way that will maximize your goons' effectiveness, minimize the amount that they're going to bug out or the amount they're going to be inefficient, because you know that you're at war with your own dragoons, and you have to expect them to go wrong. You have to play around that, which comes down to positioning, unit movement.
Game 3, guys, on Eclipse. Bonyth versus Dewalt.
Okay, I want to see another Bonyth 2 gate because he likes it on this map. It's not always considered the best on this map because of the rush distances, but Bonyth seems to like it.
Yeah, you were.
We're going to see a proxy. Bonyth just straight out with the probe. Bonyth with the yellow Protoss top right, Dewalt as the peach Protoss bottom left, but Bonyth is he's in a hurry.
Yeah,
he's got somewhere to be.
Where's the common proxy gate positioning here? You think he's
behind the natural is what I would expect, but he can also do it in the natural if he just wants a shorter rush distance.
There's also a place on the left side of the high ground, but yeah, he's obviously choosing the behind the natural one.
Dewalt with an interesting first pylon positioning. That's kind of like a defensive. It's going to be one gate position.
Will this make defending the proxy gates a little easier for him?
It will make defending the ramp hard, but he could potentially lock down. But you really want to defend the ramp 1 gate against 2 gate, because the ramp is where you stop the 2 gate from bringing their numbers to bear. If you can get 2 zealots and 2 probes behind them against 4 zealots, that's actually kind of okay for you. But if you lose the ramp, then suddenly you have probes to defend on the mineral line. You have your gateways being killed. And Dewalt looks for the proxy at the natural, but does not look for the proxy in the main.
Oh.
Bonyth could add another probe here. This is odd. It's going to be like a 9 gate, 10 gate. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And he's not scouting the probe. I like that decision, because if he scouted the probe, he will tell Dewalt exactly what's going on. He's hoping Dewalt isn't going for the early scout. Dewalt is going for the 10 scout. That is early in a PvP. Dewalt does smell something. And he will be able to cancel gas. That's standard timing. That's 10 gate 11 gas, but he should be able to cancel it right now. Yeah, cancel the gas, 2nd gateway immediately. Also want to see a pylon at the ramp, because that's where the battery's going to go.
I love it.
Yep, there we go. That pylon will do. Okay, there will be a point where there's 1 zealot against potentially 3. If he pulls the probes and he builds the battery fast enough, he can still hold the ramp. If he doesn't hold the ramp, he can still do okay if he gets the battery down.
Dewalt also keeping his own probe alive inside Bonyth's main. Do you think he could potentially go for some proxy play of his own?
Oh, he's going to build a battery. This is a situation where you build the battery.
Okay.
If you keep your probe alive, but he doesn't, that is fantastic for Dewalt. Absolutely fantastic. Because now he's going to be able to match him on Zealots and he's going to have the battery. So Dewalt is now just purely on probes. There's no more possibility to... So Bonyth now purely on probes. No more possibility of Bonyth just killing him. Bonyth has to win with probe damage. Because his Zealots cannot kill the Zealots. So it completely changed the dynamic. There's no more win condition for Bonyth immediately here. Now the condition is harass.
Got it. I mean, he does have 3 Zealots inside the main. I'm surprised he's not just diving on that mineral line already.
Yeah, he's got it. Well, the probes can be pulled rapidly. Bonyth's micro is good. He's looking for an opening, but he's not finding one. So Dewalt's microing this beautifully. I'm surprised Dewalt hasn't pulled at least one Zealot to put it on the ramp, just to stop more Zealots flooding in.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised there too, especially because of how close the Zealots just were from that ramp.
There's a lot of activity. So. Dewalt has also gone for a gas steal. I like that. Because, okay, so Bonyth can go for Nexus if he wants, but if he goes for Nexus, he'll just lose his gateways. He can't defend both. And if he wants to kill the gas, he has to send Zealots home, which means he loses his gateways. And if he doesn't want to kill the gas, then what the hell is he going to do? Just make Zealots all game? Like, that gas steal has just killed Bonyth.
Dewalt does have that ramp finally blocked. Yeah, that gas steal is amazing.
Yeah, like Bonyth has to take a Nexus. But okay, he takes the Nexus, then what? He builds cannons. Okay. But you're going to lose your gateways. Your cannons can't defend the gateways. Okay, so you build new gateways. Yeah, but by this point, Dewalt has everything he would ever want. It's
map control, tag.
Yeah.
Very good.
I personally want to see like cannons on the bottom of the ramp from Bonyth, but I guess we won't see that.
Yeah, that would actually be the best play here, but without the scout probe, it's reasonable that he's not doing that. But so Bonyth will get the faster Nexus, but he's going to be so far behind on gas, and he's going to lose his gateways. So I would be surprised if Dewalt either can't just kill him, or doesn't just double expand.
One quick message here.
Oh, Ox overlay.
Overlay. Yeah. The Ox, do you have the overlay changed?
They're missing the game. Holy shit! It's such a good game too.
Sad thing, we are on 5 minute delay or 1 minute delay. Okay. But we are fixing it, guys. Once you hear this, you will see the game again.
My bad.
I did change it, but it didn't. I'm so sorry.
So Dewalt, he's just going to be able to hold his ramp, get his Dragoons out, and Bonyth, I mean, he can keep building Zealots, but the Zealots are going to stop working. He's only now killed his gas with probes.
Dewalt, meanwhile, has his first 2 Dragoons out. This is map control, right? These are range units.
Yeah, it's Bonyth is going to have to out-micro Dragoons with Zealots. It's not an easy task. I want to see what he has behind this, though, because he didn't get out a 3rd gateway, so he's... Also, Bonyth can't... So Dewalt can't actually bust out of here, because if he takes a fight, his Zealots are so outnumbered they will trade awfully. He needs to actually just harass forever with Dragoons. Do we have a Robo, or is it just going to be Dragoon range?
I'm not sure.
Bonyth with the double gas, too. He's going to try and catch up on gas units. His Dragoon range is going to be late, but it's not going to be so late.
Is caught, though.
Yep. Bonyth is doing this really nicely, but he's going to lose the gateways is the thing.
I think we'll just see mass cannons in the natural here.
Yeah.
Good surround, good pulling there from Bonyth, getting just about as much of a trade as he could. But it looks like Dewalt's going to take his own natural now.
Yeah. The core into quick double gas was a strong play, especially given he has no scanning information. Bonyth could reasonably believe that there's like DT's coming, or DT drop coming, or that there's Reavers coming. So he has to get his gas out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Bonyth needs to get some type of scouting out. I think he's going to lose a window where he can sneak out a probe or a Zealot at this point. Get pushed back into his main.
Bonyth just immediately checking the top left, just as okay, I think I've won. Maybe there's something at the top left. I should look into that. Still no Dragoon range. Is that a Robo coming behind us? At the natural? I think it must be.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so Bonyth is just rushing his Reavers. Cannons do not focus against Dragoons, and Dragoons can focus against cannons, so you can actually just micro like this forever. What I would really love to see is a shield battery. Because if you have a shield battery, you can do it for... You can like just kill all the cannons if you're very... Like just proxy shield battery outside their base and have infinitely recharging Dragoons. No shield battery
it feels
though.
like cannons are very like weak PvP compared with other matchups.
Their DPS is high, but they have low hit points and they don't focus. So if you have tanky units like Dragoons, you can just focus them down.
Well, they don't focus because the player is not focusing. You can. It's just a way.
Yeah, manually. Okay, this is a bad attack if Dewalt tries this. He's just going to stick with the contain though. Bonyth with no Dragoon range. Bonyth is never going to have map control. Bonyth's map control right now, he's hoping will come from a speed shuttle. That's his plan for ever getting any map control. Because with no Dragoon range, you cannot ever contest. He just gave up on gateway units. He says, okay, I've lost my 2 gateways. I'm not even going to bother. I'm not going to need Dragoon range because I can't make a Dragoon even if I wanted one.
Which
I'm
I
going to
think
focus
isn't a
on speed
bad
shuttle.
call, necessarily given the situation, right? He's got all those cannons at the natural. They're kind of, as we were saying before, that makes it very difficult PvP to even be able to push out of your natural, you know, because your units are going to be so split. I mean, it seems like really his only option is to try to get some damage done with a quick Reaver or a speed shuttle.
Yeah, it's not a bad decision. It's but I mean, as I was saying, Dewalt's just going to take 3 bases, and that's exactly what he's done. He's got his Dragoon range. He's got quick observers that are going to be giving him map awareness. I would expect him to add some scouting pylons one day. And I look at this and I say, okay, at what point does Bonyth actually push out and retake map control? He's currently adding a 2nd gateway. He's behind on money and behind on gateways. When does the map control happen? Is it the part where he has fewer units or the part where he has less money?
Yeah. I mean, there's just no way around it. It's a tough situation. I mean, what about sneaking a probe out to another base and just sneaking a base?
Yeah, which is exactly why Dewalt sent a Zealot to every single base site on the map. There's one at the bottom right finishing its tour, but it went to... if you look at the area of the map that's been explored, it has looked at every single base site. He just shift queued it around the map.
Yeah, it absolutely has. But maybe he might be able to get in there for a little window and drop a probe or something. It's a hope, at least, at this point.
I think he's hoping just to get like the Miracle Scarab. Okay, Dewalt added a pylon behind his natural, that's nice. I'm surprised there's not like a pylon at 10 o'clock just to see shadows coming in towards 9. But I mean, Dewalt's going down the checklist. He's looked for hidden expansions, he's got the scouting pylons going down. Scouting pylons are going to immediately get some value against that shuttle. And this, as I said, he's got a checklist. He's just going down the checklist saying, okay, I think I've won. These are the things you can do. I'm going to cross them off the list.
Definitely can't count out Bonyth, though. You know,
it's going to take some Miracle Scarabs, because both players have the Reavers.
Very true, very true.
Oh, picks off the Observer, beautiful. Bonyth is limited on his Robo uptime. He wants to make as many Reavers as possible, but he also needs Observers so he can see what's going on. He can see the state of the game. Bonyth hasn't actually seen 9 o'clock. Bonyth does not know that 9 o'clock exists.
Yeah, not quite. I love these Dragoon placement from Dewalt, though, going to that 9 o'clock location, basically saying, how could I lose this at this point? You know, by having an undefended 3rd against a Reaver drop is absolutely a way, but he's prepared.
That probe at the mid-right is just on a tour of the map, just placing pylons, and there's so much vision. It will immediately pay off. Look at that. That is the Dewalt discipline. That's what gets you to 2700. Is when you just stop losing games to things like this.
Let's see how many times he scuts the shuttle now. It looks like maybe even a 2nd time here. Oh nope, he will slip just above that 2nd pylon.
Nope.
There it is, caught by 3 Dragoons.
Oh,
all of the Dragoons went below the cliff. If there was like 1 Dragoon above the cliff, it would have finished it. But
oh, speed just finished. He barely gets it away. Usually goons are faster, so the goons can catch up. But the speed just finished in time there, so it gets away.
Even then, Dewalt has so much money at this point. He's going, okay, well, fuck it, I'll add cannons. I'll have a bigger army than you, more Reavers than you, and also cannons at my bases. It's
Yeah, he's just closing off those ways he could potentially lose. You know, it's just unnecessary, especially when you have such an economic advantage.
yeah. Bonyth has, I think, cut probes. Yeah, the Nexus isn't flashing. Bonyth is going all gateways because he knows he has to retake map control. He spammed a lot of gateways. He's going for as many gateway units as he can. But this is going to be difficult. He'll have to win a Reaver shuttle duel against Dewalt to even get out onto the map. And once he's on the map, he's going to have to beat more Dragoons with less Dragoons.
Got kind of a stare down here with these Reavers. Neither player really pushing, but kind of setting up for the inevitable.
Yeah, we're hopefully going to see some really good micro here. This is a very difficult situation where you have to push back Reavers with Reavers. Bonyth is traditionally, in like the foreign scene, considered the king of this situation, though.
Right off the bat, 2 Dragoons fall from Dewalt.
Yep.
Ooh, we see a pylon going down behind Dewalt's army here. Is this for shield batteries?
I would believe it. I mean, it's a strong decision. It makes perfect sense. He needs to give those Reavers some more longevity. Now, Bonyth actually has a third Reaver because he's got that shuttle that just came home. See, look at these. Dewalt just got the hit on Bonyth's Reaver.
Big shots.
Oh, they're doing the dance. Those Reavers are too far forward, though.
Oh, Reaver dies for Bonyth.
Yep.
Only
Dewalt
one
focusing
left.
Bonyth Reavers.
Just great concave here from Dewalt, though, and so many more units.
This was a very clean game. That gas steal was beautiful. For people in the chat who missed it, so Dewalt... I'll wait for the game to finish first, I guess, but...
Here we go, another round of Zealots coming in here for Bonyth.
Yeah, speed lot is a good decision, but if this Reaver gets a hit on them, it's gonna not change anything.
Wow.
Oh, he's actually adding
10
cannons.
Dragoons.
Just
Yep.
going, nope, you are never leaving this base. I have more
mean,
money than
why
you.
not?
I can build cannons more than you can build scarabs. If you, I will trade my 150 mineral cannon for your like 45 minerals to scarabs, and I'll still come out ahead.
Such a smart decision. You really hardly get to see this PvP either.
Yeah, it just makes so much sense. It's,
And Bonyth moving in, trying to cut this off before these cannons come online. But the first cannon is finishing up here. Does have a Reaver. He's able to get a couple very nice shots off and kind of thwart Dewalt's army for now. He's just starving him, though. There's just no third base on the way for Bonyth. Dewalt on a third base already. You know, has the unit count advantage, and he's just hanging on to it.
Yeah, and I think we slowly see the minerals dry up here for Bonyth. He doesn't have much longer. He's on a timer here. He needs to break out very soon, but how can you break out against so many units, so many cannons?
yeah, and also if you kill the cannons, it costs you minerals to kill them. Like, that's fine for Dewalt. Dewalt will happily lose those cannons because Bonyth can't afford to kill them all. Like, these scarabs that are currently being wasted are actually quite expensive for Bonyth.
Yeah.
Oh, and there
especially
goes
around-
the shadow.
Might
Reaver's
not
going to be in
be-
trouble now.
Oof.
Oh, look at that. Look at the
Oh,
way
that
he
control.
accelerates the shuttle. The shuttle is just like weaving in a figure of 8 over the Reavers, so its acceleration never goes down. So the Reavers can just like jump into it as it moves. Like, that's something that like lower MMR Protoss don't do. They just put the shuttle over the Reavers, then if they need to get it out, Reavers get into the shuttle and the shuttle slowly accelerates away.
And
At
the
this level,
pullback to the
it's
cover
just-
position, yeah, to macro, it's great. Yeah.
the way the shuttle moves, where it keeps the acceleration up constantly, so... And the way he loads it as well, he's clicking the Reavers onto the shuttle is not involved, the shuttle's doing its own thing. It just does a drive-by.
So it turns out the Dewalt actually could push into the natural of Bonyth. So all those cannons were totally useless.
Yeah, it's very true. Using that Reaver, they ended up being useless. But, I mean, still, even if Dewalt were to back up, this could buy so much time to even just prevent Bonyth from taking a third. I still think there's a use to them.
Yeah, Dewalt's going to start building some
of
cannons
course.
with
I was
too.
just kidding.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, but I get what you're saying. That's so many resources they necessarily didn't even need to do what he's doing here.
I mean, at this point, Dewalt should be considering scouts, honestly. The scouts to fly in and kill the speed shuttle. Just like
That's how
it's-
rivals are made, you know?
Oh no, it's if your opponent doesn't leave in this situation where you've got mass cannon outside the base, it's scout o'clock.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Okay, here we go. Last attempt by Bonyth to push out against mass cannons and mass reavers. He has 3 reavers of his own, but yeah, the reavers behind the cannon can't be broken.
Yeah, and the speed lots are just getting hit by giant scarab hits. Each scarab's doing like 400 damage.
Cannon's contributing quite a bit as well to at least just being cannon fodder, I guess, for these reavers.
And Bonyth is keeping his reavers alive efficiently. He still has all 3 of them. However,
yeah, I'm very surprised. This went very well, actually.
There's only so much you can do against 4 base with 2. Dewalt actually has another army at 12 o'clock that he forgot about. Just sitting guarding that base.
GG is called. Wow, what an incredible game.
That gas steal was such a smart play.
I mean, the gas steal, just the early, zealot control by both players, Dewalt holding without even necessarily blocking that ramp for so long, yet still not losing probes. I mean, that was something special for sure.
So Dewalt's scout timing was such that as the probe sees where Bonyth's gateway should be, his gas at 99%, and so he just immediately cancels the gas. Like that second, there's no hesitation. If he hesitates, he forfeits the money that the assimilator finishes. But no, he cancels it. Gateway down, pylon near the ramp. And he knows the situation. He knows that there are proxy gateways. If he steals the gas, he forces it into a situation where Bonyth can't defend the gateways. The gateways will always fall.
And I mean, that's such a fine timer to hit too. Getting that probe all the way across that map, not seeing a single thing out of the ordinary, yet getting it into the main, recognizing and canceling that assimilator right away, as well as, knowing to place that next gateway, pylon, start thinking about battery placement. There's just a lot of switches that need to be hit. And Dewalt just making it look so simple.
That and killing Bonyth's probe, he focused that probe. Because if Bonyth's plan was just to win with the 2-gate. The moment the probe dies, there's no battery. The moment there's no offensive battery for Bonyth, it's a completely different game. Now, as I was saying, it switches from being kill the zealots, kill the gateways, kill the nexus, win the game. The game is suddenly at that point all about kill the probes. And then Dewalt just doesn't give many probes. He has his zealots just following around, matching Bonyth's zealots. He has the probes just moving out of position whenever Bonyth goes for them. And Bonyth doesn't get anything done. He just... The plan falls apart. The build stops working.
Yeah, and I think this also comes back to the early scout of Dewalt. We don't see him scout that early a lot, but on this, maybe it's specific to the map, he did scout rather early, and it definitely paid out here.
Yeah,
paid off.
You see it like the highest levels of PvP on this map, they don't even scout each other because they are 100% confident they can hold whatever it is. Dewalt, maybe he has that confidence, but it's easier just to know if it's a 2-gate.
Okay,
This is another...
so...
I'm sorry, this is another map, kind of like Silpha, that you guys are saying is a low ground, main to main, no ramp. So we'd expect to see a lot of early Dragoon pressure, I'm sure.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised that Bonyth has been rolling the dice in some of these games. So, game 2 Silphid, he just went blind 3-gate Goon and just went for the build order win. Game 3, we just saw he went for proxy 9-10. I don't know if we're going to see Bonyth do the 23-gate that I was talking about, because that's like how Bonyth plays tournament style, but I don't think Bonyth is necessarily as invested in these as he would be in a tournament series. He's playing, I think, looking for greedy wins.
I mean, looking for risks, but I feel like there's innately just a part about that in PvP, There are absolutely hard counter builds. One could argue the hardest counter builds in the game, Let's say if Bonyth goes for a 3-gate Dragoon, and meanwhile Dewalt, tries to open up for a very quick, 2-gate Dark Templar play, you can just lose a game just based on your opening. So there's always going to be a part of that.
Ox, chat would like to remind you about the overlay. So we see Bonyth going for the quick scout at the middle, and he went for the 10 scout this game. That's an early scout by him. Dewalt going for the slightly later scout, but he will also get a first scout on his opponent.
Yeah, this is very nice. I mean, neither player really seeing anything out of the ordinary. Dewalt, slightly later scout here, but still should be able to see everything just fine. And
yeah,
nothing too unique.
The later scout is basically good for both players, but what we've seen here is that Bonyth actually cancelled his safety zealot, whereas Dewalt is still making the safety zealot. That's why Bonyth isn't supply blocked and Dewalt is, because Dewalt is going to have that extra one zealot, but he's going to be losing a probe because of it. Bonyth's slightly earlier scout allowed him to confirm the one gate and cancel the safety zealot.
Would a safety zealot be more valuable on a map without a ramp like this?
I don't believe so, because we're going to go into Goon Wars. Oh, that is beautiful by Dewalt. Dewalt says, oh, you're going to skip your safety zealot? Okay, well, I'm going to mana pile on you. What are you going to kill it with? You've got no zealot.
That's pretty annoying.
Yeah, this was actually a mistake by Bonyth, especially with that position, because that position has a double mana pile on spot. He's been unfortunate that he got that position, but sometimes when you're playing on a map that's poorly designed and has a double mana pile on spot, you have to say, okay, I don't want a zealot, I'm going to make one anyway. This is huge advantage for Dewalt that he's got away with that mana pile on like that. Because goons have lower damage output than zealots. They've got the range, but the damage output isn't there. And even if...
I see.
And it's also, the goon is busy. The goon isn't killing the scout probe. Because it's got other shit to do, which means that Dewalt gets a later scout as well. Bonyth has to put a scout probe back because the first dragoon that Dewalt makes is chasing the probe away. Dewalt, not so much. He gets that much later scout.
Yeah, he absolutely does. And I mean, he kind of gets the scout dragoon count there. It saw the second dragoon from Bonyth, so should expect nothing too tricky to be happening at the moment.
Yeah, this is a super safe position for Dewalt to be in. And he's just getting his range, but also Citadel, and there's nothing that Bonyth can do to know this is happening. Bonyth blindly going for the Robo, he has to because that's the safe way to play. But it's... Dewalt's in a position where he knows what his opponent has, he can just go Citadel. Bonyth is not knowing, so he has to go Robo.
I mean, I almost never feel like Citadel opening versus a quick Robo seems to be, much of a counter. We saw Bonyth, kind of make it work, but what makes you feel like Dewalt's very confident with this Citadel opener?
He doesn't want Citadel against Robo. Robo is the counter to Citadel. He likes the fact that he knows his opponent either goes Robo or loses, and he's not in that same position. Bonyth had to go Robo here, and Robo is the right decision, it turns out, because there is DT. But Dewalt is not worried about DTs in the same way that Bonyth is.
Got it. That's a very nice way to put it.
Yeah, so Bonyth's just going for the 1 gate Robo 3 gate. This is the build we talked about most on this map, because it's when you play flat map, this is how you have to play. And it is actually going to be effective against what Dewalt's done, because Dewalt's gone for 2 gate DT. But it shouldn't be too effective. There's not going to be any Reaver behind this. Bonyth, it's going to come down to what I was saying about Dragoon trades earlier, where if you have fewer gateways, Dragoon trades are how you lose the game. Dewalt with 2 gateways can actually hold 3 gateway obs, but not if he starts trading goons 1 for 1. If he starts trading goons 1 for 1, it's going to get out of control for him very quickly.
I see. 5 Dragoons at the natural for Bonyth, but he does have all 3 gateways online. Dewalt kind of pressuring in here. Doesn't have the
Dewalt's got that zealot. It's going to come down to how much Bonyth can avoid targeting that zealot and mitigate the zealot's damage. So Bonyth not microing as well as Dewalt did on Silphid.
Yeah, very nice control.
Yeah.
Just single target firing. I mean, exactly with the cooldown.
But if you remember on Silphid, Dewalt was only moving the goon that was next to the zealot. The goon that was nowhere near the zealot was holding fire. Bonyth didn't micro it as well as Dewalt did. Bonyth was moving all 5 of his dragoons at once, which means he was getting low efficiency. Because in terms of what they actually had, each of them had 5 dragoons, which means same damage output. The zealot is there just messing things up, being difficult. However, Bonyth was moving all 5 dragoons, not moving the dragoon, just the dragoon that was the one zealot was targeting.
This is beautiful positioning here from
Yeah,
Bonyth.
he suspects DTs. He's got like a really hard read here that this is okay. I need a second observer. One observer's not going to cut it, and
Is
he's
that
right.
hard read just from the pressure that Dewalt was putting on?
It could well be. I spoke with Bonyth and I about this a while ago because one of the things I noticed is that when they go DT, they're hyper aggressive with DT because they're shouting, "It's not DT. I've got so many gateways. I've got so many dragoons. Definitely not DT." When of course it is DT. It's again, it's some inverse at like between like B rank and S rank. Is your read when you're like B rank is, oh well, he's not attacking, it's DT. At S rank is, oh well, he is attacking, it's DT.
Got it. That makes sense, huh?
It's Bonyth just going for the all in. He's just add 3 gateways, going for the Reaver. He's going to go for Reaver timing. This could work. So Dewalt only has 4 gateways. The DTs haven't got any value out of them, and like 3 gateway Reaver does beat 4 gateway Goon.
Why is Dewalt moving across the map here?
He doesn't want to take a fight as natural. He definitely does not want to take a fight as natural.
I see. This is his own way of just kind of slowing the push.
Yeah. He's not going to take this fight, but he needs to make Bonyth work for it. You need to force him to drop the shuttle, to shepherd it, to move it around safely.
He's just buying time for his own Dragoon production, I'm sure.
Yeah, and Storm. If he gets Storm out, he'll be fine, but Bonyth is aiming for it to hit right before Storm.
Ooh, good DT positioning. Scouts the Dragoons from Bonyth coming in.
Oh.
There is an observer, though, but Dewalt just avoiding that observer perfectly.
I love how Dewalt is like trying to make this go late, but he's not going to get away. Bonyth knows he's on the clock. I think Dewalt sacrificing that is actually a smart decision here, especially with his DT running into the main. If the DT gets damage done in the main, then Dewalt just needs to play for time.
He's just luring Bonyth away from his
Yeah.
base. I love this.
Yeah, because Storm is researching right now. Storm is on its way.
I see. He's just stalling until Storm.
Yeah, he's going to sack the Nat too. He knows the only place he can hold is this choke. Because I mean, how do you fight Dragoon Reaver with no Storm? You can't. Can't be done.
He's got the kills.
Remember, Bonyth still no expansion. Bonyth still has to do damage here, otherwise Storm will kill the Reavers.
Yeah, they're going to go for a reset. It's going to be both going to. Dewalt's going to lose his natural, but.
Dewalt has another DT counter going to the natural of Bonyth as well.
Okay, Storm has to be done.
Storms.
High Templar, come on!
Oh, Templar, no.
Oh, he loses both of them, and Bonyth just targeting them.
Yeah.
GG.
Storm
That's the
was
risk
not
you take
done.
when you go DT. Had Dewalt gone Robo there, he would have been ahead. Like that double mana pylon, if he'd just gone Robo expand, he would have been completely fine. He was looking for a bit of luck, but he ends up getting hard countered. Because 3-gate Obs is a really strong counter to 2-gate DT.
Exactly. I mean, he's switching it up. You know, he's keeping Bonyth guessing. Although the result, you know, maybe didn't end up in his favor. It's not a bad build to throw into a series like this, especially against such a high-level player like Bonyth.
For me, there are PvP builds that don't have hard counters, like 2-gate Reaver. Like 2-gate Reaver, you can play against anything. But it feels greedy to, when you have an advantage, go for the high variance build, the build that sometimes wins you the game immediately, sometimes puts you in a disadvantage. But I mean, he's playing Bonyth. If I was playing Bonyth, I would only do high variance builds.
Exactly. You're just trying to get any win you can at some time. Yeah.
Guys, we got a tiebreaker. Last map is on D's E-Ray. Hype.
Yeah, very hype. I mean, we knew it was going to be super close between these two. It could be either player's game, literally right here. So I definitely expected this to go the full distance, and we were not disappointed.
And I loved how Bonyth didn't take his Nexus forever, because Nexus is how he loses that game. He knows that there has to be a timing where if his opponent's built that many DTs, the natural hasn't kicked in, the Storm can't be done, the gateway count can't be that high. If he keeps going 3-gate Goon, adds a Reaver, then a timing must exist, where he has Goon Reaver against Goon. And like he waited for so long, just building up that Goon count, but then the timing existed. He got it done. Bonyth has such certainty in his builds. It's one of the great things about him as a player is that he is so experienced that he believes that there will be a timing, and the timing exists. It just only exists for him.
Exactly. So, I mean, Diaz Irae for PvP, another map where there's a high ground main, kind of a free natural expansion. What's popular on this map for PvP?
I don't play this one or Ringing Bloom, which is similar to, and I know that Bonyth doesn't play Ringing Bloom on ladder either, which is interesting because Dewalt definitely does. But I would quite like one gate Zealot Nexus. You can play it against anything, is the thing. You want a quick Nexus because you're not worried about your opponent having range goons against you having regular goons. PvP, that's like a nightmare scenario where your opponent has range goons, you don't have range goons, and you're trying to expand because they can just harass you all day long. But on this map, with that high ground, you can actually go quick Nexus later to goon range and be completely fine.
Just because you already have that high ground advantage, you get that natural, you don't necessarily have to be low ground. It just makes it a lot easier to defend. That's kind of cool. That's definitely unique about PvP for maps like these.
Yeah, because you get the defender's advantage just for the goon count, so you can match them on goon count and squeeze out a Nexus. But matching them on goon count doesn't matter if they have to goon range because you just lose. High ground eliminates that, so suddenly you're in a position where, later cybernetics core isn't a death sentence. And we're seeing both players. So we're seeing both players go for the one gate double pylon. This is exactly what I was saying. One gate making zealots, but you want to save up the money because you're trying for that Nexus.
Got it. Okay. Do you ever see Protoss players open Forge Expo and hide a third base PvP on maps like these?
I don't know that you ever would. I mean, cannons aren't great against Dragoons. They're not great against Reavers. They're not even great against DTs because the DTs can get dropped. Or in this case, on this map, they could just get pushed through on the natural, through the mineral wall. I would be quite surprised if I saw an opponent going quick cannon PvP. Now, I wouldn't know exactly how to play against it because it's so unorthodox, but I would feel like whatever I tried should be quite effective. If Bonyth placed the pylon block here, this is going to be absolutely huge. It's going to be crippling to Dewalt.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, look at those mana pylons.
Mana pylons?
Yeah, that's Dewalt just getting back at him. He goes, okay, wait a second, you stop me placing a Nexus? Fuck you. You're not mining either.
3 probes trapped in the upper gap and 2 probes in the bottom. So 5 probes trapped. I mean, you could actually get out.
I have no idea who's ahead. Bonyth got that much quicker Nexus. But Dewalt then spent all his money on pure spite. This is like the most spiteful thing I've ever seen in PvP.
I kind of feel like Dewalt came out ahead there. I mean, what good's a Nexus if you can't mine it with your probes? they were trapped there for quite some time.
But I mean, the Nexus is not done yet, and I think the probes are all free again when the Nexus finishes. So I would actually say Bonyth is fine here because he had that early zealot and could work on those pylons early enough.
Yeah, it seems
let's take a look at the supply. I mean, Dewalt is he's down a pylon. He's up 5 supply. The Nexus timing is a big deal as well, I guess.
We also have a couple of Dewalt Zealots marching into the main here, looking for some probe kills.
If he gets any probe kills, that's going to be huge, obviously.
Could we maybe change the colors? I'm having a hard time telling which green is who. There we go.
Okay, so I've seen one probe go down for Bonyth so far, and he's not getting that Maynard, which he wanted. Oh, that's a beautiful drill.
Catch on that zealot.
Yeah. A second probe goes down at the natural. He's just standing by the valley. Probe pops out and he just kills it immediately.
This is still, I mean, so much lost mining time here for Bonyth. This has to be very frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, I feel like this is Dewalt favoured. I think Dewalt got the better of this.
Yeah,
now, sure, he's lost a few zealots, but yeah, the mining time is the bigger issue.
Mining time and scouting, even. Bonyth, doesn't have perfect information at the moment. Could be anything.
That's a really good point. I'm glad you brought that up because I forgot completely about it. But you are completely correct. That is huge. That like throughout all this time, Dewalt has had vision inside Bonyth's base. You can see the gateways. You can see the gas timing. You can see when the second gas is taken. It's in PvP. That's a big deal.
Yeah, it really seems like it. Bonyth has the quicker second gas though. What would that indicate?
I think just that he wasn't mining gas for a while because of the harass. He's just trying to recover.
Ah, I see.
Because you want Robo and Dragoon range and Master Dragoon at the same time. He went Robo before Dragoon range, but he's going to need both of them. The second gas is just to help him catch up. You see it in PvT as well, where players go for a quick Nexus and they want a quick Robo. So they add a second gas, put a few probes on it, grab Dragoon range, then they might take the probes off. It's when that core finishes, you want everything all at once, and gas is a bit of a limiter there. You can't get your Robo and your Dragoon range.
Bonyth looks to maybe be taking a third. Never mind. He's just putting pylons down to scout for shuttles and scout out bases ahead of time. Good use of his resources.
Yeah, and they're both just macroing up at this point. So Bonyth with a much faster Robo though. So Bonyth went Robo second gas Dragoon range, and that second gas is how he's getting both. Dewalt didn't. Dewalt went Dragoon range Dragoons, and that meant that he had to wait for the 200 gas, which took him a lot longer to get than it did for Bonyth. So Dewalt's Robo is much later. He's not actually mining a second gas either. He's added it now, but there's no probes on it.
Does have the quicker Dragoons though.
Yeah, and he has the quicker Dragoon range, so he feels like maybe he has a timing here, but it's high ground. This is the situation I was talking about, where you go for the quick Nexus, even though your opponent has faster Dragoon range, because you can't actually punish the Dragoon range.
Also has more Zealots though. This could be a little tricky for Bonyth to hold. 2 more Dragoons pop out just in time though.
Yeah. I'm liking Bonyth's build order choices. I think Dewalt's probably got more workers, but Bonyth's build order choices with the quick second gas, Robo, then range, that has got him the quick observer. The quick observer is going to tell him everything he needs to know, and the Reavers are going to give him map control. I also really like Dewalt's probes everywhere, and he looks like he's going to get a probe in. Look at the middle only on Bonyth's side. He jumps the probe in. Beautiful.
Wow, this is going to give Dewalt so much information. Sees the support bay immediately. He should know exactly what to expect here.
Yeah, who needs observers when you can just do that? And the scouting pylons are everywhere too. They're scouting pylons directly between their bases. So yeah, Bonyth has the faster Robo. He's going to have more Reavers on the map. But I don't think Dewalt plans to take any damage from them.
Can Dewalt take a third at the moment?
Not easily. They're both quite even, and if there was a fight in the middle of the map, Bonyth would have more Reavers there. Neither of them can attack the other one because with Defender's advantage, so Dewalt will have his own Reavers. I'm assuming he's got a support base somewhere. But it's... Yeah, on the map, Bonyth will always have the upper hand here because his Robo is that much faster.
I also think if you spread yourself too thin across 3 bases against speed reavers or speed shuttles, you have to keep goons at every base. And if you have 3 spots where you have to keep goons, then that attack possibility at the front with the full army of Bonyth together with the reavers becomes a possibility again. So that's dangerous.
That makes sense. You're almost spread too thin because you have more points at which you need to defend. Okay.
Also, the observer advantage going to Bonyth as well. He got the observers out earlier, he got better awareness. Now, the reason Bonyth can be so aggressive here is because he knows where Dewalt is. The reason why Dewalt can't be aggressive here is because he doesn't know where Bonyth is. And again, it's that faster Robo. It's Dewalt actually has the bigger army, but he's not certain he has the bigger army. Even if he did know he had the bigger army, he doesn't know exactly where he can engage that's going to be safe.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who is not an expert at PvP, this just looks so awkward. Like, neither player can kind of do anything just because of the base positionings, the neutral area between, their mains. They're both kind of terrified of Reaver drops, kind of not. This is just odd.
Yeah. Again, Bonyth knows where his opponent's army is. Bonyth is that's a good position to. I mean, Bonyth can just do shit like this. This is like, I have vision, you don't. I'm gonna just do what I like.
Wow.
And I mean, if he can pick up this Reaver, that's going to be huge. If he can't pick up the Reaver, he's going to get some good hits on goons.
That was a very big pickup there from Bonyth.
And Bonyth is doing this with a smaller army, to be clear. This is Bonyth doing this with fewer Dragoons up high ground against more Dragoons.
Oh, but that has to be a mistake.
Yeah, now that's a mistake.
There.
Yeah, he's lost his Reavers and Shadows.
Well,
that was a bit too greedy. As Dewalt though, this must be terrifying that you're like, because Dewalt has so little map vision. Dewalt only knows its opponent's still on 2 bases. That's it. He doesn't know. He knows his opponent hasn't taken 12 o'clock. He's going for a hidden expansion. Dewalt is feeling like under the gun here. And again, Dewalt has more stuff. It's kind of funny that this is happening. Bonyth lost his shuttle. He lost both Reavers. Dewalt actually has the Reaver advantage too. But he doesn't know his position because he lost his observer. His opponent made like 3 observers and put them on the map super early. It's a really awkward position for him.
I like this hidden third expansion here from Dewalt. I think he kind of recognizes if he gets out, it's going to be a little while. You know, why not just dedicate some resources and try to sneak a base?
Oh,
whoa, big Reaver drop.
Yeah, that
Can we click the
like
Reaver?
Damage. 6 kills.
6 kills.
Okay, 7 probes now. 7 probes is a lot of probes. It's like that, and just also the force in the pool does a lot of damage as well.
Absolutely, especially you know, after Bonyth just finished losing his own Reavers. That's every trade hurts so badly.
Oh, did he lose the shuttle
but
there?
shuttle.
Shuttle's gone down.
It's good. Yeah, I think it's down. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the shuttle with Reaver. If Dewalt doesn't Maynard probe to his new hidden expansion, I would be disappointed. Because hidden expansion takes like 3 minutes in PvP to pay off if you have to build the probes at the expansion. Oh, he is Maynarding. Oh, it's the map thing.
No.
Yeah, it's the map thing. Oof,
So there is
that's
actually
really
one
unfortunate.
patch there that has fewer mineral crystals than the others, and you can mine that through early to clear that up. Oh, he hasn't noticed. His probes are still doing it.
Hasn't noticed, yeah.
Okay, now he has. Now he has.
I think he
Okay.
noticed, but he keeps trying to transfer them from there. He needs
Yeah, he needs
just
to
have-
send them to like 9 o'clock first.
Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah, so the ones from the main have made it, but the ones from the natural got confused. That's unfortunate for him.
I mean,
Still-
Bond catching up in a little bit of supply.
Yeah, but I mean, once this kicks in, there's going to be a huge advantage to Dewalt.
I mean, beautiful pylon placement from Dewalt at that 12 o'clock base to, you know, just delay that for a while. So Bonyth will, you know, not have the econ advantage here in a moment.
And attacking on this map is really awkward. You're always going up a ramp or down a ramp. You're always going through a choke. It's the kind of map that Scythedom was built for, and we're seeing that with Dewalt's unit choice. He's given up on Reavers. He's just adding High Templar with Storm, and beautiful storms. Oh, that got less done than I thought. I think one of the Reavers just instantly killed a High Templar, but and it's forcing opponents doing a lot of damage. That's going to do a lot. Holy shit!
Oh my god.
9 kills. You might be overstaying your welcome now, though, Dewalt.
No, one more shot is fine. Okay, 2 more actually.
Okay,
Oh
so
my
that went up to
God.
13 kills before it died. That's good.
Yep, yep.
If Bonyth attacks right now, he can probably do something, because that was 2 High Templar with Storm and a Reaver that are missing. But he doesn't know about the bottom right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Bonyth
that's
definitely
true.
has the unit advantage here, and he can definitely do some damage here. But if he waits any longer, Dewalt is going to pull ahead because of the economic advantage here. Can we check the upgrades? 1-0. Okay. And same for Dewalt. Okay.
I really kind of hate that Dewalt didn't take the gas at bottom right immediately. Gas at bottom right is such an important thing in this matchup.
It really is, especially on this map.
Yeah, I mean, look at all these zealots that Bonyth has. Okay, so Bonyth is going for the engage. He's picked off a High Templar immediately with a Reaver. However, shuttle's down. 1 Reaver down.
Both Reavers are going to fall.
Good
Last
spread
shot by
of
the Dragoon
Reaver.
might get it. Oh, last shot by the Dragoon doesn't do it. And the Zealots are on the Dragoons. I mean, Dewalt's get lost. The Zealots are just overrunning because he doesn't have his own anti-Zealot stuff. He doesn't
He
have
has a
Archons.
Reaver.
He has 1 Reaver. Yeah, but I mean, look at this.
Wow.
These are going to have to be the best Reaver scabs anyone's ever done. They're not bad, but they're not the best anyone's ever done.
Bonyth starting to push up high ground. Still has that Reaver remaining as well.
Yeah, I mean, Bonyth's done it. No, this is enough.
There's a Reaver.
There's a couple
There's a
cannons
Reaver.
and
There's a
Reaver.
cannon. Units finishing.
He's pulling probes as well. This Reaver's
The thing is,
start
Bonyth's going to get on top of the gateways. Once he's on top of the gateways, that's it. Game. You get really good trades on the units as they come out.
GG.
Man, I really like that Bonyth split the Reavers. He dropped out 1 Reaver and then flew to another position to drop out the other Reaver, so that Dewalt has to spend multiple storms on different locations to actually kill the Reavers, so he didn't have enough storms for the rest of the army, and all the Zealots, all the Dragoons just pulled through for Bonyth.
So I'm gonna go on like my soapbox here and say Dewalt tried to win in two different ways. Dewalt has a hidden expansion. He knows he has an economic advantage. He knows that like if he just doesn't die for like the next few minutes, his advantage would be he can't lose from that position. That expansion is going to put him that far ahead. And then he takes his Reaver and 2 High Templars and throws them in a shuttle and flies them off to Bonyth's face. And you think you only need to win the game once, Dewalt. You've got more money. You don't need to make them have less money to get your advantage, because that's all of his gas units. That's all of his anti-zealot area of attack. When the zealots flood him, he's got like 4 High Templar. One of them dies immediately because Bonyth just targets it with the Reaver, just immediately snipes it. And then the other 3 use all of their storms just trying to control the Reavers. But then there's nothing left for the Speedlots, and the Speedlots just run over him.
I mean, even the unit positioning, I think even if he delayed and tried to pull back into his main there, it might have had an effect on that engagement.
I'm watching the fight again now on the stream because it's perfectly synced up apparently, so I can just do my talk about it after. But Bonyth's Dragoons spent all their time attacking the Speedlots because they just got overrun. And Speedlots are super tanky. The damage output isn't great, but they pay for themselves by being like the thing that your enemies attack instead of your Dragoons. There was no area effect. There was nothing he had against the Speedlots. Bonyth had like 2 Archons, mass Speedlots, and a bunch of Dragoons with his Reavers. Dewalt had 1 Reaver with no shuttle and like 4 High Templar. 4 High Templar wasn't enough. It couldn't get it done. And the reason he only had 4 High Templar and only 1 Reaver is because he lost a Speed Shuttle with Reaver. Then he built a new Speed Shuttle, loaded up 2 High Templar and another Reaver, and lost that as well. He didn't need that. He didn't need the harass to win. He was so far ahead anyway.
Yeah, he basically wanted to double down on the economic advantage, but hurt his army count too much. If you do that, I think then you can't move out on the map. You have to go back into your main and make sure you don't die. But yeah, Bonyth takes it. So is he the all-time greatest player? What do you think?
And Dewalt still has considerably more wins in the series, the event as a whole.
Yeah.
Bonyth's the all-time greatest player. No, Bonyth. I mean, how could you not say it? He consistently wins in these high-pressure situations time and time again, especially against someone the caliber of Dewalt, 2,700 on ladder. Like, you know, he's Bonyth's the GOAT.
Guys, I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. Apologies for shortcomings in observing. I have invited Bonyth for an interview. It's a little too late for Dewalt. I think it's past 3 or 4 a.m. his time in Siberia. So hopefully our castles will have some questions for Bonyth. You should be joining us shortly.
I don't even know what I'm going to ask. That was an odd series. It was because game 1, Bonyth, everything went wrong for Bonyth, and then he got really far ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey guys, Ox invited me for an interview.
Hello, Bonyth. Congratulations on the series.
Well, thank you. It's always good, always good to win against Dewalt. You know why? Because who is better, him or me? So it's always good to get that win.
Of course.
With the event over, we're seeing you on 37 wins and Dewalt on 43. Do you feel like you won the event?
No, not at all. I mean, Dewalt is better player. He plays probably much more than me. What can I do? I can just play for like 3 hours every second day or so. So my time is limited. So he's for sure the better player. But when it comes to important events, I can actually send my wife off to her home or somewhere to visit her parents, so I can prepare for a given day. So I can come warmed up fully and ready. So that's the only thing I have for me. So these super important tournaments. I can actually prepare for them. But overall, Dewalt is the better player.
That's exactly what I was saying beforehand. Is that like on a given day, Dewalt might be able to do better, but like when it comes to tournaments, you turn up to a different level.
Well, yep, that's yeah. It's like your MMR, say skill level as in MMR, can fluctuate like plus minus, I don't know, 10%, something like that. Depends on a specific individual. Well, there's always matter of tournaments, and like you can be extra stressed out about them or not. But if you can take these plus 10% for a given day on your MMR because you're warmed up. Well, that's good too. But overall, I would say overall, Dewalt's MMR should be higher.
So Dark on game 1, what was going on with that?
I thought I had a much bigger advantage than I actually had, because I checked the replay and it turned out that it was well, pretty much even. Like very slightly in my favor, very slightly, not to the point where I could actually send units at him as I thought I could. So that wasn't the case, and I paid for it.
But what was it, to feedback his Dark Archon, or was it to mind control the shuttle? What was?
Yeah, it was to feedback his Dark Archon, but his observer was in position because, well, defender's advantage here, so yeah, I should have moved a little bit more patiently, and that would be a battle of feedbacks, and he won that battle.
What was the thought behind taking the mineral only on Polypoid instead of another gas third base there?
I'm kind of slow, so I take closer expansions, so I can just defend with just Protoss Ball 1A, 2A, 3A.
Okay.
No need to run between expansions. I was wondering after exactly this game that ever since StarCraft Remastered released, I think my attention to the minimap has gotten worse, and I think it could be because of the wider screen, and now the minimap is in the corner. Meanwhile, in Remastered it was closer to the center of your monitor, and I also watched Dewalt stream sometime, and he has the minimap. There is that function that can get your minimap closer to the middle. So I think. I think after like it's so hard to say that your awareness of the map isn't dependent on that or because of your inactivity. Who knows? But maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna try and move the minimap closer to the middle. So maybe thanks to that I'll be better minimap awareness. Let's see how this experiment will go.
I like that adjustment. I've heard the same. I know it's a big reason why a lot of the old Korean pros still try to use the black bars on the either side and kind of scale down the dimension just because of that mini-map placement. So that's interesting.
So I feel like Sylphid in Eclipse, you did some quite risky builds with the 3-gate no robo on Sylphid and the 9-gate 10-gate on Eclipse. Were you confident that you could beat Dewalt with a regular build and just trying to mix it up, or were you trying to close out early?
I try to be just unpredictable, given that I was predictable a couple of last series against him, where I would just play, if it was Eclipse, I would just go 10-12 gateways from my main base, and I did it against Oya too, so I tried to mix it up, so I didn't really expect such fast probe scout. He got me there. So I tried to just mix it up. Don't play just usual Bonyth style. A little bit too safe. I need to spin things out of control. So not only here I could pull ahead or lose, but in the future, Dewalt will have to think: is he really gonna play this say Bonyth style, or is he gonna mix things up again?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because ahead of the series I was asserting that on Eclipse it was going to be the 2-gate, on Sylphid or Demonio Azul it was going to be the 23-gate. It was because you've done them so often that I was pretty confident it would happen again. and none of my predictions came true.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to be too boring with your builds because in PvP specifically, if your opponent can and Dewalt can use this against you, he's gonna do that, and he's gonna just take advantage of that and translate into another even greater advantage and eventually finish you off.
I think we even saw that a little bit from Dewalt. The game Demonio Azul, you know, he got a very beautiful pylon block off, maybe had a slight advantage from that, and uncharacteristically opened very fast Citadel into DT, you know, even from a situation where he maybe looked pretty comfortable. So it was kind of just wonderful to see the mind games between yourself and Dewalt there.
Well, from Devil's point of view, he was ahead 2-1 in the series, so well, he can risk it, and it's not like if you go like DTs would hard counter him, but at the same time he could just build a gateway between main base and natural, so maybe not hard counter on this map. But I think one of my goons, I need to check the replay, but one of my goons missed a shot, I think. So actually one of Devalt's goons did not die when expected. So, but I need to check it out because I was really upset about that battle.
The battle at your natural?
Yeah, the first battle, like 5 goons versus 5 goons plus 1 zealot, I believe.
There was definitely one Dragoon in the red for Dewalt shooting another like 4 shots before you finish it off. So yeah, I think you could be right there.
Or I mismicroed, I need to check.
Yeah, that was actually surprising to me because I was comparing that with the fight on Silphid, and Dewalt's Dragoon micro in Dragoon versus Dragoon fights with a single Zealot was actually, I think, better than yours. So I was like just having nerd chills watching it on Silphid, but he was only moving the Dragoon that was under attack by a Zealot. The rest of his Dragoons were just holding the ground, firing, and he was targeting perfectly with like 2 volleys on each Dragoon switch. And then when you were in the same position, you were moving all 5 Dragoons with move fire to avoid the Zealot getting any damage, which yeah was
well, let's see, game on Silphid, I attack into him, so I have to move because he's got the Zealot, and did I have the yes, I have the Zealot.
you each had 1 Zealot, and
yeah, so I could decide to either move or not. I tend to move because when Gun just micros back, I can still get him. Meanwhile, on Demonia Azul, I did not have that Zealot, so even in Defender's advantage, I couldn't really just stand still. If I had the Zealot, I don't know what I would have done. Just not sure.
Did you watch the replay to Game 5 at all?
No, not at all. I just
Would you be surprised to learn he had the bottom right main then?
Not really. I was expecting him to have a third bat on 6 o'clock.
Because yeah, you hit him like right as that economy was kicking in. That was like that was like the kill timing, probably the last kill timing you had. It was.
I mean, it's his fault for well, he was really ahead. He really need to harass me. If he had that shuttle with River, who knows what happens? Probably he could have won the game. So he was ahead, but he wanted to be even further ahead, and well, it just didn't work out. Too big of a corner cut, I suppose. No, not really. Maybe positional. Mispositioned his army, or maybe he was not familiar enough with the map as to take advantage of that. I don't know if the like defender's advantage exists, because if it was on any other map, he would certainly use that map to get into a better defender's advantage, get the better arc. On this map, I'm not quite sure if that was possible, or did he find it. So it felt like kind of even battle, even going into the battle.
You didn't know he had the base. You suspected he might have it, and you hit him at the perfect timing. It's make it look easy. In PvP, very often rivers dictate the pace.
of your attack. So once you have, depending on the stage of the game, either one shuttle, one river you go, or two rivers, one shuttle you go. That's just kind of that simple. You synchronize the rest of your gateway unit, army and composition with these rivers, with that second river coming out. So, for example, you don't really want to be building High Templars once your reverse is halfway, or your second river is halfway done. So you just build units that's gonna really fast get to the actual battle. So, and I made sure to get as aggressive standing, as big of an army as I can. And I just tried. I know that probably in the later game Dewalt would be better, so I just wanted to go with that one big push, and I happened to win that battle.
Who's going to win out of Oya and Dandy?
Oya, Dandy. I'm gonna go with Dandy.
Dandy's his team member.
Well, there are players that play a lot, and there is no way it doesn't pay off. So Dewalt, Dandy, these two, no matter the show match, you wanna bet on them. I'm not sure about Terror. I think similar to them. So these three, like the more players play, the better shape. Like it's not like you're gonna see them really bad that given day. No, it's like the more you play, the more stable your MMR is. So these three players at the very least will be very stable. So and just because of this, I'm gonna bet on Dandy.
Yeah, I actually 100% agree. Agree. Dandy plays so often, there's no way it doesn't pay off. He's just at such a high skill level and prepares for every player at all times. It's
also
so strong.
Also, Oya seems to play. I'm not gonna say like me, but like me in the way that he just freestyles a lot, and Dandy has his builds really. I don't know, mastered for the internal standards. I'm gonna say that for mastered. So it's gonna be even harder for Oya to win when that timing hits and he freestyles. It may be hard to beat it.
Speaking of Dandy, we have a show match between Bonyth and Dandy on May 15th. It'll be 9 games, guys. The prize pool is $350. Big shout out to Leo for sponsoring a bunch of 9-game show matches, and Esport Fun for co-sponsoring it. So do tune in for that. I think it's going to be a big hype event. You two played in BBT a little while back. I think we had 800 viewers. A lot of people from Latin America tuned in. You had just played BSL and you were exhausted.
No excuse. I mean, okay, that was.
You're a champ.
I don't want to make excuses. But Dandy was scheduled to play me the day before, and he had no internet then. So yeah, I suppose that's one excuse I could use if I ever do excuse myself. Well, anyway.
It should be a great match. I want to thank you for participating in the Best of the Best Tour. 3 months. You had 11 opponents, 55 games. You and all the other participants completed them all, and made this event really special for viewers and us.
So one final question: which position I'm gonna finish the Best of Best second, or is
up
it
to Dandy? Dandy can still catch you.
I see.
You have 37 wins. Trutacz is on 30 with 1 game left, or 1 stage left to play, so he can't catch you. Dandy, 29 with 10 games left, so if he wins 8 out of the 10, he's even with you. If he gets 9, he takes you. He's got Oya and Terra left, so getting 9 wins would be tricky, but it could be done.
I can see it done. Yeah, it's like really like 50-50 really. Okay. Anyway, so thank you, Ox, because that was the last mine.
Thank you,
and
my
the
friend.
first 5. Thank you for doing this and for the cast of this. I know how exhausting it can be to just cast 15 games in a row. So
They
and
loved it,
just-
man. Ask
yeah, not
them.
at all. Not when we get to cast you, that's for sure.
So anyway, once again, Ox, big thanks for doing this whole stuff because it's really I don't know, I'm out of words, but big thanks.
That's very nice of you. No credit goes to me. It goes to the players, the casters, the mapper, Freakling. Big shout out to him, and the viewers who tuned in, and the graphic designers, my friend. But thank you very much. Everyone had a great time watching you guys play. You're all reliable, good-mannered, and highly skilled players, and it's been a real honor and treat watching you guys go at it.
Well, thank you. I'll do my best to keep up with your words. And okay, so I suppose enough of me, and I wish you fun with the next series.
Thanks, my friend. Have a good night.
Thank you, Bonyth. Take care.
Thanks a lot for the games.
Heavy lies the hat that wears the crown, folks.
He did it again, man. Just what an incredible player. That was so much fun.
Yeah, I'll take all the observing seriously, guys. I try my best, but I do get nervous when these two are going at it. Because I know it means a lot to community members, a bit more than maybe some other matches. And the pressure, man. Pressure gets to you.
There's pressure, man. It's it just happens with two incredible players such as these two. This is so much fun. I'm just glad we get to watch it.
I'm sure that game on Eclipse, the first 5 minutes was fun, just trying to figure out what's going on through voice casting and no stream mode. Guys, I apologize. I had switched it to StarCraft, but something happened on OBS that it actually switched back. I'm not joking. And it just made me paranoid for, I guess, from now on, that I have to keep checking OBS incessantly every 10 seconds to make sure that doesn't happen. But we still caught most of the game, fortunately. And I think the casters did a wonderful job just sort of describing what's going on, that even a person who's visually impaired was getting as close of a depiction of the game as possible. So
I also loved how in the next game people in the chat actually spammed like switch the overlay when the game has not even started. Was quite fun.
yeah, there is a delay. All right, guys, let's get into Dandy and Oya. I'm gonna run a promo. This set was just pre-played yesterday.
Oh wow, it's fresh. Okay.
We were gonna try to set it up live, guys, but Oya said the lag would be horrendous. I know he plays on his mobile data sometimes, and of course I'm in North America observing, so we decided to make a compromise there, let them play a little less laggy games. So I do apologize. We tried to get as many live matches as we could today and tomorrow during our last events.
I think that's a great call. Being able to see these guys really play more to their capabilities, it's gonna show through in the series for sure.
All right, once again, I'll shut up and we can get to the next set.
BSL ladder phase that is currently going on for season 12, and actually Oya is on 2.5k, doing very well, while Dandy is slightly above 2.3k. So if we go by pure MMR, Oya would take it, but as Bonyth said, your MMR goes up and down a little bit, and I think on this high level of play, there's a lot of mind games in preparation as well, so I don't think the MMR matters too much.
It's not a perfect calibrator, right? You could make the argument that Protoss players that are very good PvP usually tend to do better on ladder, hitting PvP more often. And I know for a fact, when I think Oya, I think he's just such a master level PvP. You know, taking series off of players like Dewalt, that, you know, it really speaks to his strengths.
Oya vs Dandy on Polypoid, game 1.
Okay, we see the map name in the middle. They are playing on Yude's map settings. Interesting. So, in the top right of Polypoid, we have our green Terran. It is Dandy.
And sitting at the bottom left as the brown Protoss player, we have IRK's Oya.
Okay, so again, we have to point out, even if it's might be obvious to some of the better players, but it is a cross position. But just as I say this, we see the probe leaving. Oh man, proxy.
Yeah, already. This is kind of surprising, but maybe not the worst way to start out a series, you know? Especially against a player like Dandy, who just wants to sit back, be a little comfortable with his build early on, and you know, slowly out macro his opponent. Maybe this could end up paying off here for Oya.
I come back and I see that Oya's immediately doing Oya things.
This is Oya things? Okay.
You know that Oya by reputation? Back in the IC Cup days, he got like A- or something, going only proxy 9-9 every map, every game.
I see.
Because you'd know he was going to do it and it wouldn't matter because he got really good at the micro.
And I mean, we don't see a wall off at the ramp. Not that that's even standard by Dandy, but it could make defending this a little difficult.
Dandy should be ready for this from Oya, because again, this is Oya is famously a proxy 9-9er. He's a proxy 9-9er who got really good later on, and like he's got other parts of his game, but he's still at heart he's a proxy 9-9er.
Got it, got it. Ooh, SCV making its way down the map towards the bottom right main. Will miss those two gateways, unfortunately for Dandy.
This is an early scout timing from Oya though. This is going to feel weird to Dandy, I think, because Dandy's seeing this probe leaving at this time, but Oya's not in that base site. There's
We
not
also
that
see
many
no
builds.
gas.
You
For
say
Dandy.
that, but he's going for CC here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh no.
this is a mistake by Dandy, and it's uncharacteristic because Oya's probe scout is too early, and he should know that it's too early.
Okay, he is actually going for additional marines and the supply depot. So there's a variation where you just go for a command center on one marine, and you still have enough supply to make some more SCVs. But he's actually going for more marines and adding the supply depot. So this is a safer variant here, and maybe it helps him to hold this. But I mean,
he
he's
missed
still in a
scouts.
bad position.
He missed scouts. He doesn't go all the way to the middle line. He sees there's nothing at the top, and he. Oh no!
That's gonna hurt.
Oh,
okay.
Dandy! No, not like this.
He's gonna need to pull back, cancel that command center immediately.
Yeah, he needs the
Tell it's
bunker
walking into the main.
because there's no gas. There's no vulture coming. Okay, he
Pulling
started
a
his
lot
gas,
of
but
SCVs.
oh, he's lost with Moon already. And
Oh,
Zealots
no.
just don't take any damage from Moons. Zealots just stand there like getting tickled. That bunker's never gonna finish.
Yeah, and I mean, 2 marines already going down. This is probably over here.
I mean,
One's
how does he do
over
it?
fall.
He's Oya. He does the Foxy 9-9. You know it's gonna happen. He's Oya. Still does it.
Last marine does fall. That bunker probably won't even get up. Ah, yeah, this could
And
just be game.
Dandy still thinks he's top left. For like 2 years
and
of
that
IC
Marine
Cup,
falls
this happened
as
to
well.
everybody. Like, it didn't matter who you were. Oya would Foxy 9-9 you and it would work.
Oof. GG's called.
GG.
That's really sad that he misscouted because he had time. He could have dropped the bunker immediately. His CC was about to go down when he when he got the SEV in, but he doesn't scout all the way to the minnow line.
Do you think anything about that from Dandy was greedy, or is it just unfortunate?
It's unfortunate, but he should have known because again, I'm going to go on my soapbox. You know what time the scout workers normally go out, which means that if you see them early, it's normally a proxy. Like if you're playing against a Zerg and playing against a Terran, and an SCV shows up at your base before they should have sent it, then that means that the barracks in the middle of the map, 100%, because that's the only reason that scout timing could exist.
Yeah,
In this case, the probe coming out of the bottom right that early, either Oya scouted like on 8 or there's a proxy 9-9.
Well, it ended up paying off for Oya with that 9-9 game 1. Game 2 here, we have Oya spawning at the 12 o'clock location on Sylphid as the like beige Protoss, I think.
Yeah, Ox, do you want to do a color switch here? I guess not.
I think it's fine. And spawning at the bottom right is the light blue Terran. We have Dandy.
You guys
Okay,
want
so
blue and red, right?
I was thinking blue and red, but it's up to the viewers.
It's because we're in the replay.
Oh, yeah, so we can do it.
The yellow.
Yeah.
Okay, so will Dandy adjust here and play a lot safer? I think we can. Yeah, I mean, this already answers this. We are seeing a wall here. So is this map specific, or is it an adjustment because of that game 1? What do you think?
I think it might be an adjustment. Dandy, I don't know. Dandy is like a player who walls in all the time against everybody. He walls against me, but that's because he thinks I'm cheesy. But he doesn't normally wall against everybody all the time.
Maybe now he added Oya to the list of possible people to wall against.
He might have, man. Yeah, this is I don't know. He's just being safe, right? He doesn't want a repeat of game 1, especially after a 9-9. Like making a wall is not going to lose him the game. That's for sure. So
Yeah,
why not?
Although against Goon openers, it could be ugly just to be taking that extra damage. It makes it harder too. Which we'll
I
see. Yeah, he's going for that quick gas though, so he's definitely going for a factory expand this game.
First probe getting inside the main of Dandy will start to harass that SCV building the barracks. Could fall here. 3 shots
Yeah,
left.
that's a lot of damage.
10 HP. Ooh, 10.
Oh.
Good control though.
Oh,
Why
no.
start a deep
Oh.
though? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
wasn't.
Crazy greedy again.
Yep.
Although he loses, although I guess the scout probe was never getting out because the wall was up. That scout probe was dead already.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Good
So
trade.
yeah, that's a great trade for Oya. I don't know if he ever actually saw how many SCVs there were on gas, and that is going to be important because there are 3 SCVs on gas.
Does that mean 2-fact?
2-fact or port. Anything but definitely not a CC is the thing. If it was 2-fact, I'd expect to be seeing Marine, so I'm thinking port. I'm thinking like a quick vulture drop. Because, again, 2-fact, you'd want to send the Marines with it.
I feel like Sylphid is such a strong map for that early dropship play, just because there's so many positions to drop inside the main from.
Okay, second factory goes down and the Marine production has started, so he just wanted to get that factory slightly faster.
Okay.
He's expecting Oya to... okay, Oya's taking a 23 Nexus, no Dragoon range yet from Oya. Interesting.
Will he do the correct follow-up, adding a pylon at the second gate immediately? Or a third gate even? Or will he skip it? That's the question.
I don't think this is the correct one. There's no Dragoon range. This is kind of greedy for Oya, honestly. Because he's not scouting anything.
At 2 gates. Yeah, you see he is actually making pylon, making some probes. Usually you go for robotics now.
Yeah.
But then you add 2 gates immediately.
Yeah. That's 25 robo,
Let's see.
20. But he should. Yeah, you're talking about the 25 robo, like 28 gate, 29 gate. That's what I
Exactly,
do.
but
at
he's
clip.
already at 27, so
Yeah,
he's
he's got too many
already
probes,
playing
right.
greedy here.
Well, no robo could save him because he will have that extra dragoon because gateway's going to be faster. But that dragoon range being slow, normally when the Terran goes to push with their 2-fac, you shoot at Marines the entire way across the map. You're bruising them, you're taxing them to push to take ground. If they want to take ground, they have to take damage. Oya's not able to do that. He's going for a Citadel instead, but his dragoon range is not going to be done until the tank's in his natural. At least he's
still
sending
don't
out a
see-
scout probe.
Oh, we finally see vulture speed going. I was wondering if you don't open siege with this build.
No, it's always 3 tanks and then vulture flood. Because the tanks do the damage, but the vultures soak the damage. Because vultures, because they take reduced damage from dragoons and they have the option to place mines, it takes a lot of dragoon shots to clear a vulture. It's 6 for the mines and 5 for the vulture itself.
2-fact is not really the best opener against DTs, right?
It's not the best opening against DTs, but the DTs aren't going to be done. Dragoon range is not. Oya's like getting pushed right now, but he has no dragoon range, so he can't even harass it. He should just sack the Nat, honestly. He should say, this was a mistake. Your build counters my build. That's fine. Sack the Nat, hold with a DT. But if he takes this fight, it's not going to go the way he wants it to. He's got, what, 4 dragoons and a battery? That's not enough. Nowhere near
What
enough.
if he pulled all the probes?
Then he'll lose a bunch of probes. He should sack the Nat and... See, okay, dragoon range only just finished, but there's already units up in his face.
Full battery though.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
these...
this might be a problem.
Yeah, the vultures are just trying to soak damage while the tanks get it done. As long as he keeps the vulture flood going, so the vultures are always taking the shots and the tanks aren't, he'll be completely fine. Battery's drained. Battery's useless. So the DT will save him, but like he's lost a bunch of probes at this point already in the dragoons.
Yeah, you're right. He just needs to pull back into that main, use the DTs to save that natural, but there will be more mines as 2 more vultures arrive.
Yeah.
Wow. You're
Yeah, I mean, if
right.
he had an arc of dragoons here, he could at least do something with them, but...
Oh
Oh no, the mine!
Oh,
Oh!
No.
oh the probes defuse it!
Okay, 3 probes do fall. Might hold.
Yeah, he's going to save the Nexus. If he
Oh.
uses his DT properly. Okay, that's nice. He's getting he's stopping the mines. Come on, Oi, kill the mine. It can be very difficult sometimes to actually kill the mine because you can attack the mine as it stops being visible, and your attack will actually miss.
This vulture is still actually doing damage inside the main, picking off more and more
Yeah.
probes. I feel like
Oh.
Dandy's pulled back at the proper time.
Yeah, Dandy's a huge advantage.
Is Danny
Okay.
actually going for Academy in the main?
Yeah,
Is
he's
he
just gonna get a
going for
combat and end it.
combat?
Yeah, he just wants to end this. He knows it's 2-pack against 2 gate. It's the situation's fine for him. And Oya's completely
Well,
blind. Oya
990.
thinks that this is the Nexus because it's a CC, because CC is normally what you do behind this. But of course, it's not going to be a CC. It's going to be a comsat and a kill push. This DT could. These tanks are actually quite low. Got one with 26 hit points, one with 60.
And I'm
There
not
we
sure
go.
if one comset is enough, to be honest.
No, it's not going to be
I-
because Oya's producing DTs and the DTs are in 2 places. He's also got a eBay. Oh, it almost gets both
almost
of the-
killing both.
Oh, he's
yeah,
gonna get it.
crazy.
One more hit by the probe. Come on.
And then he has a DT to follow
Yes.
up. Control.
Oya gets it. And the other DT is still chasing those tanks.
He's got that battery there too. If he uses some unique control. Nope, will fall.
He's running out of probes, but he is going to survive for a tiny bit longer.
When do you just start building dragoons again? I feel like a couple dragoons might have cleaned these vultures up a little better.
The problem is there's mines everywhere too. It's like a dragoon pops out and it just gets killed by the mines.
Very true. Ooh, Comstat does go down, and that's the final DT.
Yep. Oh, we have a new final DT. He really needs a pylon behind that mineral line. You can place a pylon there and it will stop the vultures doing this kind
He
of...
doesn't have the money anymore. There's too much damage done.
Yeah.
GG.
He shouldn't have done that opener. That's a high variance opener.
Just trying to take a risk, I'm sure. He was already up game 1, you know, he can kind of afford to take a little bit of a risk and hopefully force Dandy to play out of his comfort zone. But Dandy's 2-fact, you know, was exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah, I think Dandy always planned the 2-fact there. I think that because that's why he did the wall-in. I think the wall-in was to make sure that the 2-fact went unscouted. So, fun fact: you can actually kill mines with a DT if you know exactly where the mines are and you press hold at the right time.
You have to press hold.
Yes. You also have to approach it from the right angle because DT kind of can get a tiny bit more range than normal, just as a like visual.
Is it in the corners? Like.
Yeah, you approach it from like bottom left, heading up and right, and then you hold as the mine pops up.
Oh, got it. That's interesting to know.
Yeah, I made a YouTube tutorial about it in like 2004. It's like my only YouTube video.
Nice.
But you need to know where the mines are.
Yeah, for any Protoss players in the chat there, if you have seen Dragoons hold position microing against mines and you were impressed, and you thought, okay, this is a bit hard, but maybe I think. No, don't do it. The DT thing is way harder than the Dragoon hold position. So if you're not completely fine with the Dragoon hold position killing mines without ops, then don't attempt the DT killing mines.
Yeah, I mean, you have to like hit hold before you actually see the mine to do it, which is why you need to know where they are. Okay, and we have Oya in the bottom left as the brown Protoss. Dandy is the green Terran in the top right on Eclipse. And Oya is going for a very early probe. This is, he did around a minute. This isn't going to be like inside Dandy's base on the left-hand side. This is going to be in the natural, I think, or behind the natural. Because you need to send one of your first 4 probes to actually build it inside your opponent's main.
Fun fact, I did try to make a proxy 9-9 in the natural on this position. And the way it works out, if you build the pylon behind the mineral line and you build 2 gateways on top of the minerals, one of the zealot will get stuck in the mineral.
That's a mistake you only make once.
No. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that is a fun fact.
Yeah.
Oh man. This will be interesting. I mean, it's only the 3rd game of the series, and we already are seeing a 2nd game of proxy gates from Oyaji. I mean, if you're Dandy, you almost need to expect something like this.
Yeah, I mean, you expect against Oya before like he does it once. This is just, and you see Dandy immediately goes for scouting the natural. The question is, would he scout behind the natural? And Oya's actually done them quite deep behind the natural. He turns it around.
He turned it around. No, he was going there.
No, this is Oya doing this deliberately too. This is Oya going, okay, so you think I'm going to put them in the good location? I'm going to put them in the bad location. Now he can also put them here as well. This is Dandy's checked like the 3 most common locations, and Oya's going, haha, you didn't think to check the 4th most common location.
That is so silly.
The thing is, I have a little theory. When you scout all the possible proxy locations here on this map, it's actually faster to just go across the map and scout the main base, and then you know what's up.
Yeah, because Dandy's like, okay, wait a second. Okay, so they're either at my 3rd base or they're slightly further behind at the natural. But
did you just make a bunker in the main here?
Yeah, he's got to make a bunker. He's going to probably make it like between his gas and his CC, just so he can get good coverage. Oh, he's not going to make it. Okay, this is ballsy.
No bunker. He's confident.
1 marine. Okay, he's adding a 2nd marine now, but this is.
There's a gap. There's a gap. There's a gap. There's a gap.
2nd barracks.
Oh no.
Oh
no, there was a gap. No.
Why not?
You definitely never want to do this against Oya. Because Oya has played Proxy 9-9 so much that he's really good at it.
Oh no, this marine getting caught out of position as well.
Yeah.
It does form a cute wall though. I don't know if that zealot can even attack.
It doesn't matter. Zealots have infinite hit points. They just kill all the SCVs. What are you going to do? The marine's tickling them.
SCVs back.
Like, the damage is getting done.
He needed to pull those
like
SCVs
6
back
SCVs.
earlier. There's no reason to lose those, I think. Just gotta pull back the one that's being targeted. He's just not pulling these SCVs.
Yeah, and these SCVs aren't mining very well. this is going to be a lag game too, because Dandy's South America, Oya's Sweden, so it's we're seeing them not microing under perfect conditions. But I mean, Oya's up workers now. He's up in tech. He's building his gas. All Dandy can do is build marines, and marines aren't very good. So this is.
You ever transition into a bio timing from here?
I guess you'd have to, but it's not what you wanted to do.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow.
That
Kill
last...
speed on that zealot. Okay, so adding a factory. But I really question his decision to go second vax no bunker against Proxy 99. That's not what you do.
I mean, evidently he seems pretty confident against it. Maybe he's just assuming Oyj is a little more all in than he is, and he wouldn't be taking.
Okay, Dandy thinks it's at the third.
Oh no.
This is kind of funny that he's going through the checklist like, okay, I checked 3 places already. You weren't at any of those. Let's check over here. It's the last place you would look.
Oh my god.
Oh,
These
now they
two
can be at the top of the
builds
map.
are trapped,
No, the Marines are trapped with them.
though. It's like the scene from The Watchmen.
Yeah.
Like, you're stuck in here with me.
Look at these Marines. The Marines at the out on the map are dying.
Oh no.
There's
Yeah, this is just really unfortunate here for Dandy. He's
Yeah,
just
now
throwing
once-
away more.
once the vulture's done, he'll be fine. Except there's a dragoon about to start. If he can get this bunker would be huge. But I don't think he can. So not this bunker, this pylon, because dragoons are going to start now. Okay. Okay, 2
The
dragoons just
problem is the
started.
Terran. The
the
Terran
pylon
has to
goes-
micro at multiple fronts,
Yeah.
and it's so much harder for the Terran to micro. So he's targeting the pylon, losing some marines because he's then looking in the main.
Yeah, and the dragoons are going to get out. And once the dragoons are out, these like 20 hit point marines are going to do nothing. Oya's just
he has
started dragoon
2
range too.
ranks. He can kill 1 dragoon if he's on the gates when it pops out. If he needs to go below the gates here, below
Yeah.
the
Trap
gates,
them,
because that's
yeah.
where the goons. No, below the gates. No.
Oh, now the goons are out.
That's
This
it.
will-
That's
yeah,
it.
that's enough. Well, Oya doesn't have range, but he can micro these forever.
I feel like he needs to back up.
Who? Oya?
No, Dandy. I feel like Dandy needs
Yeah.
to retreat.
Well,
at this
Dandy's
point.
never going to get any value here, is the thing. Because also, Oya's got the pylon wall ready to go down at his main too. He knows that as long as vultures don't get in, he'll be fine. It's going to be a close timing. Dragoon is done. Vultures are here. Oh! Oh, holy shit.
So close. And 1 vulture will fall.
Yep.
What do you do if you're Dandy here? You're kind of caught in such an awkward position. 2
He's
barracks.
going to expand and just go for mind contain because he knows that Oya's nowhere near Robo. But Oya can just do the exact same thing. Oya can expand. He doesn't need Robo to defend.
Marine medic all in with the tank.
This
I don't think
is
it'd be the worst
surprisingly
idea.
even as far as positions go, because Oya, he's I said he's going to be mind contained. He's nowhere near Robo, and Dandy's recovered some SCVs quite nicely. I'm surprised that Oya doesn't have more probes. I feel like maybe he's cut a probe or 2.
Yeah. Maybe just the initial cut to get the proxy gateways down is kind of what we're seeing. But, I mean, either way, Dandy's in a playable position. Does have 7 supply and marines that really aren't going to get much use for him. Maybe, you know, to drop a couple bunkers at the natural or 3rd just to kind of make the base a little more robust. But, you
Yeah,
know, only, yeah.
that's what I was thinking actually. That I wouldn't hate a quick 3rd here with a bunker at the top of the ramp, because that's the good way to get utility out of those marines.
Exactly. I feel the same way.
Also, we can
do-
see Dandy here checking the 2 gateways, making sure that Oya has not rebuilt the pylon to use those 2 gateways.
Oya has saved up 400 minutes. He's going to try a quick 3rd, but Dandy's just on top of it here. Dandy knows that he's got the mine advantage. Oya can't have a robo. He can delay this 3rd all day long. And it doesn't even matter that the vulture's going to get cleared because there's a mine. Oya knows there's a mine. Look at that.
Yeah,
He's just
it's
carefully going around it. He's looking at this going, there is a 0% chance that you have not placed a mine there, Dandy.
It's so smart. It's just such a common way to block an expansion. He should expect it to be there for sure. But,
And it's still doing its job. It's the thing. I wants to take a quick third, but Danny said, no, you have to get the observer first. Can't do shit without the observer.
Well, he could just sacrifice the goon and get the nexus instead of waiting for the observer, but I guess he's choosing not to do that.
That's a low hit point goon, it would die. I'm more curious what Dandy's going to do. So I like his Academy +1. Is it going to be 2 base push or 3 base push though? Because you can go from either from here.
I would just kind of concede that early game didn't go well. I feel like if I was Dandy, right, like you just had to make 2 barracks that aren't really giving you any utility, and you got some marines you don't really care for. Like, I feel like taking the 3rd would be the better choice, given the current situation.
And it's not too bad for him. I'm looking at this thing. The issue is 700 minerals. I'd like him to spend some of that, but he's got his +1 timing is good. He's going to have 2 gas. I'm worried that he's going to let the observer in. Okay, so he's going to 4-fac, and there's an observer that's about to walk in. This is not what you want, because Oya's going to be able to play this any way he wants from this point. That first observer is flying on in, and Oya will say, okay, you've got no starport, no 3rd base. You're just going to go 4 factory push. And that is absolutely fine for him to deal with. He's got all the minerals in the world. His 3rd base is on the way. He just needs to make, at this point, shuttles, gateways, goons, and zealot bombs.
Yeah, he's got that citadel wall on the way.
And you see, just moment the observer gets in, drops 2 more gateways instantly. No hesitation. And then 4 zealots are immediately queued up. This is my point, that like Dandy's made it easy. Dandy said, I'm doing this. If you counter that, then you're in a great position. You can't do these builds when there's an observer in your base, I feel like, because any smart player, and Oya is a smart player, knows what they need to do. Oya's tech is ground to a halt. He is going speed lots and +1, and that is it. Everything else is gateways and gateway units, which is perfectly correct. He doesn't need to be going towards support bay. He doesn't need to be going towards archives or Stargate.
Is there any chance we still just see a delayed 3rd from Dandy?
I would quite like to see it on the grounds that Dandy's build, because there's an observer in his base, shouldn't work. It's the thing. Oya scouted it a little bit late. He's only now able to start his speed, but he's doing everything he needs to. There's a shuttle on the way. Dandy's executing this well in terms of like, this is going to be as good as a 4-fac push can be, but because Oya can see it, it shouldn't have any win chance.
His units are a little split. The tanks are kind of split off. That's
yeah. If he could catch those tanks without the vultures, he could really punish those. And Dandy, yeah, he recognized that. He recognized his vultures out of position. He just pulls back. But this is more time. Zealot Legs is like 80% done. It's going to be done by the time that the fight happens. This is 8 gate against 4 factory. Right now, is Dandy as strong as he can be, but it's going to get... Dandy's advantage is going to disappear very quickly.
Actually,
what the vultures?
Wow.
Yeah, this is very good.
Big run
Okay.
Dandy
No,
should
he
just
needs
back
to
his
save the
tanks up
tanks.
now.
The tanks.
He's already
Tanks need to be
speed
coming
though.
home.
Oh my god. But goons first is not a good idea.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. The
you're
zealots will get on top of the tanks though.
Dandy should have backed off the attacks the moment the vultures got in. Because at that point, the plan is no longer to have the vultures cover for the tanks. The plan is now to have the vultures trade for probes, and the tanks just need to survive. There was no reason to lose all those tanks. None at all.
Big supply swing here. Oya's definitely in a pretty commanding position.
Yeah, he's down in workers because he paused worker production at the same time as he paused tech advance, when he just said, okay, I'm just going to hold the 4-fac and that's all I'm going to do. But he's got free Nexus, he can recover that. And also, free base is more production anyway than, or more economy than 2 anyway, even with lower count. Also, Dandy, armory not spinning. That's because he wants the +2, but he can't get the +2 because he was going on for a timing. Like, Dandy's build just ground to a halt. And again, this is why I don't like doing these kind of builds when there's an observer in your base, because it's just easy for the Protoss.
Exactly.
Once he got the
Yeah.
vultures in, he should have just abandoned it. He should have the plan should have changed from killing you with the 4-fac to killing a bunch of probes, saving the tanks and expanding. So Oya behind this, his Arbiter tribunals on the way, and he has free base, free gas. His probe production is resumed. Dandy's SCV count is actually really good. Like, really, really good. He's going to saturate this third base instantly.
Yeah, Oya just now starting probes again, so he skipped a lot here. So if Dandy, I mean, he's starting mining from a third, and he has a lot of SCVs, so I think he can definitely get back into a good spot in this game.
Okay, one thing I'd like to draw attention to is Oya has just started this +1 air. So Oya is doing the build where you get arbiters for map control, dominate the map, and then you switch into carriers, because carriers are how you end it. And Dandy hasn't started any +1 ground attack. He's just started his +2, so +2 ground attack. He hasn't started any ground armor. So these carriers are actually going to be extremely effective if Oya is able to get to that point in the game. +1 armor just starts now, but it means he's only ever going to be on par with the carrier attack.
No Goliaths on the field either. Third gas still not taken by Dandy, so it's kind of leaving a little window here for Oya.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a carrier rush. Oya's setting himself up for the late game. He says, okay, at some point I'm going to want to clean this up with carriers, and when I do, they're going to want to have upgrades. And it's a really clean way of playing.
Yeah, the most awkward thing you can see in a PvT is a Protoss fighting very well, playing into the late game, doing really nice game with 3-3 upgraded Grand Army, and then do a big carrier switch, and then completely getting dominated with his 0-0 carriers. That just doesn't make sense. You can't switch from an upgraded army to a completely unupgraded army. So getting these upgrades for the carriers beforehand is very good. But hold the thought, we are seeing an attack here.
Yeah,
no
Dandy's
mine.
Vulture is out of position. And there's Zealot bombs in this shuttle. If it ever drops them. Okay, only 2 of them got out, but I mean, still, he's on top of the tanks.
Yeah, no mines in front of the tanks will break Dandy here.
Well, I mean, Vulture's going to do a pretty good job by the look of it.
Yeah,
I think I need to back off, but he can threaten the top base now, especially if he has another round of units to rally.
Dandy knows this, moving in with his 6 siege tanks, and actually pulling SCVs from the third too. This is a good reaction by Dandy.
Yeah. So that was actually quite nice. So Oya was trying to take bottom right. He had a probe there establishing it. He had some zealots that cleared the mines. Vultures flooded bottom right, killed the expansion attempt, and then made it back in time to deny Oya's counterattack.
I think it was still questionable on how good it was for Dandy, though. Anytime you're able to reset that siege tank count, it's so brutal. And here we go, another big engagement. Dandy's final tanks will fall. Only 1 remaining.
We're looking at Dandy's factories. He has a lot of siege tanks queued up. He's looking at 3 factories, each of them with 3 siege tanks in production. That is not what you want to see. You want to see, in this case, more machine shops. Dandy, he's not spending his money efficiently. He has so many SCVs, but he's instead of replacing his tanks out of multiple machine shops, he's just queuing them up.
Looking into Oyaji's base, we also see 3 carriers queued up at the same time with that +1 that you'd mentioned earlier, Kwark. I think really that's how Oyaji's using his advantage. Yeah.
This Arbiter is just to get map control, just to deny Dandy's 4th, to secure Oya's 5th, which is going up at the bottom right, while the carrier switch takes place. And I said this is a really clean way of playing, because it means that Dandy cannot easily push at this timing. It forces Dandy to wait, and he's going to wait until the carriers are out. The timing gap where you're going carriers but you haven't got carriers yet is being closed up. Oh, huge Vulture play though.
Run by here.
Yeah.
Cannon's not done. Scan is here for the detection, killing a lot of probes here.
Yeah, they need to be
look
killing
at
those
the worker
Vultures.
count.
Yeah, that worker count just dropped. I mean, that is absolutely the advantage Dandy has had consistently throughout this entire game, and he's just extended it. 76 SCVs to 38 probes for Oyaji. That's it's quite a big margin.
It is.
Exactly double. Not anymore.
Oya's got nothing mining at his 4th, and he's taking a 5th, but he can't even saturate it. And the Vulture play is not going to stop.
Dandy taking bottom right. It doesn't really look like he can defend it. He's just kind of sneaking it, but it might pay off for him.
I'm quite interested in Oya building 2 more Arbiters. So he's got a lot of gas. He's got a lot of gas bases. This is, I feel like something you do if your carriers stop working. Well, that might also just be because he doesn't have the mineral income. Carriers are quite expensive on minerals. But like if you have double tech, what you can do is you can go carriers, force and build Goliaths, and then you switch back to the Arbiters, and the Arbiters dominate the Terran ground army again.
I'm a little worried here for Dandy. We don't see many Goliaths at all, and there's already 3 carriers on the field. Fortunately, they do get scouted by some mine, so that should kind of tip off Dandy to start up that Goliath production. But actually, no, he didn't.
Yeah, I'm
he
not
maybe
seeing it.
didn't notice it.
Got the double upgrades at least. That bottom right base should not be alive. It's so Dandy's up in supply, but he's down in army, and these carriers are obviously going to be extremely powerful.
Yeah, this bottom right base has no business being here, but I mean, it could be the difference here for Dandy.
Yeah. I would like to see Oya mining more gas. He's got 5 bases, each of them has gas, but he's only got 3 of them mining gas. If he wants to make High Templar here, and that's a really good transition, he does need to have the gas income.
I'd like to see a D-Matrix on one of those Goliaths. Oof.
Well, the vessel only 1 or pretty much 2 hits away from dying here. Will he focus? That's very important because he has 3 arbiters, remember.
Yeah.
It does go down.
Oya's
go.
probe
There's
count
that
has recovered
Goliath as well.
amazingly too. Oya has gone straight up to 60 probes again. And he's stopped at 60. I like that as well. Because with 5 Nexus, when you feel like you're behind on probes, it's very easy to make way too many probes. He could have been on 80
Beautiful
probes
focusing
right
here from
now.
These Goliaths.
Yeah.
They might take
Yeah.
a carrier down here. 1 goes down. Great job.
Yeah, so carriers are very good when you're on a cliff, so that Goliaths can't follow you, but he was completely in the middle of this area in front of Dandy's natural, so the Goliaths could just chase them, and Goliaths are a little bit faster, and yeah, he kills 1 carrier.
He needs to be killing bottom right. Dandy having 76 workers would be really bad if Dandy wasn't on like 3 mining bases. If Dandy was main mined out, he would have way too many supply workers, not enough in units. But with bottom right mining, it's going really well for him, especially given the bottom right's the base that Oya eventually wants to take. All
And
of
there's
these
just
minerals
no
Dandy's
reason-
taking are like minerals that Oya wanted.
Absolutely. There's just no reason not to scout it either, right?
Yeah.
Oyaji's got such a commanding lead. He's even got a base right next to it.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is
he
just a
really gotta
mistake.
get vision.
Yeah.
3 Archons, by the way. Is that an adjustment because he killed the vessel? I think so.
I think he just forgot Storm or something, which is like, fuck, I'll turn them into Archons, I need to attack.
Big
I
counter
want to see what
comes
these Arbiters do. These Arbiters have a lot of stasis between them. He's got 3 stasis, 4 stasis between the Arbiters.
in. First Stasis going down, getting a tank and a couple Goliaths.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Dandy's in a really good position though. Very spread here, not clumping too many of these tanks.
What happened to the other stasis? There's an Arbiter that casts stasis, but I don't know where.
Big connects from these siege tanks. Oh, there's actually not much left though. I mean, almost the entire army of Dandy stasis here, but Dandy still with so much money, almost
Yeah,
3,000
and that bottom
minerals.
right, it's giving him so much to work with.
I mean, this is just a false sense of confidence here from Oyaji. He thinks he should be able to end it here, and he's you can just sense the confusion as he is standing over the stasis army.
I'm quite worried for Oya, honestly. Dandy's got a lot of unit
Yeah.
production. Oya is still on the same 8 gates he was on before. He's added 3 Stargates, but it's not. It's 8 gates against, what is that? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 pack? That's not going to cut it.
Yeah, he absolutely should recognize it at this point and scout bottom right. Meanwhile, I'd like to see Dandy take another base top left. I think it's kind of time at this point. So many siege tanks still here from Dandy, though.
He's just got so much money and he's spending it all really efficiently.
A lot of idle SCVs at the natural, though. Here
Yeah,
we
Oya
go.
losing all his probes early has given him a bit of sustainability on his middle lines.
Yeah, very true. Oh, carriers
Okay.
in such beautiful position here, picking off first of the siege tanks. Big
So we need Storm. We need Storm badly. Because, I mean, he's got 5 gas and he's not building a High Templar to go with his carriers.
Yeah, it's just, he doesn't quite have the gas income. Only 2 on gas at that top left base from Oyaji. Might have something to do with it.
And now he's building DT. This DTs is like a panic move. Anytime a Protoss is just building a wave of DTs in PvT, you know something's gone wrong. They're hoping that they can just like catch you off guard, maybe get the DTs up in the tanks, or maybe if they pick off the vessel, something good will happen. But basically a sign that your plan hasn't worked.
Wow, 3-2 mech coming in from Dandy. This just looks
Oh,
unstoppable.
yeah, and the Arbiter just goes down immediately. It had 130 energy, doesn't get to cast anything.
So many siege tanks, but I mean, maybe doesn't have the Goliath count to deal with these carriers. We're not sure if Oyaji is going to get back in this. It's absolutely going to be with these carriers.
But without the Storm, I mean, I just don't see it without Storm.
Yeah, he could be right. I mean, he's got to get a lot of tank kills here with them. Actually, 3 tanks falling very quickly. DT's coming in, but getting scanned immediately. I mean, he's getting kills. They're slowly dwindling.
He picks up the
Dandy's
vessel and then
forwards.
hopes for the DT to do a lot. Let's see if it works.
They're doing work.
This is like a desperation play. You something you just do when you're feeling like really bad about the your state of the game. You're like, maybe DTs will help me. They've saved me before.
I mean, these are still quite a few tanks to be picking up here.
Yeah.
Oyaji might be able to kill these off, and I mean, maybe if he kills off 12 o'clock, he can come back into this.
Yeah, but look at that value of Goliath going towards 12 o'clock.
so many
That's the thing,
Goliaths.
Dandy has infinite money. Dandy doesn't mind if he loses units. He's got 75 workers, and he's got all of these bases mining. You don't kill Dandy by killing his units, he just makes more. You're going to have to kill Dandy by killing his bases. And that's bottom... Okay, Zealot found bottom right.
Too little too late. I mean, it is undefended. He could shuffle some more of his zealots from 6 o'clock over there to kill that quickly. Maybe
It's
we'd
from
have a game.
1,500 minerals of crystal to 724. It's half the money's gone. Oya wanted that base for himself. He can't take it now.
Yeah, yeah. Very
Dandy
true.
stole all the money.
Carriers coming in doing some more damage to this topside base, picking off the last remaining siege tanks, but there's still Goliaths walking in. I'm just not sure if it's enough. Oh, big catch here from Dandy on these bottom carriers rallying in. Ooh, that's not what you want to see.
And yeah, I mean, Dandy's going to lose a bunch of Goliaths, but again, Dandy has production. He's, I would like to see another few factories from him. He's floating 2-game minerals, but he can just trade units all day long. He runs out of his Goliaths from his first army, and then you look at his natural, and there's another wave of Goliaths. So that's what, 11 Goliaths just moving out?
I mean, he has also managed to save bottom right, which I think was pretty key as well. Carrier's still alive. Still getting trades here for Oyaji, but it's just not enough.
And the Fifi's about to kick in as well.
Well,
Bottom right is dying though.
Right. That's
And the
good
third
news.
base of Dandy is getting outmined. So Dandy actually on 1 base right now.
He was trying to secure top left, but the carriers might just be able to take that out here very quickly.
Okay, and Oya is finally researching Storm 26 minutes into the game, and also producing a wave of Arbiters. 4 Arbiters simultaneously. This, if Dandy continues to produce Goliaths and Oya switches back to ground army entirely, like those 4 Arbiters are going to do a lot of work. That's going to be 4 stasis out of nowhere.
Ooh, bad rally from these zealots across the expo of Dandy. They will fall to some mine. Meanwhile, these carriers... Ooh, one more carrier does
There's
fall.
2 Arbiters done already. There's going to be 6 Arbiters that Oya's going to have. So the situation is actually changing from what Dandy needs being mass Goliaths to what Dandy needs being like tank vulture. And if he doesn't adjust, it's not going to go the way he wants. Like 6 Arbiters can by themselves stasis an entire army.
Is this common to switch to mass arbiters
Yeah,
very late?
just because you reach a point where Goliath stop working. So, but you say, okay, all you have is Goliath. If I go back to Arbiter Dragoon, that's going to be great. And then they go back to Tank Vulture, and you go back to Carriers. It's you just got to keep your comp slightly fluid to stay ahead of their comp.
I see. I mean, it also makes sense. There's not much of a mineral income here from Oyaji, so he's going to be more reliant on those storms against the Goliaths. I mean, he's still in this.
I mean, with 6 Arbiters, then yeah, it's... And also, even against Goliaths, like with Carriers, 6 Arbiters will get a lot done.
These zealots are just being force-fed to these mines bottom right, though. OYG's
Yeah.
just trying to put any pressure he can on this. Oh,
The
I
carriers
actually
are
like
good.
the carrier. I like sending the carriers here bottom right.
Yeah, with the ground army at the top, because he knows that all his opponent has is mass Goliaths. And he's saying, okay, well, the Goliaths are out of position, so the carriers can get to work. And if you counterattack, you're counterattacking up a hill into Dragoon with Goliath. Good luck with that.
Oh, but he actually saves the command center, repairs it to full HP. Goliaths are coming. So that's
Does
very
lose
important for
quite a bit
Dandy
of
here.
SCVs.
Dandy's
Yeah.
still making Goliaths. I'm a little bit worried for him because of these Arbiters. I said 6 Arbiters, you can stasis an entire town army with 6 Arbiters. Like, Oya's going to stasis everything, and then just like 30 supply of Potus just going to kill the base.
It does look, though, as if Dandy's recognizing the composition. We're absolutely seeing more and more tank vulture coming out of these factories. I think he's kind of called out that OUG's stopped carrier production at the moment. Wow,
Okay,
big
watch
stasis.
this though. Oh,
Oh my god. Flying arbiters just
yeah,
into
see?
turrets.
6
hilarious.
Arbiters. That's what you need. 6 Arbiters.
But I don't think it was enough, man. There's still so
Yeah.
many tanks, and he lost all the arbiters. He let them all die for no reason.
Yeah, please
Crazy.
cast some Storm. That has 200 energy, Oya. Cast, there we go. Now on the SCVs. Cast
Yeah,
on the
I'm not
SCVs,
sure.
Oya. Oh, it's all going wrong. Okay, there we go.
Ooh, big storms. Big storms. Second storm there. That's
Yeah, he's lost
almost
every one of his
storm.
arbiters. So it's not happening. And also his carriers died at the bottom right. He was trying to make a carrier play while that was happening. Yeah, that's. I mean, he's done an awful lot of economic damage, but he hasn't got any arbiters left. Now, of course, behind this, he has another 4 new carriers. Because again, you just go back and forth. You seesaw your composition.
But I feel like Dandy can just move across the map now.
Yeah,
He
if
lost
these High
so
Templar
much
were
here.
at the 4th, it would be okay, but they're not.
Yeah, not many Dragoons here. 6 left. There's more. He doesn't even need to see.
High Templar almost there. That's a lot of tanks there.
Three carriers coming in as well, though. Ooh, this is
Okay.
definitely going to be the
All
final.
the tanks
72
are
energy on the High Templar. 73. Once the High Templar energy's done, it's go time.
Yeah, okay,
Oh.
okay.
Big storms. I love
Very
that.
clumped tanks here.
Oh, Dandy picks off 2 of the High Templar. They die without casting.
All of the Dragoons fall as well. He's within siege range of that Nexus. I think he's done it.
Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
like he's done it. That bottom vice base gave him so much extra money. It was naked, but I didn't see it.
It's always a risk. That's why, I mean, just scouting and map presence is so important every matchup.
'Cause, yeah, we see Dandy. He's running low on money at this point. And the amount of money he took from bottom right early on was like 10,000 minerals. Dandy would not be able to be pushing like this if he didn't have bottom right fueling his economy.
Yeah, very true. I mean, it really allowed him to get back into that game.
Yeah. Oya has no more mining except the bottom right, but that's probably getting killed next.
I did really enjoy the 6 Arbiter attack though. That was cool.
He could have stasis all the Goliaths and all the tanks from the bottom. There were no
Yeah.
turrets, but he flew them in the top where there were like 4 turrets, and he let them all die. If he had 6 arbiters,
Yeah.
when Dandy attacked his 4th base here, or his 5th base, I guess, that would change the fight around, I feel.
Or if he'd just gone for the Goliath, then had carriers come in.
Yeah.
His stake was
Yeah.
only Goliaths. Oh, those High Templar were what I needed, and they're now all dead. Trading
they
vultures for High
picked up-
Templar is such a good trade for Terran. And I mean, there's no way you can stop
Gas
this
anytime.
army. That's just way too much. I was doing a Hail Mary with his carriers at the bottom right, but the bottom right is not the bottom anymore. Now the bottom is this giant Terran mech army just killing you.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's, I mean, just nothing to fight this arm. OAG is just, you know, he's praying, hoping these carriers can get some amazing damage done, but Dandy's prepared, sending down a group of Goliaths, and this should be able to clean up these 3 carriers.
Yeah, that bottom right base, getting that efficiency out of the 75 workers. Because the 75 workers, if you're on free bases and you mine up the main and that quickly, actually start to backfire. They just, their supply that's dead. But taking a hidden expansion and then using the worker to saturate it was really effective.
We do have 4 arbiters in the main still for Oyaji, so maybe there's going to be enough to, I don't know, get a couple more stasises off.
Well, he doesn't
pickoffs.
have any. He doesn't really have any
single
mining.
unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, very true.
Okay, now a few zealots spawn.
Oya's plan right now is for like Dandy to attack and get all of his army stasis while the carriers somehow get on top of the factories and kill all the Goliaths. But it's not realistic. Dandy just has too much.
Yeah, even if he literally stasis every single unit of Dandy, he doesn't have enough army to actually kill the buildings of Dandy fast enough.
Cool game, but
Keep
like
an eye.
hidden expansion is pretty strong. But it wasn't even like an especially hidden expansion. That it made sense for Dandy to take the bottom. Like Oya just he thought he understood the game situation and he didn't. It's
Yeah,
a pity
very-
too,
very
because
true.
like his initial observer into gateway shuttle, defeat the push, take a 4th base, get arbiter, then go carrier. That was all very cleanly done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would give Oyaji the advantage at the start of this game because of how clean his build was. You know, that early pressure, forcing a really uncomfortable second barracks play, but Dandy just knowing exactly what he needed in order to bring himself back into this game. It was well worth it for that risk.
And it's not like Dandy made mistakes. The moment he cleared the proxy gates, he knew he couldn't do any damage. Mines go down, expansion goes down, he delays the 3rd. Like Dandy was making absolutely correct decisions with the resources he had early. He survived after he survived the proxy. He didn't commit anything extra to attacking Oya. He didn't
did that
waste any time. Yeah.
4-fact timing, but I mean, it
Yeah.
wasn't the biggest committal.
No, and it was a well done 4-fac. It's not that I don't like the 4-fac. He was macroing beautifully. He had a lot of units. The issue was that Oya could see it. But as far as 4-facs goes, that was a nice one. It just wasn't the right time.
And here we go, carriers microing away, trying to pick off individual Goliaths. But I think Dandy's decided to end this one.
Yeah, it's double supply.
Oh, the vessel with the EMP! Oh, gets 3 High Templars here.
Good stasis.
But the EMP was already casted, so that energy is a little bit wasted here.
Some more big stasises going off, making a kind of annoying little wall here.
Yeah.
Actually, for both players.
The issue he's going to have is that half the Terran army is still bigger than the Protoss army.
Yeah,
He
very
can
true.
cut the Terran army in half if he likes, but that doesn't actually get him any closer to winning.
I like those storms.
Bottom right's basically mined out. And it's not like there's a lot of minerals at the 9 o'clock base either. Like he's back to mining it, but okay, he's got 200 minerals, 300, 100. It's basically mined out already.
Yeah, it basically is.
Not a high value base. Dandy's close to being mined out too. The issue is Dandy's close to being mined out on 200 supply.
Yeah. He's just already got so much of it in units. Big engagement. Ooh,
Nice
Archon
stasis.
falls. Arbiter falls. Only 1 Dragoon left. And 3 carriers remaining.
There are some more units coming. Goliaths are far away from the tanks. Those units could kill the Goliaths.
Yeah, these Zealots could catch these Goliaths out of position here. Good
Except
trade.
for +3 armor. Look at the Zealots doing nothing.
Yeah. Very true.
That armor is just so good against Zealots. That armor being applied twice.
I mean, Danny just needs to move the Goliaths up from bottom right. These carriers getting more and more kills. 14 and 11 kills on each of those carriers. 1 does fall.
Yeah, it's now carrier rather than carriers, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, it has his carrier fleet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a valiant attempt, but it wasn't to be.
GG. Very well played there. Man, 38-minute game between these two.
Come on, guys. If you got an extra $1 or $2, pitch it in. You get replay packs in exchange. Support the players. All the money goes to the prize pool. Is distributed according to single game wins. Every single game win is worth over $15 now. So, yeah, please consider supporting the event.
I'm seeing that chat doesn't like Oya's Arbiter switch. Oya's Arbiter switch is great, honestly. It's I never had that much money, but he did have quite a lot of gas, and it got him so much value. Like, your carries are much more effective if you can stasis half the tank, so half the Goliaths. It's if you have spare Stargate production capacity, and he did because he had 4 Stargates, and if you have spare gas, and he did because he had 4 gases, it's the best use of the resources you have. It's not like he can use the money he doesn't have to make more carriers. There weren't any minerals.
Yeah. Agreed. It's like when you see Mass Templar spams late game PvZ, you know, when those mineral resources start to dwindle, you got to start thinking in terms of like gas efficiency, because you're constantly going to be mining those gases from your bases. You know, they don't essentially mine out the same way a mineral does. So it just kind of made sense, and I think Oya G did pretty well given what he was, you know, what he had in the game.
Yeah, but I have to say, I think the viewers are actually not criticizing the decision to go arbiters. They are just criticizing how Oyaji basically how he threw them away. I think that's what they are criticizing right now.
Maybe. When he had 6 Arbiters, he possibly could have used them, like 2 of them at bottom right with the carriers, because he coupled the Arbiter attack at 12 o'clock with carrier attack at bottom right.
Also, just the engagement that MasterRey was talking about, where you know, he ended up unfortunately flying over some turrets unnecessarily. There were a lot of Goliaths there anyway. You know, he probably would have lost the majority of them, but just little control missteps.
So it's up 2-1 to Dandy now. Okay, we have Dandy as the yellow Terran at the bottom left, and Oya as the green Protoss at the top middle on Demonio Azul. Now this is a Proxy 99 map, but Oya is going to mix it up a bit by not going Proxy Gates.
I mean, it's probably in the back of Dandy's mind here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a wall off, but yeah, these, I think you're right. Any map without a ramp into the main just lends itself to Proxy 99.
So on this map, you can do a completely hard wall with like an eBay at the choke.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Would it also block with a barracks?
It would, but you wouldn't always have your barracks there. It's like a panic thing when you're like, shit, he's done Proxy 99. You can just drop an eBay.
And eBay's cheaper and has more armor. Okay.
Yeah, you just cancel it later. Just buys you a bit of time.
What else strikes you about this map for this
It's
matchup?
it's terrible to take a third on as Terran. This is like a 2-base push map, and that can potentially be an issue for Terrans on this map, because it's not especially easy to push on this map either. You get flanked coming from like armies coming from the high ground. There's no real terrain for you to pivot against as you push. So Dandy would want to take a third, but at the same time, there's no good third to take. His Meneloni is facing his opponent. If he takes 6 o'clock at the gas base, that could be viable, but it's very difficult to keep it safe against like a harass.
I think there's also a possibility of some early Dragoon pressure of Oya on this map. Maybe like a 2-gate Goon on 1 base.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, is that just because there's no high ground? Is that it suddenly opens up the possibility of Dragoon pressure?
Yeah, on maps like Polypoint or so, when the Terran actually sees the attack coming and he's just very defensive, he could place like a tank on the high ground or use the ramp, but here that's not possible.
Yeah, I played Dandy a fair bit on this map, and I like to just go for standard 23 necks, a bit of goon pressure, and then because you have the Observer in their main, you can mix it up. If they do take a quick photo, if they do go for an early push, you have a Robo, you have 3 gateways, you just turn it into a Bulldog. Because you have that flexibility. It's I said it's a difficult map for Terran to push on and to expand on, which is really not a great position for them because that's the normal 2 options.
We
Also-
see one factory going down for Dandy, SCVs being pulled off gas. Oh, and actually back on gas.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a 2-fact.
I think so, because I was about to say that Oya actually got that really useful scout where he confirmed that the SCVs went off the gas, so it's not going to be a 2-fact like Silphid. But of course, Dandy goes, I know that you know it's not a 2-fact. It's going to be a 2-fact. Dandy just playing the mind games because he knows that Oya got that scouting information. And the bunker at the front just to confirm.
Yeah. Just to throw him off, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, this is beautiful mind games here from Dandy.
Now, that said, Oya can hold this if he's disciplined. Oya went for 21 next, but he did a probe scout, so that's completely fine. If he goes Robo and into 3 gateways by 30, like we were talking about earlier, you can hold a 2-pack with that, no trouble. This isn't like the Silphid game where he had no Dragoon range. He can get 3 hits with Dragoons the entire way across the map. His first Dragoon should be going out and pressuring that... Actually, he's waiting for a second Goon first because he's worried about a Vulture. But once he has Dragoon range and a second Goon, he should be pressuring that bunker.
And more importantly, he needs to confirm the command center behind the bunker, right? It's pretty
You
common
wouldn't-
scouting.
You might confirm it in this situation, but you wouldn't have to. You can actually hold with a 2-fac with the 3-gate Dragoon.
Ooh, big SCV pickup from these 2 Dragoons.
Yeah, this is actually why you go 3-gate Goon versus like 2-gate Goon. So Oya's on 29 supply. He needs to be adding 2 more gateways right now. If he doesn't add them, then that's a mistake. Because this is why you add them. You add them because sometimes it's going to be a 2-fac.
Yeah,
He's greedy.
They have to
He's
come
building more
right
probes.
now.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
it.
there's one. Come on, Oya. You know you have to do it.
Okay, it's only 1.
If you don't do it, you're breaking the law. It's like this is
Breaking the law.
Yeah, you have to get 3 gates. He
Yeah.
only gets 2 gates. He will die to this. Except
that's
of
why
course,
it's law. It's
Except Dandy makes some like micro blunders also, of course. But if Dandy makes no micro mistakes here, Oya dies to this because he only has 2 gates instead of 3. That's just
Yeah.
how it works with these builds.
so he is going for a Reaver. If you look at this shuttle, the reason he's going for 2-gate is he's going 2-gate Reaver, but he doesn't have anything at scouting his opponent. Oya is playing this with absolute certainty that it's not a 2-fac, and it's a 2-fac. It's you can't do this, and Dandy's showing us why. This is the punish. This is Dandy saying there's a reason that people don't do it like this, and it's because they lose.
Wow, big targeting by Dandy. Moving in, first Dragoon falls. Probes are being pulled.
That's
I like
actually
how-
quite a nice probe pull, but it's not going to make any difference. Not even a support bay. He's got a shuttle, but no support bay.
Oh!
That was a painful mine.
Yeah.
GG's called.
That's how
This
it goes.
is- Earlier it was mentioned that Oya plays a bit freestyle. He doesn't follow his build orders perfectly. He does what he feels. But like some of these builds, they are so strict in terms of what you do. And if you don't follow the build, you won't always get punished. But you get punished often enough that it reminds you why the build is the build. And that's what Danny's doing here. He's doing Oya a favor. He's saying, Oya, if you keep assuming it's never going to be 2-fac, then one of these days somebody's going to 2-fac you in an important game. You're going to lose.
Yeah, very, very true. It's exactly, I guess, how it seemed. Was there any reason why he wasn't moving out to confirm with the initial Dragoons?
He thought it was a Vulture, or he thought it could be a Vulture. Because he went 21 next rather than 23 next, which means 23 next you have a Dragoon at home, a Dragoon out on the map, and then you go Nexus. 21 next you have a Dragoon at home, and the Dragoon at home needs to stay at home, because if the first unit out of the factory is a Vulture, then it runs into your base and kills everything. So he was, I believe, afraid of a potential Vulture, and then he was afraid of mines, but I don't like the 21 next. I think the 23 next is better, for exactly that reason. You always get a Dragoon on their bunker that acts as an early warning. It can keep an eye on what's going on, gets a bit of damage. it's a mistake. Is honestly the long and the short of it. He also could have had a probe there instead. If he doesn't want to send a Dragoon, he should send a probe. Because he has no awareness of the Terran push until the Terran push is killing his base. Oh, I joined the wrong game. Shoot.
Yeah, also, I mean, he did the scout with the probe initially. He saw the 1 SCV on gas, but that's not enough. The Terran can just put 3 SCVs in gas afterwards. I think you almost always have to like try to confirm the command center at least, and if you don't do that and you just think that it's not a 2-fact and it's an expansion, you cut that third gateway and you lose.
Yep. That's I mean, I don't always confirm the CC, but I always build the third gate.
Yeah, okay, that's the other
Yeah,
way
that's the law. It's you gotta. I mean, I said the same thing with Bonyth against Kogut, where Bonyth took his second Dragoon off the ramp and Kogut ran a Vulture. These things are like they're rules that you can't break. It's part of the build, and you have to follow them. And every now and then you don't follow them, and somebody will remind you why they exist.
So spawning at the bottom right as the blue Protoss on Diaz-Array, we have Oyaji. Meanwhile, spawning at the bottom left as the tan-colored Terran, we have Dandy. So Diaz-Array, another map very similar to Ringing Bloom, where I guess the main and natural a little more easily defended. Do you have any build order expectations here for either player?
To me, this feels like a map that Dandy would want to do Vulture drops on. Dandy, in my head, is somebody who I expect Vulture drops from just because he's good at them. Now, Oya's going straight for the 12 next. That's a very strong opening on this map. You get that high ground. Zealots are going to be particularly effective against it. You're not too worried about SCV, Marine all in. So I like Oya's opening, but Dandy, I think, just a safe like Vax expand to gasless into 2 base with maybe a Vulture drop thrown in.
We definitely have seen such early expansions being punished, but of course, Dandy needs to scout that as soon as possible. If he sends his SCV to the top left, he cannot punish it anymore. But also maybe he's just not scouting it, getting his own fast command center. That's how what it looks like. So they are both go for like an economic start, and they are both very similar here.
Yeah, I think I favor Terran here. If this was like a gasless expand, I would favor Protoss, but just getting away with like a 14 CC, that's always great as a Terran.
Is there any advantage to their positioning at the moment?
Close position I like for Terran generally, just because it's a shorter push distance, and I know there's a lot of terrain between these 2 base sites. It's going to be difficult for Oya to stop a tank push. Also, we notice Oya's gone straight for the 2 gate. Oya's playing this safely. Oya's playing this like he thinks that Dandy could have done anything. Dandy doesn't give a fuck. Dandy's like, no. Oya's definitely gone for a fast expand, 100%. Which is that adds even more advantage to Dandy here. Dandy is said he's playing this very cautiously. Oya's using his Nexus as a second pylon. So Oya's actually supply blocked himself. This first gateway's not making anything. He's this is like a Goon Rush opener. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, with that quick second gateway, that is kind of odd.
Yeah. Oh, he needs that probe to be mining gas. That probe was sent to the gas simulator right before it finished. He's only got 1 probe on gas. This is a Goon Rush with no gas.
He got it.
Yeah, but even so, that core finishes, he needs 250 gas, so he can make 2 goons and Dragoon range instantly. Having 1 probe on his gas instead of 3 for that long, this is not at all ideal. I said this is a Goon Rush with no gas. That's not an opener. He makes 1 Dragoon only because he's trying to save up the gas for something else. That's frustrating.
Ooh,
Just
now
watching
making
this.
the second goon.
Yeah. Because I do my fast expand a lot to PvT, and when you send your probes to gas and only 1 of them goes on, it's so frustrating.
We also see a pretty quick second gas going down from Oyaji, probably to help compensate.
Yeah, I mean, he wants range and robo simultaneously. He knows he can't afford both of them. He hasn't even started range, but I think he will do robo before range this game. But then range is going to be so late that he needs that second gas just to help out. And Starpot from Dandy. So, yep, it's going to be Vulture Drop.
Vulture Drop seems like it would be very strong here. There's a lot of, I guess, positions to really drop. You know, that natural expansion can be kind of exposed because there's a lot of area to really cover to prevent a Vulture Drop on this map. I really like this call here from Dandy.
Yeah, the only potential downside is that it's a bit predictable. Because, I mean, at the start of the game, I said this feels like a Vulture Drop map for Dandy, and it's because it is a Vulture Drop map for Dandy, and Dandy likes his Vulture Drops. So Oya started his Dragoon range. He used that second gas to get him the extra money he needs. He went Robo before range, like I expected. And this will be for an Observer, I believe. This is, he's identified that he's completely blind. It could be like Free Fac behind this, it could be some Marines, it could be a Starbot. So he's rushing out that Observer, and that's a strong decision.
I mean, meanwhile, I feel like Dandy's getting away with nothing. He's got a starport, he's got a single Marine and a bunker, and his first siege tank just finished with mines on the way against a 2-gate opener. It's you know, it's just really unfortunate that Oya couldn't capitalize a little more off his opening.
Yeah, I mean, and that's partly down to the gas. It's really frustrating when that happens because you're going for a Dragoon rush and you can't make Dragoon range. So you think, okay, I build a few extra Dragoons, but it's just so ineffective. I mean, you're right that Dandy's getting away with murder, but that's just what
Right
happens
there.
when you don't have any gas.
He just went in with those 4 Dragoons, trying to snipe the tank, and he was, I think, 2 shots off. If we look at the cybernetic score now, the range is actually 80% done. If he had that probe on gas earlier and he started that range earlier, he could have sniped this tank right there.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. He definitely could have. You could tell it caught Dandy off guard a little bit, seeing so many Dragoons come in so early.
Okay, Oya has a scouting pylon at the bottom right. He's got a forge coming. That forge is 100% for cannons. He's worried about the drop. Now the Observer is going across the map, the most direct path, not across the map, the dropship path. That's unfortunate for him, but he's got goons in good placement around his base. He had this. Oh, no second Observer. Oh, this is going to cost him.
He does have a pylon down here. He might see this dropship coming in. No probes being
reaction, though.
built quite
Yeah.
yet. No reaction.
Yeah.
And there we go.
If he had a second Observer, this would be a different situation, but he doesn't. The good thing for him is he's still actually got 2 bases mining, but he's going to lose that economy for that extra expansion, and he had to put an Observer from scratch.
Yeah, really good mine placement from Dandy, keeping these Dragoons from retaking this natural expansion. Meanwhile, Oyoji does have that third, might actually be a little vulnerable to drop here. So
Yeah,
it'll be
absolutely.
interesting to see if it gets scouted out.
He's built a pylon now just so he can do something about the drop. Also, behind this, Dandy has built a Wraith. Dandy was expecting some kind of Viva play.
Big mine connects there for Dandy.
Oh, there goes the dropship. Beautiful. Oya knows that the dropship is a threat to 3 o'clock, and he also knows that Dandy wants to use those vultures from the bottom right. He knows that those vultures are not getting out alive, so he focuses on picking off the dropship. Nice.
But Dandy actually scouting that 3 o'clock base with his lone vulture. That's big information here.
Yeah, he'll just have to build an extra dropship for it. But he's doing that now. I'm expecting to see Oya place a cannon or 2 because he built that pylon next to the Nexus. Maybe he feels like he got the dropship and so the threat is over, but the threat isn't over.
First Reaver coming out of the Robo here for Oyoji. We'll have to see where he chooses to take that.
That's an empty dropship just running off onto the map. I think that has to be a bad rally. That's
He might. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
yeah, that's... Okay, sad percentage coming up from Dandy. So Dandy's just going for a 3 base 2-1. Dandy is never going to leave his base till he has his upgrades.
1 cannon starting the third, so that's not quite enough if there's a drop coming, I think. But the Observer is in the main of Dandy. Will he? I think he didn't scout that there was a second dropship, and he also might have not caught those 4 vultures leaving the base. So this could be dangerous for Oya here.
I don't think Dandy meant to do it like this. I think Dandy wasn't expecting to find his dropship at the top right of the map. Oh, and it's going to fly past the Dragoon. Yep. Okay.
does scan and see a single cannon in position.
I mean,
Wow,
one
no
cannon
damage
isn't
out
dangerous.
there.
The vultures could just ignore one cannon, and just kill all the probes.
Yeah.
Yeah, very true. Wow, so many probes
Ah.
going down at this third.
Yeah, he needed a probe pull, honestly.
This is why I don't like pylon walls sometimes, because if there's a drop, you
Oh, yeah.
can't actually defend it. Even if you see it, you can't get your goons there, and the vultures still can kill a lot of probes anyways with only one cannon.
For sure. If I'm playing like Dandy, I don't build the pylon wall. If I'm playing like a regular ladder terran, I do. And it's just
Yeah.
like something that I've learned just from playing him as much as I have, that I know he likes his vulture drops. And it's like a mark of respect. I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm just not going to let that happen. Because if it can happen, it will. But there's Dandy with double armory. He's got his 2-1 on the way. And nicely timed. He's building up his tank count. This is not a good position for Oya. He's in a position where he can't do any damage. And at some point that 2-1 is just going to hit him. And unless he has something to answer it, it's going to be difficult. Now, 2 Beavers and Shuttles can buy a lot of time. But I would like to see Storm.
I think he's actually going for a bulldog, to be honest.
Oya
If he
should
does
not
that, it
attack
would
here.
be really
Yeah.
bad. Yeah, for sure not. But I think I think he wants to.
That would be inadvisable. If he can get
Yeah.
Storm, which he's nowhere near, he's only just got a Citadel, he's not got on Archives. He just started with Archives. Then with these Speed Shuttles and Storm, he will actually be able to hold this very cleanly.
It's
But
such a
Storm is
large
3
map.
shuttles.
Yeah.
Storm is the only thing he can get in time. Because he needs... You can't just fight 2-1 Terran mech. You need something.
Ooh, big
Oh,
scarab
nice
connects.
Reaver shots.
Yeah.
Very
6
nice, very nice Reaver shots here.
Yeah. Oh, he needs to pick those up now.
Oh,
That was a Reaver too far. But he can buy a lot of time like this. He needs to be buying time for the Storm. He can't just be buying time generally, because all that happens if he delays Dandy's push is that Dandy gets 3-2. Like, you hold off the 2-1 push, you win a 3-2 push. It's not actually any better for you.
It
It
feels
looks
like
like
kind of an
all-
awkward place for Danny to push out here.
Yeah, once he gets 2-1, it'll feel less awkward, because his army will be all clumped up, but it will just kill everything. It's...
Yeah, it looks like Oya is going for this moment. Like, he made so many units, he completely cut probes and was
That's-
hoping for Dandy to move out too early. But Dandy actually waited a lot, but the 2-1 is still not done. I think Dandy still has to wait a little while longer.
Here comes
Yeah, well,
OAG.
Dandy's doing a 2-1 push, but oh, this is not the play.
No, Oya is too early. Oya is
wait,
too early.
Maybe? That's a lot of speed shuttles.
Okay, nice.
There are a
I
lot
mean,
of zealots on
You
top
know
of
what?
these beach
Oya's
tanks.
smart enough. Oya apparently is... And also 2-1 isn't done.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
done, that's
anti-timing.
the problem, yeah.
But no,
He
Oya's
moved out too early.
No, he moved out when he wanted to. He wanted 2-1 to be done as he reached Oya's base, because he never for a moment believed that Oya would just attack him uphill into his base.
Oh my goodness. What a play here from OAG. What a time.
Yeah, that was ballsy, but I mean, he wasn't wrong. I will often like criticize these things, but ultimately what matters is that Oya, he's getting it done. He believed that Dandy was definitely going to unseed and push out at this timing, and he gets it done.
I mean, he
that's-
completely cut probes. He was just waiting for exactly this thing to happen, that Dandy moves out too early, and Dandy does exactly that. Ah, so unfortunate.
It was just such an ideal timing too. Those upgrades were so close to completing, but you know, hats off to OAG. That was a unique timing that Dandy probably isn't used to hitting or playing against, and it paid off.
Yeah, it's I remember in the Artosis Scarlet series on Polypoid, Artosis did the exact same thing. He unseated and started pushing with his 2-1 at like 95%, because Scarlet would obviously try and hold him at her high ground on Polypoid, because that's the best possible engagement she could take. And she just jumped on him and killed him. Because it's such an obviously wrong place to attack that it was the right place to attack. It's the same shit. You
Yeah.
know that you push with your 2-1 almost finished, because you know your opponent couldn't possibly fight at this point. And
why
they
would
say,
they fight uphill like
Yeah.
into your natural? against a wall.
Well, he did move like 8 tanks down the hill. That was the problem. So
True.
Yeah.
it was not completely uphill. That was really
And
the problem for
Also,
Dandy.
the vultures. I'm watching the fight again on the stream. There were fuck all vultures. There were like maybe 8 vultures, but the vultures were like not covering the tanks. They were below the army because Dandy was moving out. Dandy wasn't laying mines because he was going to be walking over those mines. Dandy was just like positioning his army to cross the map. And the fact that he
Trying
just
to
lost 6
save.
vultures right before then meant that he didn't have the vultures he needed. He was ready to do a vulture flood behind it, but the vultures weren't there.
The
It's,
Reavers were also forced to kind of target those vultures and cleared them very quickly.
Yeah. I also saw Karla do a similar thing to Terra in their series, where Terra was going for like an early factory flood push, and Karla timing attacked it, and that was so counterintuitive to me. Because if the Terran's going for a bunch of factories early on, fighting them when you have like 2 gateways and a few dragoons seems such a stupid idea. But the thing is, it's a vulture flood, and the vultures haven't happened yet. If you hit it super early, all you have is a bunch of tanks. You can kill tanks. It's counterintuitive, but it's
Pays off sometimes.
yeah, it's cool to see that. My instinct is always to play for time. It's to let the Terran push towards me while I slowly get my army bigger and bigger, and then I take the engagement on my ramp in the most favorable position I can. But the Terran knows that's where the fight's going to be. They are building their push around a fight at that instance, and they are getting their vultures ready to cover that place with mines and tank all the damage.
I think it also depends on the map a little bit. So sometimes, like Polypoid, in certain situations, you have your high ground that is the ideal fighting position closer to your own base. But on some maps, for example, I think also this one, there's a big high ground in front of Terran base. So this high ground leading to the middle, that is pretty close to Terran base. So ideally, I think the brothers would want to take the fight close to the Terran base on that high ground, because then he can retreat the goons back once the zealots are dead, and then has some more time to reinforce with more zealots, and then take another second, even stronger fight on his side.
Okay, so we can update our results with Bonyth having second place in the event. Dandy can now no longer overtake Bonyth.
Wow, Oyoji just did that. That was a pretty important game there. Then.
Well, Dandy would also need to go 5-0 against Terra, but
True, yes.
Dandy needed to win 9 out of the last 10 games, and having lost 2 to Oya can't be done.
Still very well played, taking the series overall against Oyoji, who is absolutely one of the top competitors in the best of the best series, so hats off to him.
Actually, if Dandy goes 5-0 against Terra, Dandy can draw with Bonyth. He can no longer beat Bonyth, but they can get joint second.
That was awesome, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you guys for casting. Thanks to the mods, setting up predictions, especially Sarando, Kwark, MasterRey, and others.
Sorry about the prediction that I closed early, spoiling the game.
Oh, it can't be any worse than me not streaming the first 5 minutes of Bonyth vs. Dewalt on Eclipse.
That's true.
I like to think, though, people's imagination really helped them.
Yeah, it just made the series even more interesting. Thank you very much, Ox, for having me. I'd like to thank my wonderful co-casters here, Kwark and MasterRey. Always a pleasure. Thank the players for such a wonderful series, and thanks everybody for tuning in.
You always gotta be the nice guy, don't you?
Yeah, never mind. You guys weren't that great, Ox. I just don't even bother messaging out, next time.
Like, your version of being an asshole, too, is, like, super nice.
Yeah, I guess so. Try to be. No, thank you, everyone. That was seriously a lot of fun. I always appreciate being here and getting to cast such wonderful games with y'all. Thanks for having me.
And everybody appreciates you guys. That's why they tune in.
So everything to play for tomorrow. We will see Dandy and Terra that will decide third place. Currently, we have Trutacz in third place, Dandy in fourth, but they can absolutely change positions. I think Oya has fifth place locked down. Actually, no, Terra can take 5th place from Oya if Terra does well against Dandy. So yeah, there's still a lot of movement possible on this board.
We'll update the rankings tomorrow, show the leaderboard at the very end. I'll jot down how much money each player made. So it'll be cool to see 12 players ranked and compensated. Yeah, it's been fun, guys. It's been really long. Like, thanks for hanging in there. 3 months. We kind of overdid it. I'm sure people are just looking forward to me just shutting the fuck up about the best of the best tour. I'm looking forward to me shutting the fuck up about it for a while. But it was cool, man.
Yeah, it absolutely was.
Got me through a kind of long COVID winter.
Oh, for sure. I think it got everybody through it.
Finishing up just in time, BSL Season 12. Ladder qualifications are ending. That's going to be fun. Russian Cyber Games 2021. There's a $10,000 minimum prize pool. That should be going on in August. Anybody not familiar with that, you can Google Russian Cyber Games or BSL Bombastic Star League. There's some people on YouTube who aren't keeping up with the foreign scene, but we do encourage you to check out these players. Check out streamers and casters. Wonderful community to get to know, and they can interact back with you.
Looking at the rankings now, it's top 17 on the ladder is going to be very, very close. It's really top 22 because there's 5 in the top 17 that they haven't played enough games or already qualified, but it's looking close.
Kwark, have you also been updating the results on the Liquipedia page of the best?
I have, but I can't get them to update the actual results part. I've been updating the matches, but not the detailed results part, but not the regular results part.
I see some names under history. I just want to give a shout out to these people. Fake Finn, I've been crediting. I see Metaphysics' name, Kwark, Osepu. Cynical Death. I'm not sure if all these people are actually making edits. I'm just looking at History tab. Yeah, a huge thank you to all the Liquipedia article makers, updaters. They kind of go unacknowledged, I think, so really appreciate them doing that. They're not getting compensated. So thank you guys.
And I want to mention, Liquipedia can be edited by everyone. So of course there are some reviewers that have to verify your changes and accept them. But if you want to contribute and you have some free time on your hands,
that's right.
Working on Liquipedia is a great way to contribute to the community.
Yeah, you can propose changes and then whoever has authority approves them, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll just go to the best of the best tour and put my name as number 1, 55-0, and hopefully that change will be approved. Alright guys, any shout outs? It's been a long event. I appreciate you co-casting 5 hours almost now.
Oh, no worries, man. Always a pleasure. Yeah, just like I was saying before, shout out first and foremost to the viewers here. You know, we wouldn't be doing this if you guys weren't so interested. Thank you, Ox, once again for having me.
Oh, stop.
Appreciate it, bud. And then thanks to Kwark and MasterRey here, my wonderful co-casters. Yeah, looking forward to the next one.
For sure, man. And we got other show matches and stuff planned in the future. Stay tuned for those. Guys, there's a map contest. I should mention this. Big shout out to Minerals and the map makers from brewboardmaps.net. It's an old website where foreigners and Korean professional mappers post their maps. Versions of Polypoid, Neosylphid, Eclipse can be found on there. They're running a map contest. They got 34 maps submitted by 17 mappers from around the world. There's a thread about it on TL.net and on Reddit. The public has checked out some of these maps, voted on them. their judges and players have tuned in as well. Kogid has a wonderful 3-part series where he evaluates all 34 maps. Big shout out to him. Thank you for doing that. It's very rare that a high-ranking skilled player who's articulate and interested in map making does something like that, so that may be a first. 8 finalist maps are going to be selected, guys, and then that is going to be reduced further to the 4 final maps. What you'll be interested in most is probably the playtest tournaments. So every single map is going to be featured in a single tournament. The tournament will have the best foreign players participating. We're thinking 8 players first, maybe 6 best of 5s and a final of best of 7. So all those matches are going to be taking place on one map. We'll stream and broadcast them in the future, let you know the dates. Right now we're just going through the map selection process. And after each tournament, all the tournament players are going to be asked to review the map that they played on, vote on it. Besides offering prizes to the tournament winners, first and second place, at the very end, when all 4 tournaments on the 4 finalist maps are conducted, we should have the votes of all the tournament players on the maps, and the map that receives the most positive reviews is going to get a prize as well. So there's this cool combination of playtest tournaments and, you know, maps getting selected and offering prizes to the playtest tournament winners and offering a prize to the winning map. There's also a new mapper prize award. It doesn't matter if that map made it into the final 4 or not, because there are veteran map makers participating and newer map makers. The organizers thought it'd be nice to guarantee a prize for a new mapper, regardless of whether it made it into the final 4 or not. Really looking forward to that. I don't think a map contest like that has ever been conducted. They are testing out things and trying to come up with a transparent, systematic, objective evaluation process. But so far, so good. If you're really interested in that, there's a thread about it on TL.net in the tournament section on New Worlds Map Contest. And we will provide more information about that, and I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun, and we'll get some of our casters to hopefully cast the games. Yeah, it's very nice that we have an army of casters, guys, an army of map makers behind us. And if you're interested in the foreign Brood War scene, please do keep up with our events and tune in if you can.
Yeah, for sure. This map contest as well. I have played a few maps. There are definitely great maps there, and I'm pretty sure a few of those maps that come out of these of this contest and out of these tournaments will become like the new, or some of the new standard maps for tournaments, or maybe even the ladder. So go in there, check them out, vote for your best maps. There's still, I think, 1 day left, I just read in the chat, and you can decide, you can be part of the decision on which one of those maps becomes one of the new standard maps in the future for the ladder or for the popular tournaments.
That's a great point. Yeah, I think the organizers were envisioning that some of these maps are showcased, and maybe tournament organizers in the foreign scene might notice them and want to feature them in their events. Some of the participants of this map contest include Latius, who created Eclipse, and Neil Silphid. He has submitted a map to the contest. Some of the other contestants have had maps in ASL before KSL. I'm thinking of Freakling. But also in foreign events. Big shout out to BSL, STPL, BWCL, Brood War Clan League, and the other series and leagues that sometimes adopted maps made by foreign map makers. But yeah, it would be really cool to get a standard map by a foreigner in the ladder pool. It's very tough, but it would be cool to see that. I think the last one was Lost Temple, and I guess it's not a standard map, but I mean like a popular map that was played to death. And that's not really a foreign made map. By default it was made by Blizzard, so maybe it doesn't count. But after LT, based on my understanding, you had like Python, Luna, Fighting Spirit, Circuit Breaker, all the way to now where you got Sylphid, Polypoid, Eclipse, are really popular preferred maps, standard maps that people prefer. So we We are trying to get at least, you know, 1 or 2 standard-ish maps. There's a lot of like debate over what makes a map standard and comfortable, and I think there's a lot of disagreement between players and viewers sometimes regarding like what maps they prefer. Regardless of those things, though, it's a cool contest, and hopefully we get some maps that can be featured in other series and events, including our own. So that is one of the grander goals of the contest. Thank you for pointing that out, MasterRey.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see these maps in action. Yeah, so I think it's time for me to say goodbye as well. Thanks to all the nice games we have seen. Thank you, Ox, for organizing all of this. Thanks to all the players for playing those nice games. And of course, thanks to the viewers. It was always a lot of fun. And I mean, maybe if you want to see me doing some ladder games, you can find me on Twitch at MasterRey, and I would be happy if you guys tune in on my stream as well. And yeah, until then, I'm waiting for Best of the Best 2, and yeah, thanks again for all the hard work that everyone has put in there.
Are you streaming right now, MasterRey?
I'm not. It's too late for me.
Okay,
today.
my friend.
Okay, so thanks and bye-bye.
Take care. Alright guys, one more event tomorrow. Last day. Please tune in.